Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite crypto enthusiast, Adam Friended.
Crypto. Let's not get bogged down in crypto nonsense. We're talking about TikTok. I think TikTok was banned, and the Supreme Court, I think Congress banned it, and then the Supreme Court said, yeah, this is totally constitutional. And now there's a big hubbub about whether or not they're going to enforce a ban. I think that's where we're at. So
Yes. So
yeah.
actually, let me go through very briefly the timeline, because now there's a lot of finger pointing about, did Trump do this? Did Biden do this? Who's to blame? Who's going to save TikTok? Who's to blame for trying to get rid of TikTok, right?
Yeah.
So,
and I also want to talk about the politics of this, because, what is the correct political play here, I think, is an interesting question. So I think
Right.
there's a lot of finger pointing. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the timeline is that in August of 2020, okay, so 5 years ago, Donald Trump issued an executive order telling ByteDance to divest from TikTok.
Really? Wow.
Yes. Donald Trump was president, and at the end of his first term, he said, TikTok has to go if it does not get rid of China.
So this was fucking his idea.
Yes, this was originally Trump's idea. Okay.
Holy shit.
Then what happened was TikTok said, whoa, the president doesn't have the authority to do this. And so they sued the government. They said, no, you can't, this executive order shall not pass, right?
Mm-hmm.
So while the court's hearing this case, it takes a while. Trump obviously loses the reelection. Biden becomes president. The court says in 2021, okay, we're going to put a pause on deliberating this executive order legality thing, and we're going to try to let TikTok and the Biden administration, meet in private and try to work out some sort of agreement. Maybe TikTok can alleviate the government's concerns about, data security and mind controlling the youth and all the various things that the government's concerned of.
So Biden picks up the mantle from Trump.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
So for a full year, 2021 to 2022, the Biden administration and TikTok are going back and forth. After an entire year, they cannot come to any form of resolution whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because obviously ByteDance has a Chinese spying app, and
Yes.
if they divested, everyone would figure out what the hell was going on.
Right. Exactly. So when that completely breaks down and fails, the House drafts a bill, which I believe the Republicans were, the person that wrote the bill originally, I believe, was Republican. And I believe even though there were Democrats, obviously, because they needed some to sign the bill, I'm pretty sure the majority of people that signed it were Republicans. But it was pretty bipartisan, and Congress wrote a bill that said, hey, TikTok has to divest from ByteDance. China can't be involved with TikTok. TikTok can continue to exist, but it has to sever all its ties with ByteDance and China and blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Right.
So, order of operations. Trump tries to do it through executive order. That fails. Biden administration tries to come to agreement with TikTok. That fails. Congress finally passes a law, okay, that says, you got to divest. Biden signs the law. Okay, he signs the bill. So now it is officially a law. TikTok goes and sues the government, says, no, this law is unconstitutional. This law is an infringement on our free speech. And we're going to listen to the oral arguments of the Supreme Court today and go through them in some detail to understand those arguments. Spoiler warning, the court decides that the law is constitutional, which I'll also talk about today after we hear the oral arguments and why it was why they said it was constitutional.
Of course, it was a 5-4 decision, right? Obviously,
it was a 9-0
party lines. What?
9-0 was a unanimous decision.
So who wrote the dissent? If it's a 0,
there is no dissent. There's zero dissent. There's no dissent. Everyone agreed, which is part of what's interesting, because I wanted to hear a case where I'm like, okay, when people's ideologies are sort of aligned here, do the right-wing justices sound smart? The left-wing justices sound smart? Because the last case we heard from Supreme Court was on something trans-related, and all the left-wing justices sounded retarded to me.
Yeah,
so curious if they made
as well.
Right. So I'm curious, okay, well, if they're on a side that I actually agree with, my own biases, are they going to sound ridiculous? Are they going to be making good arguments? Right. So it's part of why I want to listen to this.
This is
That's curious.
terrible for the. This should be Adam's law, or one of Adam's law. Obviously, people gauge a person's intelligence by how much they agree with them,
Of course. Of course.
which is
Well, okay.
so
To
bad.
be fair, right? I know. I'm being somewhat facetious. To be fair, in the trans case argument, they were making arguments that I thought had nothing to do with what the actual case was about, or
Right.
were tangentially related. They're making really bad legal arguments. Now, even
Don't
though I
stress, they
agree,
were retarded. They
right,
were totally retarded. Okay.
obviously, even though I agree with the TikTok ban, someone could still make bad arguments about either being in favor or against it, or I'm saying being in favor of it. Like you could be in favor of it for bad legal reasons, even if you agree with the outcome that I agree with.
Yeah. So
Right. So,
I shared an article on Twitter. I don't know if you saw in 2014, obviously, and we looked it up. They did some experimenting on Facebook, right, to kind of play with people's moods, and it was a big like controversy. None of that kind of argument is made in this Supreme Court case. I'm surprised it's not in the law, right?
right.
Like,
Right.
would it be okay for China to do psychological experiments on Americans? I think not, right?
It would not be. And I think the reason that that doesn't get brought up is because you would have to show evidence, or you'd want to
That
show
they're
evidence that
doing
that
that?
occurred.
Okay, I
Yes, which
gotcha.
they don't
Yeah.
have.
You know they're doing that though.
Of course.
What the fuck?
Of course. Of course.
Like the wealth of psychological experimentation you could do with all these dumb Zoomer kids. Like that's irresistible.
I mean, we're already seeing it now. The amount, like, this whole banning of TikTok thing is a real show your ass moment in
Oh, of
terms of
course.
really showing how mind-numbingly stupid some of the people are involved in this conversation.
Oh
And
yeah.
like you probably shouldn't like even I was arguing with some of these people on Twitter, and it's like you go through their timeline and it's like America is evil, America sucks, the world would be better off without evil. So you're like, oh, okay, so this is either a bot or this some sort of brain rot
Useful
commie,
idiot. Yeah.
moron, right? But like this was totally insane. So the Supreme Court upholds the law. Okay. So Congress writes the law. Our represented electives that we elect,
Mm-hmm.
okay, to represent us, write the law. The president that we elect signs the law. Okay. The Supreme Court justices who are appointed by the president that we elected uphold the law. This is literally all three branches of government are signing off on this law.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the absolute brain dead moron that is Hassan and some of these other socialists are like, oh, this is democracy when 9 unelected officials ban TikTok.
Right.
And it's maddening. It's mind-numbingly stupid. These people should all be shot in the sun. They should be deported to the sun. If you're so ignorant of American civics and how our system works that you think that this court case is somehow an infringement on the democratic process, you should be deported to the sun because you're too stupid to be able to breathe.
Yes, totally. I mean, how many levels of democracy are here? These are our
Every
elected
possible
representative,
level.
right? There are
Yes.
personal elected representatives, right? Even the Supreme Court case, it's 9-0. If it was 5-4 in TikTok's favor, we'd be in a different place, right? They fucking vote.
Yes. Yes. And actually, this is sort of black pill with me because now I don't know if this is just because some people are trying to maintain some level of consistency, or because we had this conversation where I'm like, roll my eyes every time someone says America's a democracy. Some people are like, no, it's not. It's a constitutional republic. And they start like screeching at me. And I go like, oh my God. It's really like annoying because I'm like, okay, I understand that you're technically right. But in America, for whatever reason, we've been using this term America's democracy. Everyone kind of, I thought, understood that constitutional republic and democracy are sort of used interchangeably, that 99% of the population, when they say America's democracy, they don't mean a direct democracy, right? But for the first time, okay, I might be swayed here by all those people that were screeching at me, constitutional republic, because I saw today with my own fucking eyes the retarded I thought they were straw man, but the retarded leftists, brain rot idiots that were literally saying that this shows that America's not a democracy because people didn't directly vote on banning TikTok. And I'm like, oh
Hmm.
my God, is it true? Is it true? These idiots think that if it's not a direct democracy, it's not a democracy.
Wow, maybe they do. Well, fucking morons. Well, look, if the executive comes in and does not enforce the law, how can we be a nation of laws or a constitutional republic, as we like to say?
Okay. So,
I'm
okay.
like,
So now, yeah. So the Supreme Court says they ban it. So this brings us a little bit forward in time. So the Biden administration does something that I find morally disgusting. Okay.
right.
And then
Yes.
the Trump administration goes along with it, which is I also find morally disgusting. But the Biden administration does the most feckless, pathetic thing, like that I think they've even done their entire administration in terms of pathetic, signaling, which is that instead of being strong and saying, we support the TikTok ban, TikTok should be banned, it's a threat to America, blah, blah, blah. Someone got in their head that this is going to be bad, politically for the
Politically, yeah,
Democrats.
exactly.
There were actually a bunch of Democrat senators and reps that were making speeches about how TikTok shouldn't be banned, even though they fucking signed the bill originally. They're totally backtracking on this whole thing.
There's a
And the Biden,
170 million American users. It's
yes,
hard to imagine that those people don't vote. So,
yes.
yeah.
And so the Biden administration took this pathetically cucked position of saying, oh, we're not going to really talk about the TikTok ban. It's up to Donald Trump. We wipe they're like, we're Pontius Pilate. We wipe our hands of the TikTok ban. Okay. We're going to let Trump deal with it. And it's just like, oh my God. I'm just sitting here like, this is so pathetically lame. Like, just if this was a ban on something that was woke, like if this was some sort of anti-racist ban, we have to ban racists from being racist in America or something, some sort of anti-racist ban, and it was going to be enacted at the same table, like the day before Trump becomes president, the Biden administration be like, of course we're going to enforce this, and we better believe that Trump should enforce it. And if he doesn't, he's a bad person. Like they would go full hog on trying to declare support for this law and demand the Trump administration also supports the law. But because they don't want to be tarred with TikTok going down, even though Biden signed it into law and was supportive at the time, he's all like pussyfooting away from the entire situation.
Yeah, it's a political football at this point. Nobody wants to take responsibility for it. And
Right.
it's like, I don't, 170 million Americans use the app, and those people are all going to be chapped at whoever bans it. So there is a political cost, I think, and Trump recognizes that. But I don't know. I don't know how to get around that politically. I do think, obviously, look, and I agree, what the Biden administration is doing is disgusting. Like, they're already out of here. I think, Biden could take the bullet for everyone,
Yes.
right? He could. He
Yes.
could say, look, this is something that I believe in. I think it's for the good of the country. I know many people in the Democratic Party disagree with me, and that's fine. But, I think this is going to be good in the long run, and I'll take the political hit for it. Like, what does he have to lose? He's already fucking the most popular dude out there, right? But
Unpopular. Yeah.
no, he's like, I didn't do it. I
Right.
mean, you signed the fucking law, dude.
Yeah. Like this to me, you're 100% correct. Biden is on the outs. He's already unpopular.
Yes.
What does he have to lose? I don't know if either just he's such a shill for the Democratic Party at this point that the Democratic
He could
operatives
give them cover, though.
told him that he should try to do this feckless thing, or if maybe he's just like, no, I'm not going to fall on the sword because you guys, pushed me out of
Ousted
the
me. I
election.
think that's what's going on
And
right
it's just a
here.
pure ego move of saying, no, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, screw you maneuver.
Yeah, yeah. It's just such a weird situation.
Which
Such a weird situation.
there was a New York Times article that came out the other day that talked about how Chuck Schumer, it was like a week before Biden dropped out, where Chuck Schumer goes to Joe Biden and he's like, you need to drop out. Everyone wants you
Oh,
to
I
drop out.
know. I
It's a total
know.
disaster. And apparently, according to the New York Times, the Biden administration had internal polling that showed that if he stayed in the race, he had a 95% chance of losing the
Yeah.
reelection. Okay.
Yep.
So, okay. So now
He's
we
he's
go,
delusional at this point.
right.
So
So now we go to present day where Trump said that he's going to try to save TikTok, which
right.
is disgusting, obviously. And the question here, now there is a way that TikTok could be saved. which is that it could,
They divest. Yeah, just like the
divest,
law says.
right, divest entirely from China and let an American company or American individual, purchase it, which that was what they were supposed to be doing for, the last 270 days. And they've made, there've been a bunch of rumors about people trying to buy it. There's been no actual movement whatsoever, no actual attempt by TikTok, by anyone to really to allow TikTok to be divested from China, from ByteDance. Okay. It's all just a stalling technique. It's all just bullshit tactics.
Yeah,
And so
totally.
I'm very skeptical. I'm not optimistic when Trump says that he's going to try to put a pause on the ban. And this actually comes up in the oral arguments, and we'll hear it. And the question is, Donald Trump is actually saying that he is not only going to extend to put a pause on this ban, but he's going to give protection to any private company that does not ban TikTok, which is very interesting because the question is going to be, does Donald Trump have any legal authority to do this action, number one? And are private companies are they going to listen to Donald Trump? Is Google and the Apple Store and anything and any of these other companies that have to work with TikTok to make TikTok run, to make it operate, are they going to trust Donald Trump's executive order to give them cover? And if Donald Trump puts an executive order that gives them cover, but it turns out that that executive order is not legal, are all those companies going to be on the hook liably? Are they all going to get slammed with a bunch of penalties from the government?
Yeah,
which is kind of
the fines are giant. The fines
Yes.
are completely insane. So it's a high stakes game. The question is, I'm sure Donald Trump is talking to these executives directly, and I guess we'll find out, because if he says, I will give you protection, and I'm not going to let my Department of Justice sue you. Can that be done? Is that a possibility?
So,
I mean, that's kind of insane as well, right?
right. So, well, right now you have up on screen. This is that the president does have authority to give a 90-day extension before this ban
That's
goes into
in the
effect.
law. Okay.
It's in the law. Okay. So
All
let me
right.
read what the president has to satisfy in order for this, because it can't just be like willy-nilly. There actually has to be something. So it says, with respect to a foreign adversary controlling application, the president may grant a one-time extension of not more than 90 days with respect to the date of which the subsection would otherwise apply to such application pursuant to paragraph 2, if the president certifies to Congress that a path to executing a qualified divestiture has been identified with respect to such application.
Okay,
B,
so someone has to pony up. There has to be a deal on the table.
yes, a path. So there has to be someone in the works that's going to buy this from ByteDance.
There are 3 paths now that they could claim are on the table, because there are 3 people interested in buying the app. So that might be satisfied.
This might have to be adjudicated, because what does a path mean? Does it mean just someone saying that they're willing to buy it, or does there actually have to be movement on the table to that actually,
well, they could say they're in negotiations. I mean, fuck. I mean, I think there's a lot of leeway in that, obviously.
Maybe. It says the president's supposed to certify this to Congress, right?
Okay.
B.
Yeah, B.
Evidence of significant progress towards executing such qualified divestiture and has been produced with result to such application. So you need evidence of significant progress.
That's a tough climb.
Right.
Yeah. And then, like, an offer would have to be accepted at that point, I think.
You would think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like very close to being formalized.
Right.
And C, there are in place the relevant binding legal agreements to enable execution of such qualified divestiture during the period of such extension.
Oh my God. So they have to actually have some kind of deal in writing.
Right. So to be clear, this extension, now it doesn't say it has to be one of these 3. It says it has to be all of these 3.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
So looking at this extension, that's obviously not the case with TikTok. There is no binding legal agreement. There is no significant progress towards any of this stuff. There's nothing close to this whatsoever.
Wow.
And so this is the weird problem, is because when Donald Trump is sworn in tomorrow and becomes president and he writes some executive order to give TikTok another 90 days or something, it's not going to satisfy any of these requirements. And so the question then goes to the private companies and they say, okay, what am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to just have faith that Donald Trump will not follow the law and Donald Trump will tell his Justice Department to not prosecute me, even when the courts probably rule that his executive order does not follow the law and is not valid, and TikTok should have been banned and should not have had a 90-day, pause?
Well, somebody is going to sue Donald Trump for this. Is Donald Trump's DOJ going to defend that lawsuit?
Probably.
Okay. Well, this is a losing case. This case is going to lose, obviously.
Yes.
If there's no sort of legally binding contract in play at the time that they do the extension.
Yeah. Yes. So, and then even worse was that Donald Trump had a statement where he was saying something like he wanted America or an American to own at least 50% of TikTok, which doesn't even satisfy the criteria of the law itself.
They have to own all of it.
Yes. It was, they have to own all of it. And no one that was in part of a foreign adversary, I think it was no individual involved in a foreign adversary country could own more than 20% on an individual level. And so that wouldn't satisfy the criteria at all.
Yeah. This is ugly. Super ugly.
Yes.
Look, inauguration is Monday.
Yes. Yes. So this is going to be the decision for Google and Apple and all these other companies that they're going to have to figure this out tomorrow. Because, last night, it was very interesting. Last night, TikTok and this, a lot of people in the know were claiming that this is totally staged, totally manipulation, totally propaganda, was that last night, TikTok voluntarily shut down its own service.
Right.
Which is kind of a little surprising. They voluntarily shut down their own service. And they said, we can't come back, because there's a ban. And then shortly after, the message changed to, we're working with Donald Trump to make it so that TikTok can come back. And then today, apparently TikTok is back in service.
Yeah.
Okay. Citing Donald Trump is saving. So this all
they're just playing us. China's just fucking playing us so hardcore. It's disgusting.
Yes. So this whole thing seems to be very, very intentionally sort of crafted by TikTok.
I was thinking about the dossier that China probably has on Trump, and like the dossier we have on President Xi, and how theirs is probably like 10,000 pages and ours is probably like a page.
Mm-hmm.
It's just insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
They have us at an extreme disadvantage here.
Yeah. Well, and also, there was the whole situation where I forget one of Donald Trump's, I forget his name, one of Donald Trump's biggest supporters who's been giving him, in his super PACs all this money has millions or billions of dollars invested in TikTok.
How?
It says today, the billionaire Jeffrey Yass holds a 15% stake in TikTok's Chinese parent company, ByteDance.
Okay, so he's invested in ByteDance, not in TikTok.
Right. So, but that's even worse. That's even worse. He's directly involved in that Chinese parent company itself specifically, right?
Right.
So, and he's been highly involved with Trump and Trump campaign and giving him money and recommending people to be on Trump's staff and all this stuff.
Right. Yeah. So he's basically a foreign adversary.
Yeah, he should basically be part of the FARA,
Yeah.
He should have to be a foreign agent at this point, yes. So, this Jeffrey Yass person.
Right.
Okay. So all that being said, we should listen to the oral arguments are actually very interesting in terms of the legal issues raised here, in terms of what the lawyers on both sides are arguing, in terms of getting a perspective of how the justices react to all of this information and what their arguments and what their position is on all this. Because I've been hearing so many bad, mind-numbingly stupid arguments from people who are very against the TikTok ban on why this is illegal or immoral or bad. And they have literally no clue what they're talking about.
Right. Yeah. There's basically three arguments, right? There's the data collection argument. There's the espionage argument. There's the free speech argument. And look, I think that the psychological experimentation is an argument as well, but nobody's
Yes.
talking about it. So
Well, they talk
there's
about the
four arguments.
propagandizing of people argument.
Oh yeah, I guess that could fall into there.
Right. Okay.
Garland and the consolidated case. Mr. Francisco.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Under the Act, one of America's most popular speech platforms will shut down in 9 days. That shouldn't happen for three reasons. First,
you're just listening. This is Noel Francisco. This is the attorney for TikTok and ByteDance speaking first.
Right. He's in favor. He's against the TikTok ban.
Yes, yes.
TikTok Incorporated is a U.S. company speaking in the United States. The Act requires it to go dark unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. Whether you call that a ban or a divestiture, one thing is clear. It's a burden on TikTok's speech, so the First Amendment applies. Second, the Act is content-based from beginning to end. It applies only to social media platforms that have user-generated content except for business, product, and travel reviews. Within that content-based universe, it singles out a single speaker for uniquely harsh treatment, and it does so because the government fears that China could, in the future, indirectly pressure TikTok to disseminate foreign misinformation and propaganda. Finally, the Act can't satisfy any standard of scrutiny. The government has no valid interest in preventing foreign propaganda, and its fallback that it seeks merely to prevent covertness makes no sense, since that could be addressed with a risk disclosure. The government's real target, rather, is the speech itself. It's fear that Americans, even if—
I do like the idea that's like, you know, if they just say when you every time you click on TikTok, it just says, warning, this app is controlled and run by the Chinese government. It's like, that'll solve everything, right? That solves all the problems. That solves all the problems of them potentially stealing all your data and having it all at their fingertips that they could use for whatever purpose they want, you know, the next 5, 10, 20 years down the road.
We should put warning labels on crack cocaine too, right?
Yeah.
Warning, this will destroy your entire life.
Yeah, like a lot of the countries, they'll put, I remember I don't know if it was in Canada, I think it was in Canada, they used to put like pictures of lungs that had cancer,
totally.
like on the packs of cigarettes. It's like,
right.
Okay.
They got some guy half dead corpse in a hospital bed.
Right.
This is you in 6 months.
People are still like, smoke
People
up.
are still smoking. Look, they smoke all over Europe too.
Yep.
It's crazy.
if fully informed, could be persuaded by Chinese misinformation. That, however, is a decision that the First Amendment leaves to the people. Given that the government's data security rationale cannot independently sustain the act, it is also grossly under-inclusive and ignores the most obvious, less restrictive alternative, simply banning TikTok Incorporated from sharing any sensitive user data with anyone. In short,
so this is kind of a lie, and they actually talk about this during the oral arguments, which is that the U.S. government had been working with TikTok for a year trying to figure out a way to alleviate the data concerns. And there had been a lot of kind of misinformation about this. There's a lot of talk about, could the United States like have a data server in the US that is blocked off from China, that all the personal data just stays in America and is not sent to China. Okay. And TikTok supposedly said to the government, according to the Supreme Court case, no, that's impossible. And the reason for that is because the algorithm that ByteDance uses supposedly requires that it receives all the personal data in order to work in the first place. So there's absolutely no feasible way to structure a way to prevent ByteDance and China from receiving personal information. It is impossible.
That's crazy.
This act should not stand. At a minimum, you should preliminarily enjoin it, which will allow you to carefully consider this momentous issue and, for the reasons explained by the President-elect, potentially moot the case. I welcome your questions.
Exactly what is TikTok's speech here?
TikTok, Your Honor, uses an algorithm that, in its view, reflects the best mix of content. What the Act does is it says TikTok cannot do that unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. That's a direct burden on TikTok speech, much less of a burden than the one that this court struck down in the Simon & Schuster case, where all the author had to do was take a certain amount of proceeds and put it into an escrow account for a short period of time to satisfy a civil judgment.
So why does a restriction on ByteDance, which is not a citizen, is not located in the U.S.?
Hey, hold on. I want to talk about this Simon & Schuster case for a second here.
This is Clarence Thomas speaking now, too.
This is Clarence Thomas speaking.
He's a conservative justice.
I'm going to go back in a second, and I'll talk about later, because they talk a lot about what does it mean to be content-based, what are the levels of scrutiny, and I'll explain all that stuff. But this is kind of interesting because I didn't know about this Simon & Schuster's case that they're talking about. This was actually the Goodfellas case, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you've seen the movie Goodfellas, it's about Henry Hill, who was in the mafia, and he wrote a book that detailed, all the things he was doing, and he made a bunch of money out of it. And apparently in New York, they had this thing called the Son of Sam law, which was aimed to prevent criminals from making money off of, writing books or stories about their own crimes. And the New York state crime victim boards basically said Simon & Schuster has to put all of Henry Hill's money that he would receive into an escrow account that has to be distributed to any victims of his crimes. He cannot make any money off of this, right? And so this case, which, first of all, I agree with that. I think that is that's the way it should be.
It's poetic justice, right?
Right. So this case went to the Supreme Court. However, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the law was a content-based restriction, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and thus was presumptively inconsistent with the First Amendment. So they acknowledged that the state had a compelling interest in compensating the crime victims, but they found that the law was too broad and not narrowly tailored, and they actually ruled in favor of Simon & Schuster and Henry Hill. But then, so in response to that, the New York rewrote the law to make it narrower. And they basically, okay, so it says the original law required any income derived from a crime or from works describing a crime, such as a book or movie, to be placed in an escrow account for potential distribution to the crime's victims. They said that this was overly broad and it was a content-based restriction on free speech. So they revised the law in 2001 that said any funds received by a convicted person as a direct result of their criminal notoriety, regardless of the source, would be put in the fund. And by changing it from like any funds received as opposed to describing the crime, they were trying to do that to circumvent a First Amendment
so that they
challenge.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Now, this law is still in place. A lot of other states have similar laws. This version of the law has not, I don't believe, has gone to the Supreme Court and hasn't been challenged yet.
Right.
So it's unclear whether it will be upheld or not. I think it should be upheld.
Right. Yeah. So look, you're free to write a book or exercise your freedom of speech, but we're going to take your money for your notoriety. That's an interesting workaround. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Period of time to satisfy a civil judgment.
So why does a restriction on ByteDance, which is not a citizen, is not located in the U.S., a restriction on TikTok?
Because what the law says to TikTok is that TikTok, you cannot use the algorithm that you prefer to use unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. So the law therefore falls directly on TikTok itself. It imposes a burden on TikTok speech, again, a much more significant burden than the one that was struck down in Simon & Schuster.
So you're converting the restriction on ByteDance's ownership of the algorithm and the company into a restriction on TikTok speech. So why can't we simply look at it as a restriction on ByteDance?
Because I think the burden falls directly on TikTok, and I can use a hypothetical that helps illustrate the point. So
just to be clear, the argument is TikTok is an American company, supposedly. but its parent company, ByteDance, is a Chinese company, and they run the algorithm. They have ownership over TikTok. So the argument would be like, well, why does like a Chinese company or China doesn't have First Amendment rights in America? So in order to try to circumvent this, they say, well, technically TikTok is, it's an American company, so therefore it should have First Amendment protections. That's the argument.
Right. Yeah.
And Justice Clarence Thomas here is like, well, he's saying, does that make any sense? If they just TikTok can divest from ByteDance, so their freedom of speech, is that actually being infringed by doing such an action?
Yeah, the freedom of speech stuff is really aimed at like curating your feed, your TikTok feed. But if TikTok is using data, like say TikTok just downloads all your text messages on your phone to everyone, to use that as a way to kind of get a psychological profile of you that will help them curate their feed. I mean, that's a component that how does that fit into freedom of speech?
It does.
Yeah, they're literally, we have to know everything about you in order for us to have our freedom of speech.
Well, and there's an aspect of this that I'm surprised only comes up very briefly, which is that the TikTok lawyers keep sort of making these analogies and acting like TikTok is a newspaper.
Yes, it's not. Look, it's downloading all of your fucking text messages.
Right. Not yes. So you have, number one, you have security concerns, which you would not ever have with a newspaper. That's number one. But number two, a newspaper has, hires authors and has editors, and it has like some sort of editorial discretion. When someone's reading a newspaper, they're like, okay, I'm like reading something that another person wrote that has a specific slant, that there's editors involved, blah, 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 blah. Like the whole point of TikTok and X and other social media platforms is that they're not supposed to be being curated by some sort of editor, right? This was sort of why there's this argument that if the New York Times accidentally posts CP on their website, then they get in trouble. You can sue them for that. Or if they accidentally post defamatory information, you can sue the New York Times because you're like, well, you have editors. So you have a responsibility to make sure that what you're printing is true. But if Twitter or Facebook or some of these other people accidentally post CP, or like an account does, or they post something that's a lie, as long as it's, you challenge it and they take it down within some timely manner, that's fine. They say, well, we don't really have responsibility for what's posted on the platform to the extent that a newspaper does, because, it's just for user.
Platform,
yeah, it's like user content. We're just managing the platform. Right.
Right.
And so I don't understand why TikTok, it shouldn't be a free speech argument whatsoever, because TikTok, unless TikTok is claiming that they're making specific political messages with their algorithm, they're not supposed to be really engaged in speech really at all. They're just supposed to be engaged in managing a content platform where other people can speak.
Yeah, this is a Section 230 carve out, right, for social media platforms. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, we're not engaging in free speech. You're engaging in free speech on our platform.
Exactly.
Right. But he is making the argument that this is the American company. Well, ByteDance is an American company, but
TikTok
is the American company. He's saying that they have free speech protection.
Right.
It's the 230 thing. It's like they want to play both sides of that argument.
Exactly.
They want to be a publisher and they want to be a media platform, just whenever it suits them.
That China used its leverage over Jeff Bezos's international empire, including his Chinese businesses, to force the Washington Post to write whatever China wanted on the front page of the Post. Surely the government couldn't come in and say, Jeff Bezos, you need to either sell the Washington Post or shut it down. That wouldn't just violate Mr. Bezos's First Amendment rights. That would also violate the Washington Post's First Amendment rights, because they are ultimately the one that's suffering the burden under that law, because they have to go dark and close up their books.
Counsel, you began by saying this is a U.S. company operating in the United States.
Okay, this argument is retarded. Okay. He just said if Jeff Bezos was being blackmailed or coerced into, spreading propaganda, Chinese propaganda, that would be legally allowed, and the government couldn't do anything about it. Okay. But we'll come back to that. That comes up again.
United States.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the ultimate company that controls it, ByteDance, was found by Congress, and I quote this, to be subject to Chinese laws that require it to assist or cooperate with the Chinese government's intelligence work, quotes, and to ensure that the Chinese government has the power to access and control private data that the company holds. So are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is in fact subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government?
Well, Your Honor, I don't think you are supposed to ignore that at all, but I also don't think that it changes the analysis for a couple of reasons. Look, TikTok and...
Well, just hold a second. Well, as I said, you began by saying this is a U.S. company operating in the United States, and it seems to me that you're ignoring the major concern here of Congress, which was Chinese manipulation of the content and acquisition and harvesting of the content.
Sure. And I'll start by saying that TikTok Incorporated is a United States subsidiary operating in the United States with its own set of free speech rights.
Do you dispute the fact that ByteDance has ultimate control of TikTok in its corporate organization?
Yes, Your Honor, I do dispute that, but I also don't think that it matters, because even if China could exercise overwhelming power against TikTok versus ByteDance, I don't think it would change the analysis. And I can take that Washington Post hypothetical and ratchet it up a little bit to help illustrate the point. Let's suppose that the Chinese government had actually taken the Bezos children hostage, and it was using that leverage in order to force Bezos and the Washington Post to publish whatever they wanted on the front page of the Post. So China effectively has total control. I still don't think that Congress could come in and tell Bezos either sell the Post or shut it down, because that would violate Bezos's rights and the Washington Post rights. Maybe what they could do is come in and say, you need to disclose the fact that you're under this amount of coercion, so that the people who are looking at the paper understand it and can make their own assessment. But I think the First Amendment rights of both Bezos and the Post would be directly implicated, notwithstanding that China in that scenario has effectively total control over what gets printed in the Washington Post.
Counsel, let me break this down.
Okay, so this argument is like idiotic. Okay, I can't even believe that he made this argument. So I was trying to look this up to see, has this ever happened before, where a person has kidnapped someone's children to coerce them into publishing information, and has this ever come to court? I couldn't find a case specifically about that exact issue, right?
Right.
But what I did find was it's a very famous case called Gibney versus Empire Storage and Ice Co. This is from 1949.
Skibidi toilet?
No, Gibney. Not Skibidi, Gibney. Okay. The Gibney
toilet?
Yeah, the Gibney ice toilet case, right? And this is a very heavily cited case. Okay. The courts have upheld consistently from this case that illegal activity and speech integral to crime conduct is not protected speech.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So they said, so basically what happened in this case was the state court said that members of a union of ice peddlers were peacefully picketing the place of business, but they found that the sole purpose of the picketing was to force the business to agree to not sell ice to non-union peddlers. Now, the problem with that was that in that state, there was a law that said that that was illegal, that they couldn't do that. They couldn't be forced, or they couldn't just sell the non-union ice peddlers. So basically what the court said was, well, yes, even though picketing is protected speech, your picketing is trying to induce someone to do something
illegal,
yeah. Right?
Yeah.
So it's not protected free speech.
Interesting. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And so, and this has been kind of upheld in like other things about, trying to get people to do violent actions imminently and things of that nature. Right. And so the idea that Jeff Bezos would hypothetically have protected speech if China kidnapped his children and forced him to publish propaganda, the fact that this guy's arguing that that would somehow be protected First Amendment speech is absurd.
But it's not really Jeff Bezos' speech, obviously, at that point. It's China's speech.
It's the kidnapper's speech. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Understand your argument that there is a First Amendment right that the U.S. company has. I'll go that far with you, okay?
I'll take it.
Because we're affecting their ability to talk in whatever way they choose. The Washington Post could choose without any influence or threat against the children of Mr. Bezos to promote Chinese policy, and our First Amendment would permit them to do that if they chose it independently, correct?
Yes.
Now the question becomes, so it's not, that's just a given that they have a First Amendment right. The next question is, assuming they do, what's the level of scrutiny we apply? Isn't that what the issue here?
That is certainly one of the issues, Your Honor.
All right. So if we get to that side of the issue, that TikTok USA has some sort of First Amendment right, taking your example, if the government said no speaker is free to speak under a criminal compulsion by someone else because of extortion, because of kidnapping, we are doing this because it is the only way to ensure the safety of people, that they are not going to be kidnapped or threatened, their lives threatened. You don't think that the government has a compelling state interest in saying, if there is a threat, a physical criminal threat against someone to do some activity, that the government couldn't say, I'm not questioning whatever the content is of that activity. I'm simply saying we, in our governmental powers, have a right to say, you can't do that. You can't speak.
So this is
That's so basic.
Right. So this is Sotomayor talking. And yeah, I mean, it's a good point. It's a very basic point, which is why I can't believe this guy even bring this up, is that if this hypothetical happened, okay, where China kidnapped Jeff Bezos' children to make the Washington Post print Chinese propaganda, and say it was like known that this has happened, and if this went to court and they said, well, you can't do anything about it because even though his children are kidnapped, it's free, somehow free speech for him to say this, right? Like,
it's China's free speech.
Yeah, it's China, I guess. Yeah, this totally incentivizes anyone who runs a newspaper to have their family be kidnapped.
Of course, yeah.
Right? It's just completely says, okay, everyone's fair game. That, like, if you're in charge of any sort of publication, you can be literally coerced by any actor in the entire planet, and the government, U.S. government, says, well, that's fine. Right? Like,
Blackmail is back on the table again.
Exactly. Like, this is an insane argument. Oh my God. And the idea that the government wouldn't have a vested interest in stopping that criminal behavior by saying, no, you can't actually do that.
Right. It's not free speech. Coercive speech through another party is not free speech.
Yes.
Sure, Your Honor. So to take your question in pieces, I do think that they would have a compelling interest in that scenario to do something. But what I don't think is that they could simply target speakers in speech. Take, for example, generally applicable laws like the trading.
So you think in that situation that the only thing the government could do is tell the Washington Post, disclose to the public
that you're being blackmailed.
You are saying this because you are being forced to.
There goes the kids. They're all dead now.
Yeah.
So
that's the only remedy the government could undertake?
No, Your Honor, but I want to make sure I understand the hypothetical. The compelling interest is in...
Why is he like...
It was your hypothetical.
Yes, I know. It's like, I understand the hypothetical. That's what you brought it up.
It's your fucking hypothetical, dude.
It's your hypothetical. What the fuck?
Oh
my God.
Preventing this kind of compulsion, coercion, and ultimately harm to children. And I think that the government has a lot of different ways they can address that through speech-neutral laws. And I was going to point to things like the Trading with the Enemy Act or Russia sanctions. You can broadly say and attack problems.
They haven't been very effective.
Well, be that as
we're still having people kidnapped. We're still having coercion.
And be that as it may, you can say to Americans, you cannot collaborate with our enemies at all. And if you do that, you're going to be severely punished for doing that.
All right, we can go on to the effectiveness of the remedy. But the point is, I believe, that even if your First Amendment rights are impinged and there is some protection The question is at what level of scrutiny?
Yes, Your Honor.
And whether that the action is content neutral or not.
I agree that
Okay, so I should probably explain the
Yeah, let's go
scrutiny
through the
thing.
scrutiny stuff.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll explain what this is. Okay.
There's strict scrutiny. Do you want to here? I can bring the screenshot.
You can bring up that little
you
thing
sent me.
I sent
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Okay. So when courts are trying to figure out whether a law is constitutional, there's what they call these 3 levels of scrutiny. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The lowest one is the rational basis review. This is the lowest standard, the most lenient standard. If something is found to be rational basis review, the court assumes that the law automatically, they start assuming that the law is constitutional as long as it's rationally related to some legitimate government interest. And the burden of proof falls on the challenger to show that actually the law is not rationally related to its purposes. Okay.
Okay.
And so this is used mostly for laws that don't involve some kind of fundamental right protected in the Constitution or some suspect classification. So like a general welfare law, some kind of economic or business regulation, something to that aspect. So like a zoning law or something, like those would all be rational basis review. You have to show that the government is doing something that's not rationally related to its purpose. Okay.
Right. Okay. Laid out in the Constitution. So it's
Right.
kind of tenuously tied to the Constitution.
Yes. The medium level is called intermediate scrutiny. Okay. So this is like the middle ground. In this, courts require the government to prove, not the person, but the government to prove that the law is substantially related to an important government interest. So the burden of proof falls on the government to justify the law's validity. And this often comes in the cases where you have these, what they call quasi-suspect classifications. So, this comes up when we talk about gender, right? Gender is like one of these quasi-suspect classifications because you can discriminate on gender in some respects, like with bathrooms or with sporting categories and things of that nature, but not in others like employment or most employment. Some employment you actually can, right? That's why it's a quasi-suspect.
Okay.
And
then strict scrutiny.
Right. And then the strict scrutiny is the most rigorous standard. This is the highest standard. In this, the government has to show that the law is narrowly tailored to serve a very compelling government interest and uses the least restrictive means to achieve its purpose. So when they say narrowly tailored, what they mean is that they have to show that this law is like hyper focused on like this very specific thing that is the government's interest, and that doesn't like have an general effect on other aspects of life, or can't have an over general aspect on other avenues of life. And the burden of proof falls entirely on the government to do this. This usually comes into effect when you have a law that affects fundamental rights, such as freedom of speech, freedom of religion, voting, things of that nature. Anything that has a suspect classification, such as race, religion, national origin, anything like that, these are all going to trigger strict scrutiny usually.
Right, because they don't want the law to impede on anyone's rights.
Yes.
Anyone's constitutional rights.
Right. Now, when they say content-based, what they mean is that, is this law restricting speech on the basis of the content of the speech?
The kind of speech it is, yes.
Yes. And if the court agrees that this is a content-based restriction, right? So, for example, if there was a case that was like, is it legal or illegal to burn a flag, right? That is content-based. It's based on, what is the message of burning the flag, right?
Right. Yes.
Or like something to that effect. Or if you say, oh, I think America sucks and should be destroyed, right? That's a content-based restriction. If the government
I guess like what kind it is kind of, it's really about the content, the message, not really the kind, as in obviously burning a flag is a different kind of performance art next to like actually writing some sort of document.
Right. But if you say that flag burning is illegal, it's the content of the action that is what's triggering the law.
Right. Yes.
If you say it's illegal to call someone a communist. It's the content. It's saying you cannot call a person a thing, right? It's based on the content of the speech.
Didn't we move from freedom of speech to like freedom of expression in the case of flag burning and stuff like that? People were trying to argue that it's not really applicable for freedom of speech.
They did, and they failed.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
So if the courts find that this is a content-based restriction, then that doesn't automatically mean the law fails, but it means that the law is going to have to looked at through the strict scrutiny lens, which means it's significantly harder for the government to justify that the law exists or should exist, essentially. So that's why the TikTok people keep trying to say that this is a content-based restriction, because they want to force the courts to look at it through the highest lens of strict scrutiny, which would make it more likely that they'll have to say that the law is unconstitutional.
Because it's not narrowly focused. It's not narrow enough.
Yes.
It's too broad.
Right.
Yeah.
So I have some examples. Here's examples of when the government found, or the court found, that it was a strict scrutiny case, but they still upheld the law. Okay. There was Korematsu versus United States. This is basically the law that allowed the internment of Japanese Americans. So even though the court acknowledged that it was a violation of constitutional rights based on racial discrimination, they upheld that the government had a compelling interest in preventing espionage and sabotage during the war. Now, obviously, in modern times, we would heavily criticize such a thing, but that
this is the same kind of thing. They're worried about espionage.
Yes.
From the app. So
right.
Yeah.
Right. But they're not throwing all the Chinese people into camps. So
I know it's much less of a intrusive remedy, right? Just banning the app is not throwing a bunch of people in internment camps.
There was another case that has since been overturned, which was Gruder versus Bollinger in 2003. This was the University of Michigan Law School used race as one factor in its admissions process to promote diversity. And this was challenged as violating the Equal Protection Clause. And the Supreme Court acknowledged that it did, but ruled that achieving diversity in education was a compelling interest. And the admissions process was narrowly tailored to use race as one factor without rigid quotas. Now, obviously,
what year was that?
2003.
Okay. Wow.
And so since then, this recent court has since thrown that out and says, no, you do not actually have state doesn't have a compelling interest to do that.
Fuck diversity. That's what this court said.
Now, a strict scrutiny case that is still being upheld is that this was Burson versus Freeman. This was in 1992. A lot of states have this, but in this case, it was a Tennessee law prohibited electioneering within 100 feet of a polling place. So I don't know if they do this in California. I know they do this in Florida, where they say like within 100 feet of where people vote, you can't have signs saying who to vote for, or any sort of
they do that here in California too, but people disobey all the time. So.
Oh, really? Okay. So people argued that those laws are a restriction of free speech, and the court said it is a restriction of free speech, but in order to protect voters from voter intimidation and ensuring a fair electoral process, it's totally allowed. So it's strict scrutiny, but they said it's still allowed to have that. There's also Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project in 2010. This comes up a little bit in this TikTok case. Is a federal law that prohibited providing material support to foreign terrorist organizations, even if it's for peaceful purposes.
So did this case fall under strict scrutiny, but it's still compelling because of the espionage component?
The TikTok case? Or
this one. Yeah, the TikTok case.
Well, do you want me to spoil it? Or do you?
I mean, I'm curious, but I mean, if you want to, you don't have to spoil it now. Stay tuned to the end of the live stream.
Find out, yes. Okay.
I mean,
so those
I
are
am
just
curious.
Some examples, right? So some examples of when content-based laws have come into effect and the courts have still allowed them are obviously things related to porn or CP. There's the Brandenburg case, which you've probably heard of. Sometimes this is when you talk about general advocacy of violence. And, there's the whole, like, it has to be someone inciting imminent lawlessness. That's a content-based restriction, but it's still upheld.
Material all that support comes out of that case?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Material support to terrorism is not allowed. There's certain obscenity laws that are upheld. These are content defamation, fighting words, copyright infringement. These are all content-based restrictions. So they did target strict scrutiny, but the court still said that it was allowed the government is allowed to restrict these things.
So all the defamation laws basically went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said that's not free speech.
Yeah, well, I don't know if all of them did, but at some point, when there was some defamation law, they said it's my free speech to defame someone, and the Supreme Court said no, it's not.
No,
actually.
it's not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Fascinating.
I agree that that is the way that the analysis proceeds. Here, we believe that the level of scrutiny should be strict scrutiny.
What is the relevance of the history? Chief Judge Srinivasan, in his opinion, in the D.C. Circuit, emphasized that there is a long tradition of preventing foreign ownership or control of media in the United States, going back radio, television, and what have you. I would think no matter the level of scrutiny, that history has to be important, and I want to get your response to it.
I don't actually think it's important in this context, because that history all arises in the context of bandwidth scarcity. And in that context, you have the government that's in the position of doling out a limited number of licenses. And when you have to dole out a limited number of licenses, you by definition have to pick winners and losers. And when you have to do that, you get a certain amount of discretion. I think that's the whole basis of those cases. You can't really take those cases
keep going.
You can't really take those cases and extend them to an area where there is no scarcity, like the World Wide Web, because once you do that, there's really no limiting principle. There's no reason why that wouldn't also apply to really popular books or magazines or newspapers or chains of newspapers. The bandwidth scarcity, I think, is really what justifies the greater discretion that the government gets in that area.
Mr. Francisco, let me see if I can break.
So what he's talking about is, with this scarcity bandwidth, is he's saying the Communications Act in the United States allows the FCC to put restrictions on television and radio. And part of the justification he says, but he's kind of, tailoring the argument in a way that he thinks helps him, is that there's only so many physical radio waves and television waves that can be broadcast. Obviously, cable changes everything, but that could be broadcast without overlapping. There's not infinite physical space for radio waves to exist.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
There's a constraint, a physical constraint.
So they call that the bandwidth scarcity. And while it's true, that's part of the justification to allow the government to regulate, that doesn't really have anything to do with necessarily the specific regulations. Because within the Communications Act, there is a specific regulation against foreign ownership.
Right.
That says subsection B3 prohibits direct foreign ownership of a broadcast license if the foreign entity's ownership exceeds 20%. And B4 limits indirect foreign ownership through a U.S. holding company to 25% unless the FCC determines that allowing higher foreign ownership is in the public interest. So even though it's true that the bandwidth scarcity argument doesn't necessarily apply to the internet, it does show that the government has argued and has been upheld to have a compelling interest in limiting foreign ownership in media companies that it can regulate.
Fascinating.
And then there's another issue too, which is that another reason the government says it has this justification, which I think maybe should apply to the internet, or maybe, I don't know if it should, but at least logically makes sense, is there used to be this argument where they'd say, okay, when you're talking about radio and television waves, not cable, but like normal television waves, the signal is being broadcast everywhere. So you're like in the signal, it's being broadcast at you. And all you have to do is like turn on the radio or turn on the TV and it's right there. And so because it's being broadcast at you, they sort of conceptualize it as like it's an obtrusive thing, like being broadcast at you. It's intrusive. You don't really have to do anything to get it. Now, I understand that like physically, the internet is not being broadcast at you. Your computer has to send information to TikTok or any other company to get it back. But the outcome of it is essentially the same. It's not like a cable company, because a lot of this was they'd argue is like a child can just like walk over and turn the radio on and, oh my God, the child is hearing horrible things. Or they could turn on the radio and, oh my God, they're hearing horrible things. Where like with cable or satellite back in the day, you used to have to like pick up a phone. You have to call the company. They have to send a guy out to like hook your fucking house up to the internet. I mean, to the cable company or the satellite or whatever, right? There's like a big whole thing you had to go through to do all this stuff. The internet doesn't really function like that. Well, it's true that you're like technically sending a request when you type in the website to your computer. It's all like completely accessible to anyone at any time by just typing it in. So I think it is somewhat in that same space of like intrusiveness.
Okay.
Break this down. Suppose that TikTok were outright owned by the People's Republic of China. Would you make the same argument?
I wouldn't be making the same argument, Your Honor.
Why not?
Because there you would have to confront a very different question, whether a foreign government that was speaking in the United States has First Amendment rights, and I don't know that the court has ever addressed that. But here we've got a U.S.
No, I understand that. I just want to see where you draw the line. So it's true.
This guy's so naive. It's like,
well, he's pretending.
As long as there's a shell company, everything is okay.
Right.
The court has never held that a foreign government has free speech rights, and if we were to hold that, I would think it would be because speech by a foreign government, particularly one with enormous resources, is not protected. Allowing that does not serve the underlying interests of the First Amendment, which are, among other things, fostering democratic self-government and furthering the search for truth. So let's assume that we start with that, all right? What if TikTok were then not owned by the foreign government, but it was undisputed that TikTok was totally controlled by the foreign government, could not do one thing without the approval of the foreign government? That's different?
I do think that it is different, Your Honor. For example, I've given the hypothetical that I've given, but there are a lot of companies in this country that have foreign owners, not just companies like Politico, which is German-owned, or Al Jazeera, which is partly owned by the government.
Well, I understand that, but what would be the reason for drawing that line?
Sure,
because there's a good reason for saying that a foreign government, particularly an adversary, does not have free speech rights in the United States, why would it all change if it was simply hidden under some kind of contrived corporate structure?
Because it is a U.S. speaker. I'll give you another example. AMC movie theaters used to be owned by a Chinese company. Under this theory, Congress could order AMC movie theaters to censor any movies that Congress doesn't like or promote any movies that Congress wanted. And I think the reason is that here, where it's conceded, you actually have a bona fide U.S. company. It is not simply a Chinese cutout that is the Chinese government speaking itself.
All right, let's say that's not a United States company. Let's say this is not a complete answer to your First Amendment argument, but would you?
Well, I mean, first of all, the question, Samuel Alito did ask. He said, if TikTok is owned directly by China, is it different? He said yes. And he says, okay,
yes, totally.
If it's a U.S. company, but a shell company, but it 100% does everything China says,
what's the difference?
Yeah. And he's like, oh yeah, it's totally different then. It's like, wait, why though? Like, how is that any different at all whatsoever? And then he brings up AMC movies, which is like, well, wait a minute. First of all, again, it's a completely different thing that you're talking about than TikTok, right? No one's like, it's not like AMC as a movie chain was like, oh, we're only going to promote movies that are, like politically ideological in one way or the other. Like, it was just exactly the same as any other movies theater. I don't think anyone noticed a difference. That's number one. But number two, he says, oh, the government could pass some law that says that they, can restrict what movies that AMC plays, whatever. That's not what this TikTok thing does. And this is why all the people on Twitter don't know what the fuck they're talking about when they keep talking about free speech and that this is an infringement of free speech and content and all this other stuff. Nothing in the TikTok law at all says that there's any restriction on what TikTok can say. All it says is that they have to divest from China. If TikTok divests from China and is fully owned and operated entirely by an American company, they could have all the same content on it and it'd be fine under the law.
Right.
Okay? It's not a content-based restriction at all. Anyone saying that is full of crap.
Yeah, AMC is not rifling through your phone when you're in the movie theater. So It's
Right.
just, it's a completely different scenario.
Would you be willing to concede that this is a very important factor that should be taken into account in deciding whether there's a First Amendment violation?
Well, Your Honor, I think that it does help supply a compelling governmental interest, but I still think you have to march through the strict scrutiny analysis and analyze their interests. I do not think that they have a compelling governmental interest in the manipulation of content. I think that is in the teeth of the First Amendment, and if you look at the government's brief and the rest of the record in this case, that's really what it's focused on. Their complaint is the fear that the content could be critical of the United States government or could undermine our democracy. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Francisco, I just wanted to follow up on that line of questioning with just some fact questions, because it seems to me there are a couple of things that the parties still dispute about facts in this court, which is a little unusual. The government says that TikTok, U.S., has no authority or ability to alter the algorithm or recommendation engine, but must simply follow ByteDance's directives. You disagree with that in your reply brief.
Yes,
somebody has to be right and somebody has to be wrong about that. What's the fact? What does the record show on that?
Well, Your Honor, we are here on a record, and there is nothing in the record that says that TikTok, like any other subsidiary, doesn't have its own independent making authority. If you look at their record sites, what they point to is the ordinary types of control that a parent company has over a subsidiary company, but it doesn't change the fact.
All right, what is the fact? Are you prepared to make a representation?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact is that TikTok Incorporated, as a U.S. company, does have a choice over the algorithm. Now, it would be an incredibly bad business decision for them to abandon this algorithm, and they very doubtful would ever do it, but they have that authority. What they clearly have the authority to do is shut down the platform in the face of Chinese pressure. That's actually what they agreed to do in the National Security Agreement. I think that underscores why TikTok Incorporated, as a U.S. company, does have its own set of First Amendment rights.
Okay.
Geez, we got to get this algorithm, man. This algorithm has to be, on the verge of mind control, basically. It's got to be something juicy, right?
Yep.
Imagine the power of this algorithm. You can make people do anything. It's like top secret technology. That's why they don't want us to have it.
And then another fact question. Before the D.C. Circuit, you argued that the Chinese government has made clear in public statements that it would not permit a forced divestment of the recommendation engine. Does that mean that some key component of the recommendation engine is under Chinese control?
No, Your Honor. What it means, and this might warrant a little more explanation, what it means is that there are lots of parts of the source code that are embodied in intellectual property that are owned by the Chinese government, and they would restrict, like the United States restricts the sale of those types of things to foreign governments. It doesn't alter the fact that this is being operated in the United States by TikTok Incorporated.
Okay.
So
I got it.
Okay.
I got it. And then you represent that the divestiture is not feasible within the Act's time frame. I'm sorry for these fact questions.
Sure.
I just want to understand what's before us. Would it be feasible in any time frame? I take the government doesn't dispute that it's infeasible in the 270 days provided by law. But would it be feasible?
Your Honor, I think, at least as we understand how they've interpreted the qualified divestiture provision, it would be exceedingly difficult under any time frame for two principal reasons. The first is that there's a global team of engineers that are some in China, some in Europe, some in the United States that maintain and update the original source code. And as we understand their interpretation, a qualified divestiture would prohibit any kind of coordination with that global team of engineers. The other reason is because, as we understand how they're...
It's a list of all the Chinese spies. They're like, oh my God, they'd have all of us.
Interpreting it, a qualified divestiture would divorce the U.S. platform from the global content. So, for example, there are videos created in the United States. There are videos created in Ireland. In order to get global content, we need access to the Irish videos. They need access to the U.S. videos.
I got
We
that.
understand that couldn't happen.
Okay, so you think
This app is banned in China. They have no access to any Chinese content at all. Isn't that
No.
ridiculous?
Yeah, what does
Like,
that
how's
tell you?
Yeah, it tells you this is a bullshit argument is what it tells you.
Of course. And, it's funny because when this, a bunch of these complete, disgusting, retarded leftists Zoomer shills, they all jumped to
The
this
Red
Chinese
Note,
app
yeah,
that's called Red Note, but I think it actually translates to like the Little Red Book, which is obviously
right.
an allusion to Mao's Red Communist Manifesto book. Like after there's a very interesting Twitter thread that I retweeted and had screenshots of like Chinese citizens asking Americans about their working conditions
Right.
regarding how many hours they work a week and how much money they make. And lo and behold, shock, shock, it turns out
Guess who
Americans
comes in?
are making a lot more money and working a lot less hours on average than Chinese people. And Chinese people are like, whoa, what the fuck?
How do you think they make the fucking iPhones?
Yeah, exactly.
Work
Yes.
another 100 hours this week, bitch.
Right, right. And there was some surprise that like Americans, are doing much better. And after all this, happened for literally like 1 or 2 days, the Chinese government then started to demand that Red Note would block American users from being able to communicate with Chinese users.
Right, yeah.
Okay. And this is the company that we're supposed to be trusting with our data and with the algorithm and all this other stuff.
Yeah, most of China is just propaganda. Like all of their stats on homelessness and everything is just bullshit. Total bullshit.
Yeah.
The China boys did a video. One of the guys did a video on homelessness and went around with a camera filming all of the homeless people. And the Chinese secret police basically got onto him and were like, "No, you can't do that. You can't record homeless people. What are you doing?
Of course.
We have a homeless rate of 0.00009%, and you just recorded 15 homeless people on one street. You can't do that. What are you thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine? And look, all these people on this Red Note thing, because I've seen a bunch of these videos, are just gobbling up all of these fake statistics going, oh my God, China's utopia.
I know.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. What a bunch of dum-dums. Look, if the United States came out with a statistic that our homeless rate was that ridiculously low, do you think they'd buy it? Hell no.
Of course not. Of course not.
They wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. But China carefully curates the internet so none of this information gets out there. Sure, you might see a couple homeless people, but you think it's just in your area. You're like, oh, we live in the bad part of town.
I think it's probably not feasible in any timeline.
Well, Your Honor, I think it'd be extraordinarily difficult.
Okay, last fact question, then I'll yield the floor here. The government admits that it has no evidence that TikTok has engaged in covert content manipulation in this country, but says that ByteDance has responded to PRC demands to censor content outside of China in other countries. Again, you deny that in your reply brief. Somebody has to be right about that.
Well, Your Honor, the problem there is everything that follows what you just read is redacted, and so I don't know what it says. What the record shows is two things. The record shows, first, what you just said. They haven't done anything here in the United States with respect to TikTok Incorporated. And second, the record also shows through our transparency reports that we haven't removed or restricted content on the TikTok platform in other parts of the world. And TikTok doesn't operate in China. It operates in other parts of the world. We haven't removed or restricted content at the request of China. That's what we put out in our regular transparency
Removed or restricted.
Do you know what this redacted document is that we can't tell?
No,
what it
no,
says?
we can't look. It's redacted by the government. We can't see it.
So our government redacted it?
Yeah, so they have sealed information that they say is that the court has seen, the justices have seen it, but it's not publicly available. And
Right.
TikTok's lawyers are claiming they don't have access to it. The government
So this is
lawyer,
some like CIA report about how they're stealing all our data and totally playing mind manipulation games with us.
something,
But
to
it's
that
top
effect.
secret.
Yes.
The DOJ doesn't want everyone to know, oh yeah, they're totally fucking with you. So they
Yes.
redact all that, but they show it to the justices and then whammo, 9-0, ban the
Right.
fucking thing.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Interesting.
Now it's
Okay.
weird because he's saying that they haven't had access to it. One of the government lawyers later, when they're making their case, says that they did have access.
They
that
really?
the other lawyers
Oh,
did.
okay,
So I
okay.
don't really know who's telling the truth in the.
Well, look, ByteDance wants to get this information. ByteDance wants to know how much the CIA knows about them.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously, though, I will say, even though it was a 9-0, there were two people that wrote concurring opinions, which means that they agree overall, but they want to, put a little asterisk
Voice. Oh, okay. Well,
somewhere in there. And one of the people was Gorsuch, and he did complain about this secret information not being available to the other side.
Yeah, because it's reeks of unfairness, but at the same
Right.
time, I mean, they have to have some kind of information that they at least believe China does not have access to.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
This is so weird because we're operating with one hand tied behind our back because we're a free society, and China they're not a free society.
Yep.
So, yeah,
Exactly.
we're forced to play with our cards on the table, and they're like holding their cards to their face.
Mm-hmm.
So weird.
Though doesn't necessarily cover covert content manipulation, though, right?
Well, Your Honor, I'm limiting my response to what's in the record.
Okay.
It's very difficult for me to respond to things where I don't know what the accusation
I have other
is.
questions about the secret evidence in this case, but we'll get to that later. Thank you.
Mr. Francisco, can I ask you a question about the relevant speech here? So it strikes me that this is a little different than your Bezos example, because there it's clearly content discrimination because we're talking about the ability to post particular articles versus other articles. Am I right that the algorithm is the speech here?
Yes, Your Honor. I would say the algorithm is a lot of things. The algorithm has built within it. It's basically how we predict what our customers want to see.
The editorial discretion.
Yeah, the editorial discretion. It also has built within it the moderation elements. All of this kind of comes together when the source code is translated into executable code in the United States. In the United States, that executable code is then subject to vetting, review, moderation through content moderation algorithms, and so it ultimately lands on the TikTok platform.
But what we're talking about as a net choice is the editorial discretion that underlies the algorithm.
Did she just sucker punch him there with the editorial thing?
No, she's trying to. Well,
that undermines the 230 restrictions.
It's weird.
Or the 230 privilege, I think it is.
Right.
Not really a restriction. Yeah.
The 230 thing never comes up in this case. No one ever mentions it.
Yeah.
It's weird because that would question. Okay, did TikTok just open the door to be
a newspaper
regulated?
Yeah.
The way a newspaper would be regulated, or to be maybe not regulated, but be subject to lawsuits the way a newspaper would be subject to lawsuits. I don't know. That is an interesting question because that is sort of the argument that they're making in terms of their free speech, is that they're saying that their algorithm is an editorial discretion and thus they have free speech.
Right. Yeah.
And I just want to be clear, a lot of your examples talk about, including the Bezos one, the right of an American citizen to repeat what a foreign entity says, or say, I'm hitching my wagon to China, I want to say everything China does. Here, the concern is about the covert content manipulation piece of the algorithm. That is something that ByteDance wants to speak, right?
Well, Your Honor, I think that ultimately it's TikTok's choice whether to put it on the platform.
And you don't want that. Is your client disclaiming
we absolutely resist any kind of content manipulation by China at all. But what I do want to focus in on is what their asserted interests here.
This is such bullshit because he's saying, look, we need the algorithm to tell us what to say. But TikTok is an American company, so it has a choice of saying what the algorithm says to say or not. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
No way.
It just repeats whatever the algorithm tells it to say. This precious, precious algorithm that you're talking about.
Yeah.
They do talk about covertness, but it can't possibly be that all they're concerned about is mere covertness. If all you were concerned about was the covertness untethered from the underlying content, that's something that could be easily addressed through a risk disclosure.
But that goes to scrutiny, the level
Yes, Your Honor.
of the application. Let's say that I agree with you the First Amendment is implicated, and I'm trying to figure out what level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out what content, if any, discrimination is going on here. There's a disproportionate burden. Let's say that I agree with you about that.
This is Amy Coney Barrett, by the way, Supreme Court Justice.
No one is preventing you. You're seeking access to a particular source code, engineering, the recommendation feature. It's the technology that you want. You're not trying to repeat, as in the Bezos example, if we take the speech that the government's concerned about to be the covert content manipulation rationale, you're not seeking to utter that speech.
That's correct, Your Honor. What we are seeking to do is use an algorithm that displays the combination of content that we prefer our users to see on the platform.
And the government doesn't care about that. I mean, the government is fine with you doing that. You can invent it yourself. It doesn't even care what content that displays, cat videos or whatever.
Yeah, but I think that the way that the analysis has to unfold is first you ask, is this law burdening our speech? I think we agree that the law is burdening our speech. Then you have to look at whether the law itself is somehow content-based, not just what their motivations are, but whether the law is content-based. And here, the trigger for this law, the one thing that gets it going is if you operate a social media platform that has user-generated content, unless that content takes the form of a product, travel, or business review. Then within that universe of content, it says there's one speaker we're particularly concerned about, and we're going to hammer home on that one speaker. And then just to make the rubble bounce, they come in and tell us that one of the reasons they're targeting that speaker is because they're worried about the future content on that platform, that it could in the future somehow be critical of the United States or undermine democracy, to pull examples from the government's brief. So I think there's no way to get around the fact that this is a content-based speech restriction, and you do have to go directly to what their interests are. Now, their principal interest is...
I think I'm a little bit surprised by one of the answers that you gave to Justice Barrett. I had understood that TikTok's essential complaint here is that they wouldn't be able to use the algorithm that ByteDance has invented, and that they want to use the algorithm.
I got it wrong. It's Justice
Kagan. Yeah, they sound very similar. You're right. Yeah.
Elena Kagan. Yeah, they do. What's up with that?
I didn't notice that.
They sound exactly the same.
Oh, that's weird.
That's wrong.
Algorithm that ByteDance has invented.
100%. And if I was unclear on...
Wait, hold on. What did she catch on?
Answers that you gave to Justice Barrett. I had understood that TikTok's essential complaint here is that they wouldn't be able to use the algorithm that ByteDance has invented.
Don't they sound like the Marge Simpson sisters? They do.
Oh my God.
You won't be able to get it out of your head now.
A little bit, yeah.
And that they want to use the algorithm that ByteDance has invented.
100%. And if I was unclear on that, Your Honor, I apologize. That is
because I think what Justice Barrett was saying to you is like, what's the problem here? Because ByteDance is a foreign company. Or maybe this isn't what Justice Barrett says, it's just what I say. ByteDance is a foreign company, and you started off with Justice Alito saying, you know, well, we would be making a different argument, and of course that's true. I mean, I would think that Alliance for Open Society makes it pretty clear that you have to be making a different argument with respect to a foreign state or a foreign company. So let's say that they don't have First Amendment rights. The only First Amendment rights lie in TikTok, which does have First Amendment rights. I guess my question is, how are those First Amendment rights really being implicated here? This statute says the foreign company has to divest. Whether or not that's feasible, however long it takes, TikTok still has the ability to use whatever algorithm it wants, doesn't it?
No, Your Honor, and their rights are implicated at a most basic level. In 10 days, TikTok wants to speak. In 10 days, because this law was passed, TikTok cannot speak unless ByteDance executes a qualified divestiture. That's not just ByteDance's choice. That is a condition that's imposed by law.
It definitely has effects on TikTok if ByteDance acts in the way that you are assuming it will act. So this is not to say that the First Amendment isn't involved, because TikTok is going to suffer some pretty severe incidental effects. But they are incidental, aren't they? Because the statute only says to this foreign company, divest or else, and leaves TikTok with the ability to do what every other actor in the United States can do, which is go find the best available algorithm.
I very much disagree that the effects are incidental, because the way that this law works is it is only triggered if somebody is engaging in speech based on their content, user-generated content.
So he's going to keep saying this, even though it doesn't make sense. It's not triggered by content. It's actually, and it's interesting because actually, one of the other justices brings this up, is that it seems more like this is an association case, not a content case, about like a freedom to who you associate with. Because maybe this would be an apt comparison to be if there was a person, there's some political figure who every day, went out and gave a big speech to some crowd of people with a megaphone, and and he only bought megaphones, or only had his sound equipment, it was all bought and managed by Russian sound engineers for some reason, and it was all Russian equipment. And then once Russia invades Ukraine, the U.S. says, okay, well, we're throwing all these sanctions on Russia. You can't buy your sound equipment from Russia anymore. You can't hire your Russian sound engineers anymore. And he says, well, that's a restriction on my freedom of speech because, that means that, in the week when these sanctions come into place, I'm going to have to fire all these Russians and they're going to have to take all their equipment back and I won't be able to speak. And the government's like, okay, well, you can just hire a different, non-Russian person to engineer your sound. You can hire non-Russians to, to provide all the equipment, right? Is that an infringement on your speech?
Not really.
Yeah.
Get a new algorithm, bub.
Yep.
And except for business, product, and travel reviews, it then singles out a single speaker, and you have the concession for the government that one of the reasons they've singled out that speaker.
A lot of emphasis on the idea of just like, I think what you're basically saying is that all speaker-based restrictions generate strict scrutiny. I'm not sure that we've ever said anything like that. Let's put aside your argument that this is facially content-based. It seems to me that your stronger argument, or at least the one that most interested me, was this argument of, look, if the government is doing something specifically for the purpose of changing the content that people see, that has to be subject to strict scrutiny. But I don't see that as affecting TikTok, as opposed to as affecting ByteDance.
Well, no, I very much do see it as affecting TikTok, because they choose this algorithm because it reflects the mix of content. The government's fear is that China could come in and pressure TikTok through ByteDance to TikTok to alter that mix of content to make it too pro-Chinese or too anti-American. That is very much directly a content-based charge straight at TikTok. The other point I would like to...
I hear you.
This is insanely stupid considering the reality of the situation. ByteDance just feeds TikTok the information.
Yes.
It's just so weird.
Yes.
It's like saying that, oh, it's an American printer. All of the content is developed in communist China, but the printer is American.
Right. That it might very well have that effect. I guess what I'm suggesting is that the law is only targeted at this foreign corporation, which doesn't have First Amendment rights. Whatever effect it has, it has. Maybe ByteDance will figure out a way to put this on open source, and then TikTok will be able to use the algorithm.
So, Your Honor, if I could take that on directly, because I think TikTok has First Amendment rights to the extent.
That is fun. What she just said was basically, it's not going to have it. She's like, listen, why doesn't ByteDance just upload the algorithm for everyone to use on the internet? And then they could just, she's kind of saying it tongue in cheek, but it's funny that, they could then, once they upload it for free, then TikTok could use it, right?
Yeah, wouldn't you like to see how much data that algorithm accesses, how much personal data?
Yes. Yeah.
It's got to be crazy. They got a giant dossier on all of us just because some random friend of ours that we haven't talked to for 14 years has used TikTok one time.
Right. And this is why I don't believe that this whole, TikTok, Trump trying to put a pause on this and all this stuff. I don't believe any of this is going to go through, because China does not want an American company to be able to, an actual American company, or someone like Elon Musk. Because remember, when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he went through the algorithm. He said there's a bunch of crazy stuff in there. He he had the Twitter files and let Matt Taibbi and other journalists kind of, skim through it, right?
Yeah, they don't want that with this.
Right, because if that happened, all the dirty little secrets could be revealed, and who knows what kind of crazy things could be nestled deep within the algorithm or within company emails or something to that effect.
Oh, it's got to be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're got to be spying on Congress people and just important people doing corporate espionage, all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah,
Because
I'm
some
sure.
kid, some CEO's kid has TikTok on their phone.
Yeah, of course, of course. And there, I mean, there already was a case, a known case where China did use TikTok information to spy on American journalists who were receiving information they thought were receiving leaked information from TikTok employees. And so they used TikTok information to spy on the American journalists.
Yeah.
And TikTok's response to this was, oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry that happened. We totally fired the people involved in doing that, and that will never happen again.
Yeah, right. They gave him a promotion.
Right.
Extent ByteDance is speaking in the United States, it, I believe, has First Amendment rights. If you conclude that neither has First Amendment rights, then surely the creators have First Amendment rights. But if you take a step back, what their position is that none of these entities, this is the universe of entities affected by this law, none of these entities have the authority to assert First Amendment rights, which means that the government really could come in and say, I'm going to shut down TikTok because it's too pro-Republican or too pro-Democrat or won't disseminate the speech I want, and that would get no First Amendment scrutiny by anybody. That cannot possibly be the case. Yet that is the effect of their position. The last point I'd like to emphasize, though, is this law, like the Playboy case, like the Hobby Lobby case, has built within it a less restrictive alternative, which is the general provision, by definition designed to protect against the very harm the government is identifying. Suppose New York State passes an asbestos abatement law. They say these types of buildings have to abate asbestos. In addition, New York Times, you have to abate asbestos in your building, and they say there are two reasons for this. One, we want to abate asbestos. Two, we hate the New York Times editorial page. Surely, at the very least, what you're going to say is you can't target the New York Times directly. What you can do is throw them into the general process.
Thank you,
we think that's the minimum that should be done here.
Thank you, Counsel. We've been talking about connection between the regulation of TikTok and the burden on expressive conduct. And your basic position is that interfering with the ownership of TikTok constitutes a direct regulation of the expressive conduct of other people. What is your best example in our precedent of a situation where a regulation of corporate structure or something else has been treated as a direct regulation of expressive conduct?
The regulation of a corporate structure as Your Honor, I don't have a case at my fingertips. I can consult.
Well, I don't have one at my fingertips or any other
rebuttal, but I think it's quite clear, though, that if you're saying to a company, you have to stop talking unless somebody else does something, and that's imposed by the force of law, it directly affects that company's speech.
Well, it's again, I don't know if it's directly affecting the company's speech or the speech of third parties, and I'm not sure what where your emphasis is. But again, I'm not sure there's another case where we've said that regulating a company others' expression should be treated as direct imposition on their speech in terms of the standard of review, for example, when it's based on derivative regulation of corporate structure of somebody else.
Well, Your Honor, I think that it's, I would concede that this is a pretty unprecedented case. I'm not aware of any time in American history where the Congress has tried to shut down a major speech platform. But I think that if a law imposes a direct regulation on a third party that in turn results in shutting down somebody else's speech, and they do it for content-based, viewpoint-based reasons, and in particular on this record because the speaker that is ultimately being shut down, they don't like the speech of that particular platform, that's a real problem.
So it may be a real problem or may not, but I just am wondering if there's any precedent where we have that same connection and that it affects the standard of review, for example. You would treat it as a direct restriction on expression. Even the only thing the law does is say, in this case, somebody other than the Chinese government has to own.
So we don't have any.
So the fact that the lawyer for TikTok can't draw any precedent for this restricting the government from regulating corporate structure actually turns out to be pretty bad for him, because this does come up in the opinion, which I believe Justice Roberts wrote.
Oh, wow.
And he's like, yeah, there's nothing that says the government can't, regulate corporate structure. So I don't know what the fuck TikTok's talking about.
Well, they
So-
did. I mean, isn't it Citizens United that says corporate spending is freedom of speech? I mean,
Well,
why
no.
couldn't he
When he
just go
says
to that
corporate
one?
structure, he means like, because he's saying like, well, it's corporate structures to say that who your business is going to work with.
Oh, okay, I got
That
you.
TikTok's
Yeah.
going to be structured in a specific way to work with ByteDance when it could be structured in some other way to work with some other company.
I mean, there's all kinds of regulation around that. If the corporate
course.
structure is like military defense, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Or anti-monopoly laws. Yeah. There's a million regulations about corporate structures. So
Yep.
Direct precedent along the lines that you're citing, but we do have precedents. We have cases like ACARA, and what ACARA says is if the law is totally speech neutral, then that's one thing. We have cases like O'Brien, which say if the law doesn't care about speech but happens to draw in speech, that's another thing. Both of those cases make clear, however, is that when the law is concerned with the content of the speech, when the justification is based on the content of the speech, that's cases like Reed 2, then you do trigger strict scrutiny.
So then I think your argument comes down to, is this direct concern with speech, or is it concerned with the potential for Chinese interference with the level of interference indirectly? In other words, they're not coming back. The Chinese government, TikTok, doesn't care what the people are saying on TikTok. That's not the concern. The concern is that they are regulating a particular channel of communication. And I just wonder if there's any precedent for that type of thing. They're not saying we're going to restrict this content and that content, but not this. They're just saying we're going to be in a position where we can control what happens, whether it's based on the expression, whether it's based on anything else.
So, Your Honor, I disagree. And I think if you take a step back and look at this record, I think it is quite clear that it is focused on both current and potential future content on TikTok, TikTok Incorporated. Here, you don't have just an act that is based on speakers and speech. It's triggered by speech. It's focused on a single speaker, TikTok Incorporated.
Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito?
What if Congress, if there were nothing in this act about content moderation or covert manipulation, what if it was just about preventing what Congress viewed as an enormously powerful, popular application from gathering an arsenal of information about American citizens, and they said this is the worst offender and we're going to require divestiture by this offender? Would there be a First Amendment problem there? And if you think there would be, what would the level of scrutiny be?
Yes, there would be a First Amendment problem if you had a law like this that was only focused on speakers, those who use user-generated content other than product, travel, or business.
Well, Congress concludes that this particular entity is the worst. This is the worst offender, and it happens to be an entity that is involved with speech.
If all you had, so I want to make sure I understand the hypothetical. The only provision you have is one that says this company has to shut down because of data security.
Right.
I would have a different set of arguments. I think it would still implicate the First Amendment, particularly where you have strong evidence that they were being targeted in part, at least because of their speakers and speech. Suppose Congress passed the law that you posited.
All right, but you're changing the hypothetical by injecting congressional concern about the
Okay, well, I'll put that to the side.
So what would your argument be? It would be an equal protection argument?
No, I'd still be saying that ACARA itself makes clear that where a law disproportionately burdens just a speaker, we have to subject that to scrutiny to suss it out, to suss out whether the asserted interest is the actual interest. There, the asserted interest is in data security. I think I would have a couple of arguments under whatever form of scrutiny you wanted to apply, whether it is strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny in that context. I would say first that law is dramatically under-inclusive because it categorically exempts e-commerce apps that this record shows have comparable ties to China.
All right, you say, I don't want to prolong this too much. You say this is not like ACARA, I think primarily because you say that
This Arcara case is kind of funny, or Arcadia case. So there's this case called Arcadia versus New York, and there was a law that made it illegal or classified locations that were involved with prostitution in such a way that allowed them to essentially be shut down. And there was a bookstore that was found via undercover cops, was found to be, it was like an adult bookstore, but they were like doing prostitution in the back or something, essentially.
Appropriate.
Right. And so the New York government, state government, local city government shut them down, and they said, okay, you use this for prostitution. And the bookstore was like, whoa, we sell books here. Okay.
We need freedom of speech.
Yes, this is an infringement on our First Amendment rights. And the Supreme Court basically said, no.
Yeah.
No, just because you're doing something like speaking while you're doing an illegal activity, that doesn't like magically grant you, freedom to do whatever the fuck you want.
Right. Yeah.
So,
the protections are there.
right.
This is so much about the espionage component. So
Yes.
Then they're just doing the same thing as a bookstore. They're saying, oh no, this is just freedom of speech. What are you talking about?
Right. And that would be the problem here would be, okay, if we throw the content issue aside, we just focus on the data collection issue, would fall prey to the same problem as the bookstores, that, okay, if they're collecting data in a way it's illegal, just because they're involved in some speech activity doesn't magically grant them an immunity shield because they're doing something else that is illegal and the government can't regulate.
Yes, totally.
And as they talked about this idea, ByteDance and TikTok have basically already acknowledged that it would be impossible to have the data be secured in America. That's just not a possible option. So this whole thing is off the table. Even if we get some 50% divestiture bullshit, they're still going to be sending all the data to China. That's why this whole thing is nonsense.
Yeah, that's the thing we're trying to stop.
Yes. And I think that's why, there was some criticism, which I understand, about why were so many people focused on the data security, and there seemed to be not as much focus on the content issue of propagandizing children, which I understand, and I do think the propagandizing part is definitely important. But, and I don't know if this was intentional or not, I think a lot of the focus was on the data security thing because it's far easier just legally for the government to regulate on that basis as opposed to the fear of propaganda basis.
Yeah, because then you run into free speech issues, and it's harder to gather evidence, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. But I think intuitively, it's very logical that is going on.
Obviously, yes, right. And as you had that tweet where you were talking about, TikTok starts in 2016, 2017. Is it a coincidence that we see this massive explosion of wokeness around that time period?
Of course not.
I don't know.
Wokeness is like the most divisive ideology known to man.
Yes.
It's been perfected in a Chinese laboratory.
Right.
Just like COVID.
Right.
Yeah. They want to undermine the fabric of our social life. That's the goal.
Yeah.
And they want to keep theirs completely orderly. That's why their TikTok app is boring as fuck.
Of course. And I would wonder, when he talks about how the American shell version of TikTok totally doesn't have to listen to China. It's like, oh, okay. Can you go on TikTok and make a bunch of videos about why the Chinese government is oppressive and sucks, and Tiananmen Square? And can you do all those things? And
is that blocked? I think it is.
Yes. And yeah, it's blocked and suppressed. Right. And it's like, why isn't the US shell company, right? If they don't care about China, why don't they let all that content just, fly free and to the American audience?
Is the Tiananmen Square stuff banned on the American TikTok app? Because I know it's all banned on the Chinese TikTok app.
I think it's heavily suppressed.
Okay.
I don't know if it's just completely
because they
banned.
don't want Americans to know about it.
They just don't want it to be promoted, essentially. Right. It's interesting because in there's the Marvel Rivals game, which just came out, which is very popular, but is made by a Chinese company. You can't talk about Tiananmen Square or any anti-Chinese thing in the chat.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder, could you go on there and talk about homelessness in China or the Uyghur genocide or any of that stuff? Is any of that on TikTok? I'm assuming it's not. Yeah.
No.
which that gives the whole game away. This is such fucking bullshit. I guess, look, Americans can't have free speech on the TikTok app either.
Right. That makes it okay, I guess.
Weird.
Divestiture requires the new company to cease using the algorithm, right?
No, I think it's not like Arcara for a much more fundamental sense. Arcara involved a totally speech-neutral law. It didn't go after speakers at all. If you had a law in Arcara that said we're going to prohibit prostitution in bookstores only, then I think that Arcara would have come out differently. There would have at least been, some kind of intermediate scrutiny, potentially strict.
All right, well,
that's the law that I think is your hypothetical.
Walk away from the hypothetical that I posed for the purpose of narrowing in on what your argument is. I understood you to say that that would not be a solution to the problem, because one of Congress's motivations was based on the content of TikTok. Am I wrong in that? Did I read your argument incorrectly?
Well, I think that I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. I certainly think that because one of the motivations was content, that is an enormously important fact. I was trying to answer your hypothetical where we were trying to take that out of the mix. And the reason why Arcara is different is because Arcara didn't just simply say no prostitution in bookstores. That's what your hypothetical effectively says. It says no data security problems in speakers or in this particular speaker. And I think that that would trigger, at the very least, intermediate scrutiny.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
That goes to my question, which is, Justice...
it's the other sister.
I know, they sound very similar. It's crazy.
do, don't they?
Justice asked you whether or not we've ever had a case where pure ownership was at issue and not speech. And I don't think we've had one like that. You're right. But I don't think that the question gets to the essence of your argument, is it? The essence of your argument is you're being asked to divest because of speech, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if I get past that, if I go to Justice Alito's point, which is I don't think it's just about speech, it's about data control. Mm-hmm. If it's about data control, and assume, for the sake of argument, that I believe intermediate scrutiny applies to the data control provision, then your arguments would be different, wouldn't they? They would be under inclusiveness, they would be other arguments, correct?
Well, I think they'd be very similar, because I think the nature of our arguments work just as well under intermediate and strict scrutiny. If I could unpack that a little.
No, I'm not going to,
Sure.
Because we're going to run out of time, because we're going to need to figure out what intermediate scrutiny means. But I'm not sure it means what you do, which is I don't think any of our cases have ever suggested that we have to use the least restricted means under intermediate scrutiny. In fact, our cases have said we have to use a reasonable means.
And if I could respond to that point specifically, I completely agree it's not a least restrictive means alternative, Your Honor. But you do have to at least consider alternatives. Here, if the concern, let's take the data security concern, which you put your finger on.
I know you want to keep going on, but I can't let you, because I can't monopolize the argument, okay?
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth, you dirty TikTok simp. No, so just to be clear.
Commie bastard.
Right. So the reason that TikTok wants to focus away from data security and focus on content is because if it's a content restriction that triggers strict scrutiny, makes it significantly harder for the government to justify this law. If it's if they find that the security rationale is legitimate, even if there's a content, I believe even if there was a content-based restriction, security-based restriction is legitimate, it changes it to intermediate scrutiny, which makes it much easier for the government to essentially say, oh, this law is, justified. The courts say that that this law is tailored, in a specific way that makes it acceptable. And that's why he wants to kind of dance away from the security issue.
Yeah, of course. He wants to make the easier claim.
But let me just get to the bottom of that, all right? You seem to suggest that Congress has to actually look at all of the alternatives and say no. I don't think we have a case that says that.
I am
If
not
from the record it's clear that alternatives won't be adequate for whatever set of reasons, isn't that enough?
If the record were clear on that, that might be enough.
Now
But
I take
here
that.
on the
Now let me
key-
go to the next question and the last.
If I could, Your Honor, just one sentence. If on the key less restrictive alternatives, they had actually considered them and said what you suggested, this would be a different case. But our point is that on the key, most obvious, less restrictive alternatives, a law, for example, that simply prohibits TikTok Incorporated from sharing any sensitive user data with ByteDance or anyone else, there's nothing in the record that suggests they even considered it. And that's why it would fail under even intermediate scrutiny.
We have a different problem, which is that the record shows that there is no sharing that could happen that wouldn't put the data at security. But we can go past
That's incorrect, actually.
No, because the NSA doesn't.
I'm not talking about the NSA.
Or even anything else. But putting that aside.
She's read the redacted shit, you ninny.
Right.
She knows.
Well, and also it's kind of a two-sided argument, because the argument is essentially, well, Congress, they only went with this very heavy-handed divest law right off the bat. They didn't try to do some alternatives first. Right, that's
but they
argument.
did.
Well, yeah, maybe Congress didn't, but the executive branch did, because you had an entire year of negotiations between the executive branch under the Biden administration and TikTok, and they couldn't come to agreement, and that's why Congress passed this law.
Right. I wonder if that's part of the redacted information.
Probably.
Them talking about, look, you can't steal all our the American citizens' data, and they're like, no deal.
One last question. Assuming that the covert manipulation issue is one, I think that what remains is, to the Chief's question and Justice Alito's questions, if the covert manipulation is a concern, then the question becomes, what kind of burden does it put on TikTok USA? And I think your point is that that requires strict scrutiny because it doesn't permit them to speak to the Chinese government through the algorithm and promote whatever speech it wants to promote through the algorithm, correct?
It doesn't permit them to speak to the American public through the algorithm.
Right.
And promote whatever type of speech they want to promote on the algorithm. And I also think that this covert manipulation is a little bit odd. They're not concerned just with covertness. If all you were concerned
I'm going to
with
ask
was secret.
Xi about that. How do you disentangle the two things?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Justice Kate? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
Just on the data collection interest, I think Congress and the President were concerned that China was accessing information about millions of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, including teenagers, people in their 20s, that they would use that information over time to develop spies, to turn people, to blackmail people, people who a generation from now will be working in the FBI or the CIA or in the State Department. Is that not a realistic assessment by Congress and the President of the risks here?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not disputing the risks. I'm disputing the means that they have chosen. One way, the most direct way to address that, all of this user data sits on data servers in Virginia controlled by Oracle. I'm not talking about the National Security Agreement. What I'm talking about is a law that simply says to TikTok Incorporated and its U.S. employees, you cannot share that user data with anybody. You can't give it to ByteDance. You can't give it to China. You can't give it to Google. You can't give it to Amazon. You cannot give it to anybody under threat of massive penalties. They never even considered that most obvious alternative. And so whether you apply intermediate scrutiny or strict scrutiny, it's not a least restrictive means test.
This is such bullshit. I mean, they already have the fucking data, right?
Yeah.
They obviously already have all of that data. What the? You can't take the data that you already stole years ago.
Listen, obviously, all you have to do is you have to pass a law that says TikTok, you got a pinky promise
Exactly.
to not do anything bad. And, you know, what if TikTok then is found caught doing something bad, then you can, you know,
slap them on the wrist.
Right. Then maybe you can force them to divest. But before then, you know, you're not allowed to do that. You have to, you know, you just got to make them pinky swear first.
It's such bullshit. Do you actually believe that all the data is just in Virginia, that it's not sitting on servers in China?
Of course not. They even, this is what's ridiculous. In the opinion, they even acknowledge that ByteDance has to have access to all the personal information in order for the algorithm to function.
Yeah,
so,
terabytes
yes,
of data.
Right. So yeah, the information might be stored in some fucking server in Virginia. Who gives a shit if ByteDance in China can access it whenever they want?
A copy of it is stored there. I'm certain of it.
Right.
And a copy of it is stored where they make all the Chinese CCP dossiers on every single American.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah. But you got to at least consider the most obvious alternative.
So you acknowledge the risk that Congress and the president were concerned about.
Oh, and by the way, TikTok does collect biometric data, by the way, too. Okay.
Oh my God.
This is an article from 2022, okay, 3 years ago. Last year, TikTok quietly updated its privacy policy to allow the app to collect biometric data on U.S. users, including face prints and voice prints.
Wow. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And this is under the section of information we collect automatically. Okay. So automatically, TikTok, if you use it, is collecting your face and voice and storing it in a database somewhere.
Yeah.
All right.
So that they can make the clone of you. They can wreak so much havoc with this. And the risk is ginormous.
Yes.
Yeah. What is the benefit here?
The benefit here is that young children can destroy their lives by being addicted to social media that's run by China. That's the benefit.
Everyone's pointing to the people who have their business on TikTok. They're going to lose millions of dollars. Look, I've heard the TikTokers make like 10% of what YouTubers make. And that TikTok is just a horrendous deal. It's a bad deal. Like a bunch of YouTubers have said, look, I don't even want to do TikTok because it's such a waste.
Yeah.
So how much money are these people making?
Right. Well, when they say business, I don't know if they mean, they're talking about business like advertising on TikTok. So they're not making money from TikTok. They're just getting like rest from it, maybe.
Okay.
They'll just listen, there's going to be the 170 trillion, American children that use TikTok. All the people who use TikTok, they're not going to just like disappear into the ether. Once TikTok ceases to exist, they're going to migrate to somewhere else. Some other platform is either going to come into being, or YouTubes or Instagrams or the X's
this is
or
so
the Metas. Some other platform is going to pick up the slack here, and people can just migrate to that.
This is so inconsiderate. Look, they're like, look, I like my crack cocaine. You're like,
Okay.
look, you can just do regular cocaine. You're like, no, I want my fucking crack. How dare you? You're telling basically 170 million crack addicts they can just snort cocaine.
I'm like, listen, I have here the Walter White blue meth. It's much healthier than your dirty Chinese meth. Okay, that's like brown and has sugar and mud and asbestos in it. Don't you want to use like the sky blue one? They're like, no,
they can't handle it. They can't handle it.
Give me what I want.
It's so, look, I have never even downloaded TikTok. I will not look at TikTok.
I haven't either, yeah.
I will not use TikTok. I started, years ago on YouTube, you would see these videos about how TikTok just basically downloads all your fucking shit, your photos, everything.
Right.
And sends it off to China. And I was like, I don't want any part of that. Look, if I was a parent, I would not let my kids download TikTok.
No.
They would probably download it secretly, though.
Yep.
That's the thing. Yeah. They have to have massive amounts of information on all of our Congress people because their kids all downloaded TikTok.
Yep.
It's so crazy. Look, part of making America great again is protecting us from cyber stalking and espionage.
Yeah, I like that for the boomer generation, their radicalization where they're like, don't trust any of the adults, don't trust anyone over 30. That was based around not wanting to go to Vietnam to fight in a war, and die in a jungle on the other side of the globe. But for the Zoomers and the youngers, they're like, don't trust any adults, don't trust anyone over 30 because they're going to ban TikTok.
Yeah. People in the chat are saying Facebook does this, Twitter. Does Facebook download like your photos and shit? Does Facebook turn your microphone on and listen to you? I'm not sure that it does. Seems like there would be strict laws against that in America. So
the issue is there is a whataboutism that is thrown at X and Facebook and all these other platforms. And the difference was twofold difference. Number one, the US government can regulate any of those behaviors. These are American companies that the US government can say, don't do that, and they will actually not be allowed to do that.
Okay? Right.
So if there's something that Facebook or X is doing, or YouTube is doing that we don't like, we can actually pass a law and expect it to be followed. Where with TikTok and ByteDance, you're not going to expect anything to ever be followed whatsoever. And the difference is that Facebook and X and on Google and all these other companies, which I don't like them collecting this data, they're doing it with the purpose of selling you shit. That's their goal, which you cannot like. I don't like that. I think there should be much stricter laws in place.
Well, how good is the shit though?
Right. Well, okay. I think there should be much stricter laws in place to protect people's privacy. Like I know there are a lot more privacy laws in Europe, and that's all fine. In China, the goal of collecting all the information is to cultivate spies, to destroy America, to sow political dissent. It's not to sell you things. It's actually to harm people in the country.
Right.
And if you can't tell the difference between those two actions, I can't help you, because that's absurd. That's frankly fucking absurd.
Yeah, China's goal is to turn you into a propagandist for China. They actually have a term. Well, a lot of times the Chinese Communist Party will bring over Americans and kind of turn them into propagandists. They have a term for this. They call them white monkeys. You know this term, Sitch?
Yes. We've talked about it, yeah.
So their goal is to turn you into like a digital white monkey. You're basically completely just out there broadcasting about how amazing China is. So that's it. That's their ultimate goal. And look, they're relatively successful at it. So, yeah.
And it is interesting to me that TikTok, which, I mean, there's a reason that there was, that I forgot the woman's name. Her account is the libs of TikTok. TikTok was one of the biggest breeding grounds, still is one of the biggest breeding grounds
for wokeness,
and socialism and all this insanely horrible leftist politics that has, been poisoning our entire country and our entire discourse.
Yeah. What is a woman? All that shit.
Right. This is all, TikTok was ground zero for all this stuff. And so then we say, oh, well, it's owned by China. Well, is it really a surprise? Right. We know it's very deep that we know that communist Russia has all this propaganda techniques about trying to get all of the citizens of non-communist countries to fight each other and to fight the government. You have to be an actual naive retard to think that communist China is not engaged in the same behavior as communist Russia was. You have to be a complete idiot. And it is obnoxious to me that because some billionaire asshole who has some stake in TikTok, starts sucking up to Trump, that Trump starts making noises about saving TikTok, that all of a sudden a bunch of people who are very against wokeness, who are very against communism, suddenly turn around and be like, oh, no, we have to save TikTok. We have to protect TikTok now. It's completely insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's totally insane. I mean, all this stuff has kind of been studied before too, all the psychological stuff that you can do with people, and TikTok is just a perfect environment to thrive, to do those kinds of psychological mind manipulations on people.
Of course.
So there's a bunch of those in the book Influence by Cialdini. We should dig in and look at some of those because it's just insane. A lot of those were done during the Vietnam and Korean War. Well, I'm not sure if it was Vietnam or Korea. It's probably one or the other. So, but they would turn American soldiers against America, and they had these different techniques for doing it. that involved like playing various games, doing various essays, stuff like that. All the kind of stuff that you do on fucking TikTok.
Right.
So it's kind of hilarious that they're like, oh my God, all of these psychological experiments we did during the war back in the 60s, we can do at scale now.
Right. Exactly.
It's just ridiculous. And people they don't know about any of this stuff.
Right.
People are so easy to manipulate. It's sad.
Speaking of that,
Mhm.
Jamac for $50, thanks so much, says, not just Zoomers, Adam. My wife has a Facebook friend who's losing her mind. She's bragging about moving to the Chinese app, read something for her stupid at-home
No
business.
way.
She's an officer's wife in her 40s. She's a total NPC. And
Wow.
if you need any further evidence of the fact that TikTok is a propaganda tool by the Chinese government to radicalize Americans, look no further than the fact of this exact thing of once TikTok is banned or temporarily shut down because now it's back, all these fucking NPCs and people are like bragging about joining an actual communist app and praising it to high heaven.
Yeah, it's insane.
Insane. It's crazy. Val Van Gogh for $20 says, in China, I was in 3 major cities and went running almost every day, as well as a bunch of exploring. I only saw one homeless person who was somewhat hidden away on a pedestrian trail under a bridge by the river.
Okay.
Go. Well,
They
listen,
don't have any
they're very
homeless
good at
people.
converting the homeless into biofuel in China. So.
Well, they probably do just disappear them, right? What if that's how they deal with their homeless problem?
I mean, look, they need organs. Okay.
Mhm.
King Ranch, thanks so much for the $50. Says step 1, sign executive order to ban TikTok to virtue signal how bad China is. Step 2, lose presidential election and have new president rescind the order. Step 4, have Republican rep introduce new ban. Step 5, suggest saving TikTok because your supporters have smooth brains. Yeah, it's about the size of it.
Well, I think the only one in there was, I think Biden took up the executive order. He didn't rescind it. So
I don't know. The thing I read, or the court didn't talk about, the court opinion didn't talk about that. It just talked about a court pausing it and then them trying to adjudicate it. So it's probably true that the action couldn't be done strictly through an executive order legally.
right,
It probably did require Congress to pass a law. So
right.
RBGH fan for $20 says, yes, driving them all to my little red book or whatever the hell it's called will save them from the real China propaganda. I think censoring TikTok is anti-American. The data you worry about is already available elsewhere. You are 1 billion% wrong. First of all, driving all these people to the little red book is actually, it's like unironically, accidentally genius, because you're going to have a situation where those Americans that are like these it's going to split the base into 2. There's going to be the people that are just total brain rot NPCs that are going to fall deeper and deeper into insanity. And I want all those people to be easily be notified by the fact that they're on Redbook. The other half of the people are going to go on Redbook and go, oh my God, this is not what I thought it is. There's a bunch of posts of people on RedNote, and they were shocked at seeing how racist and transphobic a lot of the Chinese people are. And suddenly they're reconsidering the whole notion that maybe America is the racist, sexist, transphobic shithole that they thought it was. And they actually have to interact with, communist China and the rest of the world. Okay. So it's a very red pilling experience. It's also very red pilling for people to go on Redbook and be like, oh, a lot of people in China are making like dog shit wages and have dog shit standards of living and actually live in an authoritarian, 1984-esque government, especially when the Chinese government turns around and says, hey, you have to literally block American users from interacting with Chinese users. So I disagree. I think it's going to have a complete opposite effect. It's going to completely red pill these people. That's number 1. Number 2, when you say this data you worry about, that's nonsense. That is not true. That is not true. Other companies, yes, other American companies have access to this data. China does not have access to that data. I mean, they do through TikTok, but they don't have access to all the Google data. They don't have access to all this other data, number 1. Nor should China be able, and this is what's kind of bullshit when people complain about this. Why the fuck are we allowing? Why do you want to allow China to be able to manipulate the population? This is a mind-numbingly ridiculous argument. Other countries do not have a fucking free speech right in our country, in my country. Okay. If Hassan's dumb fuck ass wants to stand up and speak the stupidest shit ever, that's totally fine. Okay. But he doesn't get the country of China to do everything it can to blast his message, to try to propagandize everyone in the fucking country and to propagandize every child in this country. That's the most cucked fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. What? That is the same thing as saying that we should have an open fucking border and let whoever the fuck wants to come and stroll in this country. Why would we ever allow that?
Why do we let China? Why don't we let Chinese citizens vote in our elections?
Yes, it makes no
fuck?
sense. It makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
RoboCoon for $20 says, look up how AROC used TikTok to convince useful idiot college students to glue themselves to the USS Eisenhower. MB did a good video about it. Oh, check it out. I'm unfamiliar with that.
What is the app? What did they use? TikTok or
they use
a different
TikTok.
App? Oh, they use TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just saying the means they chose to address that risk were incorrect,
So
not permissible.
I certainly acknowledge the risk, but I think there are lots of reasons, not just the one I just gave, but there are lots of reasons why that risk still can't justify the law. When it sits alongside of the impermissible covert manipulation risk, I think it falls under Mount Healthy. It's no different if they came in and said, we passed this law, one for data security.
I understand that, but just on the data collection, that seems like a huge concern for the future of the country.
And Your Honor, again, it is a concern, two responses. First, it is a concern that can be addressed directly. The reason why there's no evidence in this record about whether that kind of direct prohibition on TikTok Incorporated from sharing sensitive user data with anybody, including ByteDance, the reason why the record is devoid of any evidence of that is because Congress never considered the other side of the balance. And that's the minimum that Congress has to do under the First Amendment. It's got to at least consider the consequences of shutting down a speech platform used by 170 million Americans against the benefits of an alternative, like simply saying to TikTok's employees, you're essentially going to get massive fines, potentially jail sentences if you share any of that sensitive user data with anybody. Not TikTok, not ByteDance, not China, not anybody else in the world. Yet there's nothing in this record that suggests they even considered that alternative.
What happens after January 19th if you lose this case? Can you just spell that out?
At least as I understand it, we go dark. Essentially, the platform shuts down.
Unless there's a divestiture.
Unless there's a divestiture, unless President Trump exercises his authority to extend it by night. But he can't do that on January 19th. On January 19th, we still have President Biden. And on
apparently he can, because that's what the fuck is happening right now. So
yeah.
Okay, whatever.
Well, they're taking the risk.
Yes.
I'm sure Trump is giving him plenty of cover, saying, "Oh, my DOJ is never gonna go after you."
Right.
Yeah.
And on January 19th, as I understand it, we shut down. It is possible that come January 20th, 21st, 22nd, we might be in a different world. Again, that's one of the reasons why I think it makes perfect sense to issue a preliminary injunction here and simply buy everybody a little breathing space. This is an enormously...
What do you mean by shut down, too? Can you just spell that out?
So...
If you
the app is not available in the app stores. That's at a minimum. But in addition, what the act says is that all of the other types of service providers can't provide service either. Now, there's enormous consequences for violating that for the service providers. So essentially, what they're going to say is that, I think we're not going to be providing the services necessary to have you see it. So it's essentially going to stop operating. I think
this is why Trump's statement is important, and we're going to see tomorrow whether all these private service providers are going to roll the dice and see what's going to go down with Trump's executive order, despite the fact that it's probably going to be found to be illegal by the courts.
Yeah, are the fines going to be retroactive? Because that's the thing, the fines. I saw an interview with Mr. Wonderful, the guy from Shark Tank, who is, I guess he's offered $20 billion to buy TikTok.
Right.
And I mean, that doesn't necessarily seem like a lot of money to me. So I don't know. TikTok seems like it's worth more than that, but
Yeah,
I
well,
don't. Yeah.
it's twofold, which is number one, is it right if the president or the incoming president explicitly tells companies that they can engage in an action that is actually illegal, and then they engage in the illegal action, does that provide cover for them? That's the first legal question, which I don't know if that's anything like that's ever been adjudicated before, which is kind of ridiculous. This is the environment we're in. And then number two, even if the court does say, well, just because the president said it was legal, it doesn't matter, you still have liability, you can still get fined. Trump is still the president. He's probably going to pressure the Justice Department or whomever to not levy any fines or go after any of these companies at all anyway.
Mr. Wonderful was saying the fines were insane, though. That they were like $1 billion a day or a minute or something. Just
well, I don't think it was that $1 billion, but yes, they're very extensive fines.
Yeah. So, but I don't know if those can be retroactively levied if whatever executive order Trump comes up with is found to be illegal, right? Because then they would just say, okay.
Well, it wouldn't be. Well, the question would be, is it retroactive, or they were always active? And because President Trump's executive order was always never legal or valid.
That's what I mean. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So then they're like, $50 trillion.
Right.
You owe us.
Right. I mean, if I was, if I'm thinking about this, I don't know what the law is. Like, just obviously intuitively, I would probably be lenient to companies if the president tells them it's okay, right? Because you're like, okay, I mean, that seems, fair-ish, right? But I don't know what the law says
look,
on that.
If you're like Apple, are you going to take what's in it for you? I mean, it's just a competing app in the App Store, right? You're going to pull it from the App Store. You're going to be like, I don't want to get caught spreading this around. I mean, people can go around because they can go straight to TikTok's website or whatever and download the app there. So,
well, I don't know, because I don't know what other providers are involved in
Google, I'm sure.
TikTok work besides downloading it from the App Store.
Oh, that's a good point too. Yeah.
Right.
What other server? Amazon's probably involved.
Right. I mean, you're correct. I would think that other companies would just say, no, what the fuck? We're not going to take the risk. I would think that. But I don't know. Well, we're going to find out tomorrow when we wake up, whether it works or not.
Well, I guess the incentive would be they have a huge financial incentive because TikTok's paying them a bunch of money to serve their app or whatever.
And they would be, well, there could be a couple incentives. There could be what you just said. There could be the fear of retribution, possibly from the Trump administration or some involvement there. There could be the fear of, like, say Samsung or Google blocks it from the App Store, but Apple doesn't, right? And so is that going to mean a bunch of people who have Android phones are going to get rid of their Android phones to get Apple phones so that they can use TikTok, right? So
that's a conundrum, right?
Yeah. Kind of like a prisoner's dilemma situation.
They have to all contact one another and say, we're all dropping it.
Right.
I guess we're going to find out. Look, this is like a mystery.
Yes.
This is unfolding fast here. We're going to know on Monday. Something's going to happen.
Something will happen tomorrow. We'll find out one way or the other.
I think that's the consequence of this law, which again is why a short reprieve here would make all the sense in the world. It's an enormously consequential decision, and I think all would benefit if it weren't necessary.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So I just want to, it's kind of following up on Justice Kavanaugh's.
Okay, I looked it up. Apple says that they will no longer be able to download or get updates for TikTok.
So Apple's dumping them.
Apple is dumping them, yes.
Right. Yeah, because I was just, the risk to reward for Apple is very small.
Right.
Amazon's a different story because I don't know how much money they make hosting whatever TikTok does online. Because Amazon has this whole, we do your internet hosting situation, and hosting TikTok as an app has to be like gigantic, right?
Right.
But I don't know if they're hosting the TikTok app, so.
Right.
I don't know where, I don't know what business, but it's got to be an American business, right? He said all the servers are in Virginia.
Yes. Yes. Google also removed TikTok from the App Store.
Yeah, there we go.
I I think it's still, I'm assuming it still works on those phones. I think you just can't download or update it. But I think,
Yeah,
I'm
this
assuming
is,
it still works on the phones.
I looked into this, and like TikTok shutting itself down is not how people said it would go. People said TikTok will still work. Patches won't be disseminated through the app stores. It will no longer be in the app store. If you have it on your phone, you'll be able to still use it, but after a while, you get a new phone. You basically, well, I don't know if you can transfer it from your old phone to your new phone. That's an interesting question.
You might have to jailbreak your phone or use some kind of direct down. I don't know if you can
Right.
directly download apps on your phones without jailbreaking to some extent.
But no, there's going to be no more updates, no more patches. It's going to become a security risk. I mean, it already is a security risk, right? But
like an easy security risk because,
right.
The apps are always continually updating because people always find backdoors and
right.
all this
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
stuff into the apps. Yeah.
So the things that I read were like, this is going to be a slow death. A slow death of TikTok is not just going to go dark overnight. People are still going to use it. China's still going to use it. So, but no American company wants to take the risk of these huge fines on Trump's word that their DOJ is not going to go after them. Plus that puts nothing says the Department of Justice is fully in bed with Donald Trump, like them ignoring this law, right? Like just ignoring this fucking law.
Yeah.
We watched the Pam Bondi, right? Like Pam Bondi seemed like she was gung-ho to go after shit like this. If all of a sudden she's like, oh, nothing to see here. I also a lot of the accusations levied against Biden, which I agree with a lot of the accusations, is that he didn't enforce immigration law, right? How is this any different? I'm not going to enforce this law. You just pick and choose what laws you want to enforce? I thought we were a nation of laws. Look, we're not a democracy, guys. We're a constitutional republic, which means we honor the Constitution and enforce the laws, right? So many of the conservatives are like, we have enough laws on the books. Let's just enforce the ones we have. Well, this is a law, damn it. Fuck China. Look, I think they should have incorporated that in the law. A nice big fuck China. And P.S. Fuck China.
Yeah. I don't know who or if Trump has, let's see. Okay, he does. He says Trump has announced John Sower will serve as Solicitor General of the United States.
Okay.
So
the
Solicitor
guy
General
who sues people
is the person, yes, so when you're going to hear the government side, that's the Solicitor General. They're the ones that basically argue the government's case. I don't know how much discretion they have in choosing the case, but they're the one that argues the case. An interesting little factoid here is the lawyer for TikTok. Okay, Noel Francisco. He was a Solicitor General under Donald Trump's first term.
Really?
Yes. So the lawyer right now arguing in defense of TikTok was the Solicitor General under Donald Trump in his first term.
He's not in the second term, though, thank God.
No.
It sounds like he's in bed with TikTok.
It is interesting that the guy who basically argued to uphold the, quote, Muslim ban is now arguing that the United States government should not be able to regulate fucking TikTok. So, it's an interesting little thing going on there.
Questions. Let's say I agree with you that some level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out which level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out if there's content discrimination. And let me ask you a different question than I did before about the algorithm. I mean, you keep saying shut down. The law doesn't say TikTok has to shut down. It says ByteDance has to divest. If ByteDance divested TikTok, we wouldn't be here, right? If ByteDance was willing to let you go and willing to let you take the source code with you, that would be fine, right? We would not be here.
Well, Your Honor, if ByteDance divested, then the law wouldn't fall on TikTok. But the law, not ByteDance.
But that's because of ByteDance's choice, right? I mean, this is like Justice Kagan's point. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how we account for the reality of third-party choices and the choices of third parties that the whole reason for the law being passed in the first place.
Yeah, Your Honor, I still don't, I think that the way the analysis works is step one, is there a First Amendment violation?
Right.
Step two, you get to the question that we're grappling with. What standard of scrutiny do you apply? Typically, what you do is you ask, is this law content-based? Is it content-based based on its face? Is it content-based in its decision? Here, we know it's content-based on its face because it says what it says. We know it's content-based in its motivation because the government concedes it's content-based in its motivation.
Well, that's not quite what I'm asking. I mean, let's see, that's the dispute between you and the government is it content-based if it's about divestiture and not about telling TikTok what content it can display on the platform?
And I think it has to be because I think that really goes to the first question. Does the burden fall on the speaker? If the burden falls on the speaker, that triggers the speaker's First Amendment rights. But the law is, in fact, content-based, whether it comes in the form of a divestiture or something else. When the law specifically says it's content-based, we're worried about the content on the platform. And when the government tells you that one of our reasons, one of the things that we're worried about is TikTok, not ByteDance, but TikTok Incorporated and TikTok in the United States will, absent the divestiture, have a mix of content that we find objectionable. They will mix around their videos in a way that is too pro-Chinese or too anti-American, and that is TikTok the platform.
Let me just ask you one last question. Why is it impossible to divest in the 270 days, even assuming that the Chinese government hadn't said you couldn't?
Sure, and this is the exchange I was having with Justice Gorsuch. There are two basic reasons. The first is that the underlying source code, that's the source code that comes in here and then has to be converted.
But that's what Justice Gorsuch said, just not ever. So it's not really that you can't do it within the time frame. It's that you really couldn't ever divest because you never are going to get the source code.
So, well, let me unpack that a little bit. No, it's that with the underlying source code, it takes a team of engineers to update and maintain that. It would take us many years to reconstruct a brand new team of engineers to do that with respect to the source code. With respect to the sharing.
Look, all those fucking Chinese spies.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But this shows that the whole, Trump trying to put some sort of pause on that's nonsense. That's total bullshit.
The team is like psychologists and fucking spies.
Right. Right. But yeah,
that's a team. They don't want to divest that team. What the fuck?
The idea, this is 100%, mark my words, this is 100% what China's going to try to do. Okay. They're going to try to drag this out, put up a bunch of fake deals. Oh yeah, maybe we'll sell, this to Mr. Wonderful. Maybe we'll sell TikTok to some friend of Trump. They're gonna try to drag this out for years and years. They're just gonna try to run the clock out for as long as humanly possible. Okay. Right. You heard it from the lawyer representing TikTok. It would take years to divest completely.
Yeah. Yeah, all the time our social fabric is like fraying and on fire.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, yeah, it's right around the corner.
Right.
America's almost in a civil war. Just let us have one more year.
Of content, that was the different reason. In theory, we could kind of send our salesmen around the world, go to Ireland, go to Finland, go to every country and say, look, you used to automatically get our content, but now you got to separately sign up for our platform.
Last point, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. It's not that you couldn't execute the disentanglement. You could say, we're independent. You just can't recreate TikTok in any kind of way.
Well, I think that any new TikTok would be a fundamentally different platform with different content, which is yet another reason why I think this is a content-based restriction that falls directly on TikTok Incorporated itself in our platform.
Justice Jackson?
I mean, your argument about how TikTok or the Chinese Communist Party, like their goal is really to get America into a civil war, right? Yes. American companies' goal is to sell you shit. Like, they don't really want you. I doubt Facebook wants us in a civil war, right?
Right.
I doubt Twitter wants us in a civil war. There are definitely players, right, that probably want us in a civil war. But the platforms aren't engineering those players to become like influencers, super influential in the debate over whether or not America should be in a civil war.
No. And
Yeah.
and I think it goes right back, and I'm so glad we brought it up. I think this goes back to the Section 230 protection stuff. What gives Facebook and X these protections is that we're all
They don't
operating,
curate. Yeah.
yes, under the idea that the algorithm is supposed to be ideologically neutral in terms of not trying to persuade the country to do something politically.
Right.
Okay. If it was discovered that Facebook actually was using its algorithm, Mark Zuckerberg was using the algorithm because he wanted Joe Biden elected president and now he wants Donald Trump elected
Oh my
president or
gosh.
whatever, right? They would obviously lose 230. At the very least, they would lose Section 230 protections instantly.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. All of this seems totally obvious. So
Yes.
I think obvious to most people. But I do think, like, a lot of people probably have used TikTok and enjoy TikTok and want to think, oh, none of this is going on. They want to be Pollyanna about it. So, because they want their fix, their crack.
Well,
I get
listen,
it. Crack
it's
is fun.
It's, to me, what is the telling part of this is that ByteDance and TikTok, they didn't say from the beginning, okay, we'll totally sell, and divest. We just need the right price and we just need more time. That was never something they ever said. They were just like, no, we're not doing this.
Yeah.
And that
I
tells
don't
you
know.
something.
I don't know enough about these algorithms to know how they're created. Like if it is just run by a bunch of Chinese spies and a bunch of psychologists who just want to manipulate Americans, do experiments on Americans, basically. How many Americans can we make commit suicide in the next 30 days, right?
Right.
Is that kind of information hard coded into the algorithm? Like if they turned the algorithm over, would they discover how many Americans can we get to commit suicide subroutine or whatever it is?
Yeah, it would be hard because even when Elon took over X, he was talking about how difficult it was to go through the algorithm and figure out what everything was even doing.
Well, they were talking about doing a complete rebuild from like the ground up.
Yes, because there's so
and
much
starting
in
with
it.
completely
right.
new algorithm. I don't know how they piece these together, but I mean, he's putting so much reliance on that team. And look, I don't know how much AI they've put into this either. So I don't know how much of it is just like a black box, right?
Well,
if they've created some sort of AI black box where they're just typing in, make Americans commit suicide, right?
Right.
That's pretty damning.
Yeah. Well, that's why, I do feel more comfortable if TikTok doesn't divest and it just blows up and goes to hell. Because even if they sold the algorithm or divested, how confident are we that they would be able to, pull out anything destructive?
Well, look, I think we want to know where the bodies are buried. So I mean, I'm in favor of some sort of divestiture,
but they're not going to sell if there's any evidence that can be traced back. I don't think they would ever sell.
Right, but that's the thing. I guarantee they're probably trying to develop some sort of innocuous app that they can turn over and say, "Oh, here's the TikTok app." But it's got to be believable enough that when the engineers finally go in and start digging through it, they're like, "Oh yeah, this is the TikTok app, right?" Because that's the play. Right. But that's why they're like, "We just need a little more time." The fake TikTok app is not ready for you guys yet.
Right. I don't know enough about programming to know if they could, assuming they started on day one of this law. I don't know if they could they develop that in like a year? I don't know the answer to that question. That seems to be very difficult to do.
Like the mob runs 2 sets of books. So they got the real books and then they got the books for when the feds show up.
Of course.
They need the same kind of thing. They need the real algorithm and then the algorithm for when.
Right.
Yeah. It's time to divest.
Could you imagine if there was an American company that has a product that's primarily in China? Okay.
Mm-hmm. First of all, that would never happen.
I know.
They ban our companies all the time.
I know. Right. But you have an American company that its product is illegal in America. Okay. So it doesn't have an American market. And its primary market is in China and I guess Europe as well. But it's primarily in China. And China says, okay, we're going to pass a law that says that you can't, you can't function in China unless you sell, right? And so this private company is then offered $22 billion or more, right? They have the offers to shut down or to be given $22 billion to sell out. Okay. What private company, if they're actually motivated just by making money, is not going to take the $22 billion?
Yeah, $22 billion or nothing. Yeah, of
Yes.
course they're going to do this. That's what makes me think like there's some suspicious stuff going on.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Like we're going to get some buried bodies here if any of this actually goes through.
Yes.
China, though, they won't let American companies come in unless there is a Chinese partner that owns 50% of the business. That's like the
Right.
standard arrangement with businesses going into China.
Right.
Which is, I mean, that's good for China, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't agree with this, but I mean, I guess it's better than nothing, but I don't agree with it. That was Elon's position, is like, oh, don't ban TikTok, but make it so X has, China has to allow X into China, right? I was like, okay,
Right.
I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Unmolested. Look, I'm
Yes.
interested in whether or not, because then we're in a fair fight because we're trying to basically westernize them through social media as they're trying to get us into a civil war.
Right.
And I mean, that's a great movie script, right? Like who wins that battle, right?
That would be interesting. Yeah.
Who causes a civil war first?
Right.
I like to think America would win that battle.
I think we would win. Yeah.
We're like disaster proof. Everyone who lives here hates America already.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm back to some of the questions that Justice Barrett and Justice Kagan asked about the sort of threshold issue that you point out, which is there a burden on the speaker? I'm trying to understand what the burden is that you are articulating and whether it really isn't about association and not speech.
This is that Broadway actress. I've seen her before.
Yeah.
Ketanji Brown Jackson.
I admit I was very triggered, very upset.
I know.
Justice Jackson doing the whole Broadway play thing. It did rub me the wrong way. It did seem
right.
corrupt to me, I guess.
Really? Oh, wow.
I don't like
Corrupt?
the idea that like there's a politician, or I mean, they're not a politician, they're a justice, right? There's someone who works for the government that is able to leverage their position of power or fame to basically get a perk. Like that's the whole thing. You're not really supposed to do that in government.
Right.
And so it seemed to me weird that you have a Supreme Court justice essentially get to go on a Broadway play just because they're like, oh, she's such a good, progressive justice queen, that we're going to give her this spot on a Broadway play, even though she can't act and is not a Broadway actor.
But the perk probably goes both ways because it's like, who gives a fuck about this Broadway play? Everyone's
I
going to see
understand
it
that.
because
You're correct.
Yeah.
You're 100% correct. But I still don't like it. It rubs me the wrong way. Okay. I thought it was really gross. That all being said, okay, I do think, to my surprise, that Justice Jackson here is making good arguments.
right.
Much to my surprise, is making very good arguments about this case.
But could she sing these arguments though?
That's the real question. That's the real question. Yes.
You say you have in your brief some cases that talk about American speakers being free to choose whether to affiliate with foreign organizations. And the colloquy you had with Justice Kagan made me think that what you're really complaining about is the inability to associate with ByteDance and its algorithm. That it's not really about, if TikTok came up with its own algorithm or bought an algorithm from some other company or devised it or whatever, this law would have nothing to do with them from your perspective. But the problem I think you're articulating, and this is, I'm seeking your clarification.
Sure.
The problem I think you're articulating is that you want to use ByteDance's algorithm and therefore associate with ByteDance, and Congress has prohibited that by requiring divestiture. So isn't this really a right of association case under the First Amendment?
I think it's both, Your Honor. I do think that that is a component of it. We want to use the algorithm that we think reflects the best mix of content. That's the algorithm that reflects the best mix of content. What this law says is we can't do that unless ByteDance exercises a qualified divestiture. But I also think more directly what this law does is it says that TikTok Incorporated, if ByteDance doesn't exercise a qualified divestiture, you have to go mute. You cannot speak at all.
No, I don't think it says that, though. I mean, if TikTok were to post-divestiture or whatever, pre-divestiture, come up with its own algorithm, right, then when the divestiture happened, it could still operate. It doesn't say TikTok, you can't speak.
I think that's theoretically correct, Your Honor, but I think that also underscores the content-based nature of the restriction.
No, but the fact that that's true suggests that you're wrong about the statute being read as saying TikTok, you have to go mute. Because TikTok can continue to operate on its own algorithm, on its own terms, as long as it's not associated with ByteDance. So isn't this really just all about association?
Your Honor, I think it is partly about association, but I'm going to take another shot at explaining why it's not just about association.
Okay, well, let me just take you down the association path for a second, because if it is about the association of TikTok with ByteDance, then don't we have cases that seem to undermine your view that Congress can't do this? I mean, I thought we had cases about Congress prohibiting association with terrorist organizations, prohibiting association with foreign adversaries, and so why doesn't this fall into that kind of group of our jurisprudence?
Well, at least as I understand all of those cases, they applied strict scrutiny. The material support statute most definitely applied
and ultimately upheld the law, so fine.
But sure, and I think if we go down the strict scrutiny road here, I don't see that this law can possibly be satisfied under the interests that they assert here. But I do want to emphasize why this is also about TikTok speech. Even under your hypothetical, where theoretically they can say something differently than they are saying today, that in and of itself is a direct restriction on TikTok speech. They can't engage in the speech they want to engage in. They have to engage in a different kind of speech, the speech they don't want to engage in. That is a direct burden on TikTok Incorporated speech.
All right, I think I understand that argument. Let me ask you a question about your colloquy with Justice Kavanaugh. Did I understand you to concede that there is a compelling interest and that the problem is really tailoring? I mean, you said, I understand the risks. I don't hear you suggesting that the risks don't exist. So it sounds like we've gotten past, even if we're in strict scrutiny world, we've gotten past the compelling interest part of this.
No, Your Honor. What I was saying is that all you had standing alone were the data security. That would be a different case. Here, when you have the content manipulation sitting right alongside of the data security, that taints the data security rationale. If Congress came in and said, we're passing this law for two reasons. One, we really care about data security, and two, we hate the speech on TikTok. The data security wouldn't alone sustain that law under cases like Mount Pleasant.
I understand, but why you're equating we don't want foreign adversaries to be able to manipulate the content on this platform. You're equating that with we hate the content, and I'm just trying to understand why.
Because content manipulation is by definition a content-based distinction. Look, everybody manipulates content.
If we have a country that cannot legally say that foreign governments are not allowed to engage in propaganda techniques, tactics, campaigns against its own citizens, I don't think you have a country.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
That makes no sense. The entire point of freedom of speech is to protect the rights of its citizens to speak their opinions and to address the government and to, try to address their grievances to the government. Okay. It's not to say a foreign country can try to manipulate people within our country. That is not what any of our freedoms of speech or expression have anything to do with granting foreign countries the ability to speak in our country. It never has been, it never will be, and it never should be. It makes no sense.
Yeah, just because a foreign government can get some NPC idiot to voice their talking points, it's still their talking points, ultimately.
Right. Well, and
Yeah.
it's their the problem is it's their control of the algorithm. This thing that seems invisible on its face that no one can really determine without digging through the code to understand what's going on here. Okay.
Right.
This is
Yes.
so far detached from, if people want to go on Twitter or YouTube and say whatever dumb shit, communist thing that they can say, that's fine. We have freedom of speech in this country. You can say all the dumb shit you want. That's totally fine. That doesn't mean a foreign government can put its finger on the algorithm that says, oh, we're going to make sure that all the people that are promoting wokeness and communism are going to be shoved in every kid's face. And anything that's pushing back against that stuff is all going to be hidden and downplayed.
Right. It's strange. It is a strange concept because even in America, like if the social media companies are manipulating people through some kind of deception, I think our laws would step in.
They
I mean,
would.
we obviously understand, advertising is about trying to make some product seem popular, often more popular than it actually is. But it's just you're in such a weird territory when you're talking about making ideas far more popular than they are and doing it through surreptitious means, right?
Mhm.
Like nobody comes out and says, "Oh, this is advertising," right?
Yes.
We've blown up this influencer who says the type of things that we like. So to sell our ideas is basically a form of advertising. So, but I guess it does take place to a certain extent in news and whatnot. It's such a weird concept that a foreign entity is doing this.
Yeah. Well, that's why they have the FAR thing where if you're a foreign agent, you literally have to register with the government that you are a foreign agent.
Right. Yeah.
Content. There are lots of people who think CNN, Fox News, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times are manipulating their content. That is core protected speech. That's why they put so much weight on this mere covertness.
Right, but that analysis is just about content based versus content neutral, and therefore whether you apply strict scrutiny. I'm in the strict scrutiny world, okay? I'm assuming that you're right, that strict scrutiny applies, and now prong number one in that world is, does the government have a compelling interest? And so I'm trying to understand why the government's argument that we have data manipulation concerns, which I understood you in colloquy with Justice Kavanaugh to say is a risk, and we are concerned, based on what Justice Gorsuch says when he's looking at the facts, that the government contends that there's this real problem with this foreign adversary doing manipulation in other places. Are you saying those are not compelling government interests?
I am 100% saying that content manipulation is not a compelling governmental interest, it is an impermissible governmental interest. You could not go to CNN or Fox News and say, we're going to regulate you because you're manipulating the content in the way that we don't like. That is per se impermissible.
Okay, can I just ask you one last thing? You say, with respect to the tailoring.
Well, first, again, comparing it to CNN doesn't make sense. They don't have Section 230 protections. They're completely they're legally thought of as a completely different entity with completely different legal requirements and regulations and responsibilities. But then even then, it's true. CNN does have, CNN can't just say, "Oh, we're going to start broadcasting, how to build a bomb," right? On our programs. We're going to start telling people they should go and assassinate other people. They can't do that. You can pass laws that regulates content. This is not true.
Yeah, that's a good point. The popularity is such a mind manipulation. And I just intuitively think that's a lot of what TikTok does. Like ultimately all of these platforms in America, we understand, like people talk about Fox News ratings versus CNN ratings versus MSNBC ratings. And that means something to a lot of people. That gives people an understanding of where we're at culturally. If you have this TikTok thing where people think, oh yeah, Civil War is popular, like, is it really popular or is it just manipulation?
Right.
There's no real way to know.
Yeah.
Which is just, that's fucked up. That's totally fucked up.
But then, and also like, MSNBC, like people go, they go, oh, I know MSNBC, that's like a left-wing news station, promoting progressive ideology. I understand what that is.
TikTok is neutral.
Yeah, it's the thing, like TikTok and X and Facebook, all like literally by legal definition, these things are supposed to be neutral, supposed to be in big finger quotes neutral in order to maintain their Section 230 protections.
Right. Which they never really mention, so.
Yeah.
Issue that disclosure, you think, is a possible, more narrowly tailored way of handling some of this. And I guess I'm just wondering whether disclosure under this court's case law and the law of other lower courts doesn't carry its own First Amendment complications. That wouldn't we have compelled speech problems if disclosure was required in this situation?
Sure, Your Honor. Now, look, I might think so because I think that the factual predicate is wrong, but they think the factual predicate is right. And if the factual predicate is right, then there are no First Amendment problems at all under Zauder and the cases that you're suggesting. And that underscores the larger problem here. Not all disclosures are perfect. I'm not here to argue that they are. But you've always got to consider what the alternative is. And here the alternative is shutting down one of the largest speech platforms in America. The reason there's no evidence in this record as to disclosures is because Congress never even undertook that balancing in the first place.
Thank you.
The bare minimum that has to be done before we take an unprecedented step of shutting down the voices of 170 million Americans.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
$170 million MPCs.
Well,
shut it down.
Right. The problem is, I'm sure that the majority of people that use TikTok do not use it in a political fashion, probably. Right.
Right.
They are just looking at cat videos and dance videos and things of that nature.
Right.
So those people are often going to be used as a shield against, the more politically nefarious things, the data collection that they're doing. Though there obviously is an argument that, is even for the people that are not digesting political content, is TikTok doing something, intentionally to addict people to the platform in a way that we would not like if we could actually understand what was going on and want to regulate. Which is another question entirely, but
right.
That doesn't really come up here, obviously.
What is the algorithm trying to do? Is it trying to maximize watch time? I'm sure it is. But what else?
Right. But that's all algorithms are trying to maximize watch time. I'm not entirely against American companies having regulations thrown on them to make sure that those are done in some sort of pro-social, culturally responsible way to not, harm America's citizens.
Yeah.
So.
I agree.
Mr. Fisher?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, wholly apart from...
So this is Jeffrey Fisher, attorney for TikTok content creator Brian Fireberg. Is he... Okay, so he's representing some TikTok creator.
Yeah, so he's arguing against the ban on behalf of a TikTok creator.
Okay. Brian Firebaugh says. That's not that stupid City Bike guy, is it? City Bike Karen guy? The guy we made fun of?
No, that is not.
From the company's legal...
All these TikTokers are the same to me.
No.
Interests here. The act directly restricts the rights, the First Amendment rights of American creators to participate and speak in what the court a little less than a decade ago called the modern public square. And what you might say today is the most vibrant speech forum in the United States of America. And the act, therefore, is inescapably subject.
The most vibrant speech forum where you can't mention the Uyghur genocide or the Tiananmen Square massacre.
Right.
So vibrant.
to strict scrutiny because of the First Amendment implications. And the Act fails that test, and indeed any level of scrutiny under this court's case law, because the Act and the reasons behind it defy our history and tradition, as well as precedent. American creators have long and always enjoyed the right to speak in conjunction with foreign speakers or work with foreign publishers. Americans even have the right under the Lamont case to receive information from foreign speakers, indeed foreign governments. So that leaves the government with this implication and its use of the phrase national security in this context. But that just simply doesn't change the calculus. Throughout our history, we have faced ideological campaigns by foreign adversaries. Yet under the First Amendment, mere ideas do not constitute a national security threat. Restricting speech because it might sow doubt about our leaders or undermine democracy are kind of things our enemies do. It is not what we do in this country. And so we think the court should reverse, and I would welcome the court's questions.
How exactly are the creators' speech being impeded?
So two ways, Justice Thomas. First, I just point you to the text of the statute, which directly regulates text, images, real-time communications, videos. My clients, the creators, are the ones creating that speech and posting it to speak to other Americans.
But it doesn't say anything about creators or people who use the site. It's only concerned about the ownership and the concerns that data will be manipulated or there will be other national security problems with someone who's not a citizen of this country or a company that's not here.
So there's two ways, and I think the Sorrell case is where you look for the analysis of the First Amendment burden here. As I said, the text of the statute regulates our speech, and then you point out ownership, and this was talked about a lot in the first part of the argument here, so let me be very clear. The American creators have a right to work with the publisher of their choice. So imagine somebody wanted to work on post speech on Twitter, now known as X, and Congress passed a law saying, we don't like the current owner of X. The current owner of X has to sell that platform or else it has to shut down. People who post on that platform, and who indeed some of them make a living commentating, engaging on current events, news, politics, would have a First Amendment claim to work with
using that
publisher.
argument, you could have said that about the breakup of AT&T. You could say that about the foreign limitations on foreign ownership of broadcast companies.
Well, no, look, I think that you have to dig a little deeper than that, Justice Thomas. It's not mere foreign ownership, and it's certainly the broadcast cases I'll get to in a moment, but it's foreign ownership because of a particular perspective. If you boil it down to an essence, the owner of a...
I think the problem with this argument, and why I find it kind of ridiculous, like the whole idea that the content creators are being infringed here on TikTok ridiculous, is if we go back to like the bookstore example, the bookstore that, was doing prostitution in the back, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like saying, okay, well, let's say every Friday, this bookstore, allowed local authors to, do readings from their books and promote their books, and, they would get book sales from this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the government comes down and says, well, we're going to close down this bookstore because they have an illegal prostitution ring in the back. And this guy's like, wait, whoa. I, use my speech rights to go to this bookstore and to sell my books. So therefore you can't shut down this bookstore that has an illegal prostitution ring in the back. It's like, well,
Right,
what the fuck are you talking about? Like, sorry, like I get it. It sucks for you, but no, that doesn't protect them from doing this action.
Yeah, there's a valuable lesson to be learned here, right? Don't build your entire business on a bookstore that has prostitution in the back.
Well, that's
or
true.
a Chinese-run app.
Right.
That's completely in bed with the CCP, right?
Yeah.
Like, look, I'm sure these people saw all of these videos I saw forever ago about how TikTok is just basically Chinese propaganda. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to build my business on there, on that platform.
Right.
Yeah, dumbass.
Well, listen, I'm slightly more sympathetic than you are. Okay.
I'm not. I'm
Like-
just like, look, you made a bad investment, dude.
Sure. I'm sure there are people who I believe like this Brian Firebond guy is. He's some like rancher who was all like, oh, he had problems. I don't know what the fuck he was selling exactly. He was a rancher that TikTok was helping him. I don't know if he's like, distributing cattle or something, but, I could understand that there are people that had businesses that were hard to gain traction, and then maybe they went on TikTok because that's where the kids are, and they gained, a bunch of
The
publicity.
CCP made them viral.
Right. And for whatever reason, totally
as
fine.
part of a
Right.
honeypot to attract more people there.
Right. Either the CCP did it for nefarious reasons, or just the algorithm, I'm sure, does other things beyond, evil manipulation stuff. And I get it. They gained, publicity, helped their business. I'm sympathetic to all that stuff. That's fine. That doesn't, just because they're going to be harmed, doesn't protect this company from not being related to China, from having to divest from China, from destroying and potentially destroying and harming the rest of the country, just because this person's, making some money on TikTok.
I see the business component as like a honeypot, right? So a lot of times they use honeypots, a lot of times prostitutes, to basically do espionage with people. Look, once it's found out, the prostitute is fired, okay? They lose their business.
Right.
Yes. These people are going to lose their business, but they built their business in an unstable environment. So I'm sorry, I don't feel bad for them.
Of a print media or online media publication is the essence of the viewpoint of that publication. The current owner of X, or the current owner of Fox News, or the current owner of MSNBC has a particular perspective, and working with that particular platform is shot through with the ownership from top to bottom.
But why couldn't Congress?
Maybe the rancher should have run his whole business in the Chinese yuan. That would have been a good business investment, wouldn't it, Sitch?
Probably not. Probably not.
Okay. You probably did something stupid then.
Prohibit Americans from associating with certain foreign organizations that have interests that are hostile to the United States. I mean, I thought that's what Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project allowed. So I don't really understand what you mean.
Right, so I'm glad you're bringing that up.
Yes.
So when it comes to this national security, you are right that Congress can prohibit Americans, to use that case as an example, from associating with terrorist organizations or other organizations that pose a clear and present danger to this country. This case, Justice Jackson, is fundamentally different. What the government tells you in its own brief that it is worried about here are the ideas that might be expressed on TikTok. We might undermine U.S. leadership. We might sow doubts about democracy. We might have pro-China views. And so if you look to whether that is legitimate interest, my fundamental submission, and this I think goes to the last colloquy you were having with Mr. Francisco, is that is an impermissible government interest. And you look throughout our history and tradition, and I think the place I would point you most directly would be the opinions of Justice Brandeis and Whitney and Justice Holmes and Abrams.
I guess I don't understand how that's distinguishable from what's happening in Holder. So can you just say a little bit
more? It goes to the nature of the national security threat. So my position is the government just doesn't get to come in and say national security in the case is over, or you don't get to associate. You have to dig underneath what is the national security claim. And what Justice Holmes said in his Abrams dissent, and I know that was a dissent, these are hard issues, but that has been vindicated over time, is that it's not enough to say national security. You have to say, what is the real harm? Is it, is it terrorism? Is it where our battleships are located?
Justice Kavanaugh.
When he says it was in the dissent, what he means is that, well, it's not really binding legal precedent, but some judge somewhere said it. So,
Yeah, totally.
Presented a number of potential risks, right? With foreign adversaries using covert manipulation of the data platforms that are being used by youths today that would then make it more likely that people would turn into spies and do terrible things to the United States. This is a hypothetical, but you know what I'm saying?
I get it. So I think if I understood Justice Kavanaugh correctly, he was talking about the data security argument. So let me just pull these apart. You first have an argument, and the government itself separates these two arguments in its brief. The first argument, the one I'm focusing on initially, is the content manipulation argument. And that argument is that our national security is implicated if the content on TikTok is anti-democracy, undermines trust in our leaders. They use various phrases like that in their brief. So my primary submission is that is an impermissible government interest that taints the entire act. Now, there's a secondary argument the government made.
I think part of the problem is we haven't really, obviously, like this whole concept of algorithmic content didn't exist until recently. This was not a technological advancement or thing that we ever had to deal with as a human society until very recently. before that, the only thing that you had was there'd be editorial constraints, financial constraints about who can start a business, who can, start a radio station or a television station or a publication, and there would be editors and all those things. There never was this sort of algorithmic technology that existed the way it exists now until very, very recently. And so I feel like the law and a lot of the way that people conceptualize this has not updated to this new technology, because there's a very big difference between saying like, okay, you have this Al Jazeera publication, people know that Al Jazeera is owned by a foreign company and is going to have a foreign, slant to it based on that country. And it's probably that's going to, color the tone of the articles. And when you're reading an article, you're going to, you can have some awareness of that. That's so different than going on a platform like TikTok and watching a cat video or watching, an anti-Donald Trump video or an anti-Joe Biden video, and not really having this level of awareness that like, well, this algorithm is going to select and pick and choose winners and losers based on all this user content that people are submitting there, is going to do this based on foreign preferences that could be, and probably most likely are, designed to harm the country overall. Okay?
Yeah.
That's not a thing that existed until very, very recently. And they keep trying to smash these things together and say it's the same thing when it's very, very clearly not the same thing. I think we need to have different laws and different legal precedents to adjudicate these matters. I'm far more comfortable, even though I don't like the idea of it, I'm so much more comfortable with people picking up a newspaper or opening up the Al Jazeera website and reading it and knowing, okay, this is a foreign government. Maybe they're saying things that are propaganda or whatever. That's so different than going on YouTube or X or Twitter and having this invisible fucking hand move content in this direction in this very subtle fashion to basically trick people.
Yeah, the power of manipulation, I just think, is completely underplayed in all of these conversations. Just the fact that there's like this video component. I mean, when you watch advertising, you understand the dynamic. You're like, this person's selling a product. They want me to buy that product, and they're going to probably lean towards making that product seem better than imaginable, right? But
Right.
when you're opting into these platforms, you're going on and thinking, these people just want to entertain me.
Right.
Well, you don't know, like you don't know the true motivation behind the algorithm, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So you just opt in thinking, oh, I'm just being entertained. And really, you're being turned into a CCP, like NPC,
Right.
for whatever they want to do. What do they want to do, right?
Right. Right.
They want you to hate the country that you live in. They want you to feel that like the government is unfair and is manipulating you, like whatever they want. And it's completely invisible to the people because they think, oh, I'm just being entertained.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine
exactly.
if advertising went like that? I mean, advertising did at one point go like that. And they were like, this is dishonest, right?
Yes, of course.
They
Of
would
course.
do like paid endorsements and stuff like that, but it'd be totally secret, right?
Yep.
To trick your ass.
9 out of 10 doctors say smoking is actually good for you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So so much of that, these people are tricking you. People don't have enough reverence for the power of that, I think. So
They don't. Well,
yeah.
and it's, as I said, this is something that's like new. And so I don't think conceptually and legally people have thought this through. And I don't think our courts really have a way of adjudicating it properly. That's why there isn't a lot of focus on it. It's because it's just, we don't really have a proper concept or legal mechanism for that power of manipulation in this specific context.
Right. We should look at that study that Facebook did in 2014. I think it was 10 years ago.
Well, that was illegal for them to do that.
Yeah, but I'm curious what the content of the experiment was, because I think it was trying to affect people's moods. And obviously, everybody knows psychology 101, right? When people are in certain moods, they're much more susceptible to accepting certain ideas, right?
Yes, of course.
So look, the building block is let's get them in a good mood, right?
Right.
And then tell them communism is great.
Right.
And democracy sucks.
Right.
Authoritarianism is good. Individualism is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Women can have penises, right?
Right. Right.
The government makes. And we say you don't even get to that because once you have an impermissible motive like that, the law is unconstitutional. But even if you could get to that, Justice Jackson, I do grant that data security and the way Justice Kavanaugh spelled it out is compelling. That is compelling, but that's not the question. You just don't ask in the air, was Congress worried about data security or could it reasonably be worried about data security? You say, can this act, the act before you, be sustained on data security grounds? And our answer to that has to be no. You don't have to look any further than the divestiture provision itself, which says that the content recommendation algorithm cannot be used in the future. Well, that has nothing to do with data security. So the core feature of the divestiture provision is going at content manipulation, which I said is impermissible. You can't uphold that under data security grounds. And the rest of the act, when you look at the covered companies provision, Justice Jackson, if this were primarily a data security law, what you think you'd find is what kind of data is procured? How is it stored? Is it shared? Those are the things you think you'd find under covered companies, but you don't find that. What you find is, are text images shared? Is content being shared between users? Is it being created and posted in a social media platform? So I don't dispute for 1 second that data security is a very important thing, and Congress in this very law regulated data security in other ways with data brokers. That's perfectly permissible. But the question before you today was narrower. The question is this law before you sustainable on data security grounds? And that answer has to be no.
Congress doesn't care about what's on TikTok. They don't care about the expression. That's shown by the remedy. They're not saying TikTok has to stop. They're saying that the Chinese have to stop controlling TikTok. So it's not a direct burden on the expression at all. Congress is fine with the expression. They're not fine with a foreign adversary, as they've determined it is, gathering all this information about the 170 million people who use TikTok.
Well, again, Mr. Chief Justice, if I may, let me separate where you started, which was the content manipulation, and then go to the data security part of it. So,
well, the first part was not. I'm not talking about the content manipulation. I'm talking about the content harvesting.
When you say content harvesting, do you mean people's data?
They've got all the information, whatever algorithms they want, that has access to the personal information, or at least information that is not readily available, about 170 million Americans. And whether they're going to use it in 10 or 15 years, when those people grow up and have different jobs in different places, or whether they're going to use it now, that, at least as I look at the congressional record, is what Congress was concerned about.
Well, I think
and they're not concerned about the fact that it is available. As I said, the remedy is just somebody else has to run TikTok. So they're not concerned about the content. They're concerned about what the foreign adversary is doing.
So if I may, I think to answer your question properly, I think I have to separate two things. One is the content recommendation algorithm, and that's what I was speaking about a moment ago. That has nothing to do with data security. That doesn't itself procure data. That just determines what videos people see on their feed on TikTok. As to that, I think the answer is inescapably that the government and Congress itself was worried about content. The government itself is here saying national security. So like a mix of cat videos or dance videos doesn't affect national security. No matter what happens, the only thing that can affect national security are the substance of those videos. And when the government's pressed in its briefing, it outright tells you that. It says what we're really worried about is sowing doubts about U.S. leaders, et cetera. So let me turn then to data security. Yes, there were various congresspersons, and in the record that we have in the D.C. Circuit, there were conversation about the problem of data security here. As I said, I don't dispute that that is a valid governmental interest. So I think you addressed whether that alone can sustain the act in two steps. First, you would ask, if you have an impermissible motive and a permissible one, can we sustain the act based on the based simply on the permissible motive? And I think for the reasons Mr. Francisco said, and we lay out in our brief, that alone, the answer is no under Hunter against Underwood and other cases. Even if you could get just to the data security question, again, you'd have to ask the question, would this law have been passed by Congress for data security reasons? Because your you're being asked to uphold a law based on that single governmental interest. And when you look through the provisions, like the content recommendation algorithm provision, like the covered company provisions, the answer is no. And if you're still in doubt on that, just go back to the under-inclusiveness problem. Would a Congress really worried about these very dramatic risks leave out an e-commerce site like Temu that has 70 million Americans using it, and every bit the connection?
Does Congress have to go all or nothing on that? I mean,
it doesn't have to go all or nothing.
They isolate a particular problem, and they might be getting to what you're talking about next. Who knows? But you're really sitting up there and saying
that's the sound of doubt. He doesn't think they're getting to that next.
It didn't sound hopeful.
No. I mean, and it's funny because I only know about Temu because, Sam's telling me about it. And it's like this sort of like Chinese Amazon service, but it's like all the like a lot of the things you can buy there are like, oh my God, it's, you can buy things for dirt cheap, but then you get them and it's like, it has that chemical smell where it falls apart, or it's like, made by a slave child somewhere. It's like so fucking sus. I would be surprised if Temu is not going to be on some chopping block, in the upcoming future, because it does seem it's in some sort of dire need of restrictions or regulations.
Yeah, I was reading somewhere too that it's about getting around tariffs to some extent as well. So, if one manufacturer imports a bunch of stuff, it falls under a tariff, but if they do it individually straight from the manufacturer and it's under $900, there's no tariff. So
interesting.
It's funny that it is like a Chinese plot to get around tariffs.
Well, maybe since Trump is so big on tariffs, maybe he'll be
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, we should tariff the shit out of that Temu.
Right, to get Temu, regulated.
Congress would not pass the divestiture law if data security were the only interest.
So I'm saying it would not have passed this divestiture law if data security were the only interest. It's very curious why you just single out TikTok alone and not other companies with tens of millions of people having their own data taken, in the process of engaging with those websites, and equally, if not more, available to Chinese control. So I'm not trying to say that Congress has to do everything at once. I'm trying to say that once you've concluded that content manipulation, for the reasons I've said, as a matter of our history and tradition, has to be impermissible.
Is there another site like this one that covers half the American population? Okay.
I don't think, just by way of sheer numbers, Justice Sotomayor, that the answer has to be no, but 70 million seems like a lot.
170 million is a lot, but put that aside and then go to the next question, which is, how many of these sites have all of the data collection mechanisms that TikTok has? From what I understand from the briefs, not only is it getting your information, it's asking, and most people give it permission to access your contact list, whether that contact list has permitted them to or not. So they can now have data about all of your contacts and anything you say about them. How many other sites gather information by keystrokes to be able to do voice and finger ID information if they choose? And there's a whole lot of data stuff that was discussed in the brief that I don't think any other website gathers. So wouldn't this be a unique site? If I viewed the evidence that way, how would this be under-inclusive?
Justice Sotomayor, I don't think a lot of the suppositions you're making actually bear out. And as Justice Gorsuch was pointing out, one of the obviously the real challenges in this case is it comes to you without an ordinary trial record compiled and all the rest. So we have only limited amounts of information. But absolutely, these other websites are taking much the same kind of information, if not more. And as to the contact list thing, I think that points out one other aspect of this. That is a voluntary decision by an American user to share that information. In the Riley case.
But not informed. And even if
that
informed.
Could be solved. If you don't think it's informed, that could be solved by a warning or disclosure. No, they can't be,
because for the United States, the threat of using that information is what is at issue. It's not whether the user thinks it's okay, it's whether the U.S. believes that it could put sites at issue. But let me ask you one last question and fundamental question. Assuming that content neutral data collection concerns were is one of Congress's provisions, divest because of this. Why can't we separate that out from how we analyze the algorithm question? And couldn't we sever the two provisions to say divestiture is right, but you can't force them not to discuss algorithm?
Well, I think the reason why you can't do that is was Mr. Francisco explained. I thought I'd direct you to a case like Hunter against Underwood and just analogize it to this situation. If what you had is the government saying, we are shutting down TikTok or requiring divestiture for two reasons. One, because we think it helps the Democratic Party too much. And number two, because we're concerned about data. I think that first interest would be a poison pill. That would be an impermissible, or because we think there's too much pro-Catholic content on TikTok. I think there are some interests that are just so constitutionally verboten that I think that just makes the act unconstitutional, and you can't go looking for other interests. You send it back to Congress. Look, if you want to pass a data security law free and clear of this impermissible interest, you go ahead and do it. So, can I say one other thing, Justice Sotomayor, just because I think it is also telling here that even if you didn't buy that poison pill argument and you just asked whether Congress would have passed this law, something else that I think you might notice is even if all this act goes into effect and the law goes through, TikTok gets to keep all the data. So wouldn't a data security law require them to expunge that data or get rid of it or something? I mean, it's a very weird law if you're just looking at it through a data security lens, and maybe Congress could do better.
Mr. Fisher, often we require divestiture for antitrust reasons.
I mean, listen, I do agree that the law should demand that they have to delete all the information. That does seem to be a massive oversight. I don't know why they didn't include that in the law. So that's pretty crazy.
Reasons, for example. And as I take it, your argument.
I was trying to find these psychological experiments that Cialdini talks about in his book, where they use prisoners of war, American prisoners of war, and turn them against America.
Mm-hmm.
And it was North Korea and China that did this.
Of course.
I forgot it was China. So
yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can find an article so you can see the batshit insane and crazy shit that they did.
Oh yeah,
because they got to be doing that stuff on, like, so much of it was you got to get them to write them out. So they do these little essay contests, right? All of TikTok is like written out. It's like commenting and shit, right?
Right.
Yeah, and they have a history of all those comments.
And here, and we don't think of those as normally implicating the First Amendment interests of users or people who might speak or associate with editors. And the difference here is, as I understand it in your mind, that this law is motivated by a content-based interest. Is that a fair summary?
I think that, and the only thing I would add to it is just the prior step, which it is regulating the speech itself for content-based reasons.
Yeah, yes. We don't do that in the antitrust area, but you say this law does. Okay.
Exactly.
And it does on the covert content manipulation side. Do you think that's a compelling interest or not? Forget about the tailoring for a moment.
No, my point is that preventing content manipulation, whether it's covert or not,
is simply not
impermissible
compelling.
If what you mean by content manipulation are the kinds of interests the government is saying, like undermining trust in our leaders, undermining trust in democracy. That's Whitney and Abrams, and like those cases.
I got it. I got it.
So, Mr.
Just a couple more. I'm sorry. I'll finish up real quick. And so that would take us to the tailoring question. And there you say disclosure. And alerting Americans that there is covert content manipulation possibility, putting aside the data collection part of it. Yeah. Telling Americans that there is covert content manipulation going on in TikTok, or at least it's possible. And the government says that's just simply not enough. and the D.C. Circuit did too, and I wanted to give you a chance to respond to that.
Right. So I think that's the only aspect of the governmental interest that could be permissible, the covert part. And my answer, as you just said, is disclosure solves that problem. And you have a law, a long-standing law, which we haven't talked about yet today, that gives you that example. Again, under a history and tradition test, you look at not just precedent, but laws and traditions of our country. Look at the Foreign Agent Registration Act, passed in the run-up to World War II, and the concern was Americans would be controlled by foreign agents to speak and advocate certain causes.
We didn't ban them.
We did not ban them. All you did is require, Congress, all Congress did was require disclosure.
Certainly I wasn't around for that. On the secret evidence point, I'm concerned about the government's attempt to lodge secret evidence in this case without providing any mechanism for opposing counsel to review it.
And again, I think when we bring up the FARA thing, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, there's a big difference between a person saying, I'm going to argue something. I'm going to write an article. I'm going to tell you something, right? I'm going to tell you some information. I'm going to tell you my opinion. And you have to put a little disclaimer right at the top that says, warning, this person is being paid by a foreign government to tell you this shit, right?
Yeah, it's advertising. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. That's so different than saying there is some kind of invisible algorithm that you don't really perceive that is moving all this data around, taking all your information, but then moving all this data around in order to cultivate an opinion that's probably designed to weaken your country, and you don't actually perceive it as actually happening whatsoever. Okay.
Right.
Versus you reading an article, someone specifically talking about some specific political issue, and you go, oh, well, okay, this person's, a paid lobbyist by this country's government, and they're writing an article or an opinion piece about, something related to this country.
Right. Yeah.
These are not really comparable things.
Review it. And I expressed that concern in Zabeta, and I noted that there are mechanisms to read in counsel and that other countries, including our allies, often do that. I just wanted to give you a chance to give me your thoughts on that.
Yes, Justice Gorsuch, we made all those arguments in the D.C. Circuit, so there was a flurry of motion practice about whether or not the government could rely on classified evidence. Those motions were never resolved. What the D.C. Circuit did, I think you probably noticed from the decision, is say we're going to decide this case solely based on the public record. And my understanding is that's how it comes to this court. But if the court were ever
It's interesting that Congress hasn't acted in this field. I mean, we have in the FISA area, lots of opportunity. They have regulated this area, and it does seem like an area that Congress might want to pay attention to, given the increased appeals to secret evidence that the government has made in recent years. Last question for you. Could the new administration, after January 20th, Mr. Francisco suggested that it might be able to extend the deadline, even though if you were to lose here by January 19th? Is that possible as you read the law?
I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a question for the Solicitor General. But
it certainly is. I thought maybe I'd give you a chance, too.
So, as I understand the law, it's 270 days unless extended. And once that time runs, I'm not sure you're talking about an extension anymore.
Okay.
There's ex post facto law that kind of does this stuff.
Thank you.
Can I take you back, Mr. Fisher? Let's say I agree with you that if you're talking about content manipulation, that's an inherently content-based rationale for acting. So if Congress had passed a law that says we hate the content manipulation that TikTok is doing, that's strict scrutiny land, and I don't know that the government can do that, however important and the interest. But that's not what Congress is doing here, and this is the same kinds of questions that I asked Mr. Francisco, because if let's take it as a given that Congress actually can do whatever it wants with respect to a wholly foreign corporation or a foreign government. And so Congress could act with the intent to interfere with the content manipulation that a foreign corporation is doing. And so now we're in this strange world where we're saying they can't act with respect to TikTok. They could act with respect to ByteDance. Why isn't this Congress acting with respect to ByteDance in the sense that all it's doing is saying ByteDance has to divest, and then TikTok can go about its business, use whatever algorithm it wants, use whatever content moderation policies it wants, just like everybody else does, choosing from everything that's available on the open market.
So let me answer that question in two parts, from the perspective of the creator Americans who want to use this platform to speak to other Americans. So the first thing is what the act does, as you said, Justice Kagan, is prevent us from working with a application that is owned by ByteDance that uses this algorithm. Well, that's exactly what we want to do. That's our editor and publisher of choice that we think best disseminates our speech.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is if you just assume a world without TikTok, where it's only ByteDance, and you were trying to say, well, we really want to work with ByteDance, and Congress was saying, we think ByteDance presents national security interests, and they don't have First Amendment rights. They're just a foreign corporation. I think that in that case, the government, I mean, tell me if you think this is wrong. It just doesn't matter that you have creators who want to work with ByteDance, because ByteDance is a foreign corporation with no First Amendment rights. Is that what you're contesting?
So that is what I'm contesting. So you said two things, though, so I could be clear. There's two aspects. Do we have a First Amendment right to work with a foreign company or even a foreign country to publish our speech? And then there's a national security part that you put into that, which goes to the justification.
Forget that.
Forget that, yes. Let's do that. So if that is right, Justice Kagan, then American creators have no right to make documentaries with the BBC. They can't work with Al Jazeera if Congress wants to prevent that. Any number of other publications that are state-owned wholly or partially. And even under Lamont, remember, where you're not even creating speech, you're just listening. You know, that was speech from China that the court said you have a First Amendment right to receive.
So would I be right to say that your position is that because of the users who want to associate and want to partner with this foreign corporation, the foreign corporation ends up having, in your view, the exact same First Amendment rights as your users do? In other words, it's irrelevant that the foreign corporation doesn't have First Amendment rights.
I don't think it's irrelevant, because you could imagine a situation where no American distributor or speaker wants to work with that. But let me put it to you this way. The Communist Manifesto, written by Karl Marx, has no First Amendment standing on its own in America. But if a bookstore wants to sell that publication, I don't think Congress can prevent it from doing so.
Well, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
No.
I'm good.
Okay. So
wait, what the fuck does selling the Communist Manifesto has nothing to do with saying, well, a foreign company has all the rights of free speech that an American citizen has. Just because an American citizen decides that they want to team up with a foreign country, which, by the way, obviously we already know that's not true, because there already are restrictions on American citizens who team up with foreign companies through the Foreign Registration Act. So we already know that there are restrictions in place to some extent. It's not the same thing.
Right. Yeah. And they're doing something illegal or nefarious, however you want to call it. So
right.
You get the example of the prostitution in the back of the bookstore.
Now, I wonder if you could say, okay, here's your way to adjudicate this. I don't think ByteDance or TikTok would ever in a billion years agree to this, but here's a potential way to adjudicate this. You say, okay, TikTok, okay, ByteDance, you can continue to operate in America, but we're going to have a team of American programmers and American computer engineers who at any time are completely able to go through your algorithm and sift through any communications related to the algorithmic process to check and make sure you're not doing anything suspect.
They will say that it's corporate secrets. That's the secret sauce of ByteDance, and we can't share that information.
Right. But they'll say, well, listen, the American government, promised, pinky swear promise, just as your pinky swear promise to not do anything bad. Well, pinky swear promise that we won't use any of this information. We won't sell it to private companies. It would all be top secret, but we're just looking through it to make sure you're not doing anything suspect.
Right. Kind of like an FDA thing, right? That's your secret sauce, but we have to make sure it doesn't poison people.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good comparison, right? People have a right to copyright their food and their recipe and all this other stuff, but that doesn't mean the FDA doesn't get to look into the factory to make sure that, there's the chickens are, being handled properly and not everyone's going to get salmonella poisoning.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. They're not going to go for that though, because salmonella poisoning is the whole point of the app.
Of course. But I'm just wondering if that would sort of alleviate in some people's minds and change sort of the arguments here. It's like, well, wait a minute, there was some alternative that was offered, and ByteDance in China, expressly turned it down.
Right. That's what we do oftentimes in monitoring countries that are attempting to develop nuclear weapons, right? It's kind of the same.
Yeah, the
process.
weapons inspectors come in and make sure.
We want our psychological weapons inspectors to look over your algorithm.
Exactly.
That's fair, right?
Right.
Totally
yeah.
fair.
No, I like that.
We're just doing it for your protection as American citizens.
That's a very good way of framing it. We need psychological weapons inspectors.
Yep.
A little bit on the distinction. Because in Lamont, the prohibition worked directly on the American. Like, you have to specifically request this information that comes. This is working kind of as Justice Case.
So Lamont is kind of an interesting case. This was Lamont versus the Postmaster General in 1965. There was a law that basically said, it was a federal law, I believe, that basically said the post office had to hold and destroy any communist propaganda mailing unless the addressee explicitly requested delivery.
Okay, that's interesting.
And the court said that this was an unconstitutional burden on speech. The court found that the requirement to file a written request was impermissible burden on the right to receive information and ideas. By conditioning delivery on affirmative set, the law discouraged people from accessing such material, thereby chilling speech.
Was a foreign adversary the one delivering the mail? Or was it
I believe so. I'm
or
not
sending
sure.
the mail, rather.
I'm not sure. It was just communist political propaganda, I think, overall. I don't think it was specifically had to be.
But Americans were sending it to other Americans. I mean, that's fine, right?
Sure. Yeah. I'm not 100%.
I object to like this very specific aspect that I think falls under social proof. People are very susceptible when they see celebrities buying into things or things being super popular, right? Everyone has to go see the super popular movie that made all this money, right? Everyone's is going to see it. And TikTok just is an environment where they can like create celebrities from scratch, right? Who are going to be super influential over people. And B, manipulate how the perception of how popular something is. And even get feedback on whether or not that manipulation is working, whether or not people are believing that, right?
Right.
It's just it's like weapons grade psychological terrorism.
Yes, you're 100% correct.
Yeah, so but a lot of people don't believe this. A lot of people, they say, "Oh, my mind is strong. I am unsusceptible to any kind of manipulation, any kind of psychological manipulation." Well, okay, maybe you are. Maybe you're smarter than the average bear, right? It doesn't mean most people are. I mean, we have to build these systems for people who are very susceptible to psychological manipulation, which I would think is probably most people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and our society is structured where I do think you could say, oh, look, this is fake popularity that they're using to basically manipulate people. Like some attorney's going to take that up, right?
Of course.
Yeah, but this is completely hidden, so no attorney is allowed to take that up.
So I looked in the Lamont case. It was actually a foreign country that was sending people.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. And they said it was okay?
Yeah. Even though they were like, okay, you need to expressly affirm that you want this thing. I mean, it sounds like the person had to sign up to get it in the first place. Like they weren't just randomly sending out, foreign propaganda to just random American citizens. It sounds like the guy signed up for it. And then they're like, well, you're going to have to expressly tell the American government that you signed up for it. And that was sort of the issue.
Yeah. I also sent you a link
and
to
work directly on the American. Like, you have to specifically request this information that comes. This is working kind of as Justice Kagan's questions were pressing you. This is working on ByteDance. It's not saying to your creators, you can't post on ByteDance. That's indirectly going to happen if ByteDance chooses its.
Right. And so Amy Coney Barrett is saying this is different from that case, because that case was, again, it was a restriction on an American, saying that the Americans can't do X, Y, Z unless they affirm it. This is, again, not on Americans. It is targeted at ByteDance, this foreign company. Foreign company does not have First Amendment protections. That's the difference here.
Itself, not to permit TikTok to walk away with the code. So does that matter, that distinction between Lamont and this case?
No, for two reasons. One, under the Sorrell case, you look to not just the law itself, but its practical operation. And the practical operation is prevent us from working with ByteDance. So that's one answer. And you bring up Lamont, and Lamont's actually a very important case, I'm sure you all recognize here. It's important to look not just at the court's opinion, but look at the briefing in that case. The government itself never came in and argued there's no right to receive this information. That's the sort of greater argument. All the government argued was, of course Americans have a right to receive this, but it's just not so much of a burden to require them to raise their hand to get it. So Archibald Cox, when he was the Solicitor General, said to the court quite explicitly in the brief, we're not even going to make this argument because we think it's so contrary to history and tradition. All we're going to argue is the burden isn't enough. Now, what happened is the D.C. Circuit kind of turned that upside down and said, oh, Lamont's just a case about the burden. Well, that's because that's the only argument the government was even willing to make in this court. There was no argument that Americans didn't have the right to hear that speech.
What about, so I think this goes to Justice Gorsuch's questions about antitrust divestiture. Let's say that for antitrust reasons, or let's even say not for that. Let's say for suspect First Amendment reasons, Congress tells Jeff Bezos that he has to divest in the Washington Post. You know, he can no longer own the Post. And let's say that neither Bezos nor the Post challenges that. But let's say that you represent clients who really like the Post as it was, who really want to keep receiving the Post, who really want to publish op-eds in the Post.
Yeah.
Would you have standing? Like, what kind of a claim would you be making there?
I believe so, Justice Barrett, and the court has cited Lamont in other cases in more recent years to say we've recognized a right of American listeners to receive information from others. And remember, even that is that's only a small part of the argument I'm making on behalf of the creators. You know, I don't mean to diminish Mr. Francisco's arguments on behalf of the company and ByteDance, but the core speech in front of you in this case are the videos and other forms of communication that people like my clients are posting by the millions every day on this platform to share with other Americans.
Can you win is it possible for you to win and Mr. Francisco to lose, or you rise or fall together?
No, I think it's possible. I mean, I don't think we should. But
was it possible for you to win and him to lose? I mean, you want to win.
Let me put it this way. If you were to conclude that something about the corporate ownership structure, and I think there was some conversation about this earlier, impeded Mr. Francisco from being able to assert full-throated First Amendment rights in this case, I would step in and say, well, certainly we can do that and get you to the strict scrutiny. And then the arguments pretty much line up. Then you're in a question of, can the government satisfy strict scrutiny? And I think, Mr. Chief Justice, you asked about, do we have cases for this and that? I think that the idea is, yes, we have cases that say, once you're in strict scrutiny, that regulating the content because you don't think it's going to be pro-American enough or it's going to be too pro-foreign interest is just verboten under the First Amendment. That's the history and tradition. And Justice Kavanaugh, when you asked about the broadcast cases, they're grounded not just in scarcity, but they're grounded in scarcity in a particular way. And it has to do with the absolute need Congress has for licensing in a world of scarce resources. And so that's the very small carve-out that even in Turner, the court wouldn't extend to cable television, that exists for broadcast licensing. And if you look on the 200 plus years of our country for any other example of foreign ownership of media being regulated by Congress, let alone being permitted in the case law, you are not going to find it. And I think the reason why is because everybody has understood that if you're not in a world of scarcity where licensing is impossible, you cannot give the government, and in this more extreme example, the president himself, unbridled discretion to choose who is a proper owner of a speech platform in this country. because it is so hand in hand with viewpoint. As I said earlier, any number of owners of big media enterprises, whether they be Americans or foreign citizens, could be accused of having a particular viewpoint, but speakers who engage in those platforms have choices they can make. And so, on behalf of our creator clients, we find it not at all satisfactory to be told, well, look, just go post somewhere else. It's not enough to tell a writer, well, you can't publish an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal because you can publish it in the New York Times instead. Just like here to say, you can publish it on Instagram or some other platform, not just TikTok. TikTok has a distinct editorial and publicational perspective, and it particularly benefits people like my clients who are not famous people, they're not actors from Hollywood who have a lot of people following them, they're ordinary American citizens whose content that they create on the platform gets privileged by way of the quality of that content. And that's what's so powerful about the platform. So whether you're an ordinary American citizen, or I might add, whether you're a presidential candidate in our last election, if you want to reach new and different audiences, TikTok is the place people go.
This may not make any difference for constitutional purposes, but just out of curiosity, I'd like you to explain what the practical consequences would likely be for your clients if TikTok went dark, as Mr. Francisco put it. There, I assume, is a great demand for what TikTok provides, and if TikTok was no longer there to provide what your clients really want, is there a reason to doubt that some other social media company would not jump in and take advantage of this very lucrative market?
There are two reasons, Justice Alito. One is many of the declarations from my clients actually explain they've tried on other platforms to generate the kind of audience and engagement they've been able to on TikTok, and they've fallen dramatically.
Yeah, I know they haven't so far, and I'm just wondering whether this is like somebody's attachment to an old article of clothing. I mean, I really love this old shirt because I've been wearing this old shirt, but I could go out and buy something exactly like that. But no, I like the old shirt. Is that what we have here, or is there some reason to think that only ByteDance has this, the ByteDance has devised this magical algorithm that all of the geniuses at Meta and all of these other social media companies, they couldn't. No matter, they put their minds to it, they couldn't come up with this magical thing.
I think empirically, other companies have been trying for a few years to catch up with TikTok and replicate it and have been very unsuccessful. And so that ought to tell you something. And so just imagine the algorithm here as a collection of thousands of editors. Imagine the floors of an office building being filled with a collection of editors. You could imagine a situation where that collection of genius that is on a particular floor cannot be replicated by another group of people. And that's kind of what you have here.
All right, I understand that.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Anything further, Justice Alito?
Yeah, one other question. I'm intrigued by your Mount Healthy Hunter versus Underwood argument. I mean, maybe you're right, but Mount Healthy arose in an entirely different context where you're trying to get to an employer's motivation. Hunter versus Underwood involved an extreme situation where the court looked at the records of a state constitutional convention and came to the conclusion, apparently, that racism was the only motivation for what was done. But it does seem to me to be potentially quite unworkable and contrary to what we've generally said.
So Hunter versus Underwood, 1985 case. Alabama had a law that took away voting rights for some minor crimes. And so this would be something like vagrancy. If you were convicted of vagrancy, would you lose your voting rights? If you were convicted of petty theft, you would lose your voting rights. If you were convicted of miscegenation, you would lose your voting rights. And so the court basically ruled that while the law did not explicitly mention race, the court did find that there was intent in the passing of the law to disenfranchise Black voters. And sort of the two...
Ooh, ouch.
Right. And so this case kind of puts a big stake in the heart of a lot of CRT claims, because CRT people would always make this argument that the reason American colorblind law doesn't work is because, well, the lawmakers could just write a colorblind law, but it could have some kind of intentional racist outcome, and the courts couldn't do anything about it. In this case, is the exact opposite of that. Now, the two evidences for the intent of the law, though, were pretty explicit. Number one was that this law was supposed to be taking people's right to vote based on like some crime of moral turpitude. And it seemed very strange that in the state of Alabama in this time period, you would lose your right to vote for, say, committing vagrancy, but you wouldn't lose your right to vote if you murdered somebody.
Okay.
Which seems highly suspect, right? Like, how does that make any sense? And then the second
Murder
element
versus vagrancy.
right. Yeah. One of those seems significantly less moral than the other, right?
Right.
And then the second aspect, which was very, very direct, was that this wasn't just a law. I mean, it's kind of insane that this was in the 80s. I don't know when this was passed, but that this took to the 80s to change. Was that whenever this law passed, it wasn't just a law, it was actually an amended part of the state's constitution, which meant that they had open discussions about amending the law and amending the constitution. And in those open discussions, the lawmakers expressly talked about, disenfranchising Black voters and finding things that they could designate as Black crimes in order to take voting rights away. And so I guess the reason that the TikTok guy is trying to bring this up is he's trying to say, well, even if the law doesn't expressly talk about content restrictions, which it doesn't, it still could have some kind of implicit intention. And that's why he's bringing this up.
So he's saying bite dance are the vagrants?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And therefore, they shouldn't be able to vote.
Well, no, he's saying that the government's so the whole goal here is that they're trying to say this law is a content restrictive law.
Yes.
And if that they can show that to the court, then the court has to bump it up to strict scrutiny, which means it's far more likely the court will dismiss the law.
Right.
But the law itself doesn't actually say anything about content. The law doesn't say TikTok is not allowed to display anti-American information on it. TikTok is not allowed to display, pro Chinese propaganda. The law doesn't say anything about content at all. It just says they have to divest from ByteDance from China. And so he's trying to argue through this case and say, well, they don't explicitly talk about content. It's all implicit, like this voting law case. So that's
they
why
don't talk specifically about the content, but they do say that the content could be used to manipulate people. So that's where they're trying to draw the parallel.
The law doesn't say that. There are briefs that the government has put forward where they talked about that there is a covert manipulation that goes on that could affect people. But the law itself, I don't believe, talks about that aspect of it.
About legislative intent to apply the Mount Healthy framework to a congressional enactment. Do you recognize or do you acknowledge that would be very difficult? Because when an act of Congress is passed, there could be more than 250 different motivations for the votes that were cast by the members.
Yeah, I totally understand that. And in Hunter, the court actually engaged with that problem to some degree. And what Hunter said is, to avoid that problem, we're going to look just at two things. One is the state's brief, which I'd say is the Solicitor General's brief by comparison here, and the text of the law. And here, that's the only thing I need to rely on to get you to the place that they wouldn't have enacted.
Well, it gets you to the place that this was part of what motivated Congress. But why does it get you home? Well, and particularly when there's a severability clause in this act.
It can't be only part of it. It has to be enough to sustain the entire act, or at least the parts that you wouldn't sever from the act. And so I think the reason why is because it's not just the content recommendation algorithm part that can be theoretically, I guess, severed out. It's also the covered company provisions, and it's just the whole approach of the statute that is based on content, not on data security.
All right, thank you.
So, okay.
Justice Sotomayor?
No, I'll save it for the SG.
Justice Kagan. Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Jackson?
One quick question. You repeatedly say that from your perspective, the government's motivation is that the content might be too anti-American or too pro-China, et cetera. So that's why you think this is a content-based restriction.
True.
But I guess I'm curious if you would say the same thing if the government had articulated its rationale as saying, our motivation is to limit foreign interference in American social media platforms or discourse. Isn't that a different motivation from the standpoint of how we characterize this?
I agree, but then the question I would ask if the government said that, which I think kind of in the reply brief, maybe the government does say that, is that how on earth are you then serving a national security interest? If all you're doing is just saying, we don't like a foreign country rearranging cat and dance videos, it's hard to come in and make a national security argument. So the only way you get to national security, which is the government's own argument, is to look at the substance that's being rearranged and say, we don't like the way the substance is going to be rearranged and curated differently.
Thank you.
I mean, they're promoting Bin Laden was great videos, though. It's more than just cat and dance videos.
Right, but so he's saying that if you're concerned about it promoting Bin Laden videos, then it's a content restriction.
Mm-hmm.
That's the argument he's trying to make.
Sure. But I think if he would have said pro Bin Laden videos instead of cat and dance videos, everyone would have been like, this dumb motherfucker. It just becomes obvious, right? He's trying to downplay. He's trying to hedge here. He's like, it's just some innocent cat and dance videos, right?
Of course, yeah.
Sure,
The framing,
yeah.
obviously, yeah. Though again, it's a foreign country does not have First Amendment rights. Again, it gets said again and again and again. They do not have First Amendment rights. China does not have First Amendment rights in America.
This is so crazy because look, everyone remembers when every single TikToker was making some pro Bin Laden video.
Yes.
So it's like the algorithm completely entices all of these TikTokers to run out and read Bin Laden from a good perspective and make some video talking about how great Bin Laden is.
Yeah, right?
Oh my God.
Crazy. Totally crazy. Yes.
Yes, yeah. So then obviously they're all going to take that opinion through confirmation bias, right? They've already put it out on social media and announced it to the world. Oh God, the levels of manipulation here are insane.
Yep.
But look, it's just innocent cat and dance videos, right? That's it. They're not fucking with your kids.
I know.
They're not making your kids make terrorist propaganda.
It's interesting to me that there's this push, which I agree with, and we talked about. It's like, okay, public schools should not be teaching children very political, messaging, right?
Right.
Public schools should not be teaching kids, to be Democrats or Republicans. It should not be pushing, gender ideology.
Yeah, women should have penises.
Right, or queer theory on children. Right?
China's like, let's promote women have penises videos and make everyone make one.
Right. Yeah. And so it's weird that's okay, public schools shouldn't be doing this. But I think it's totally fine for a foreign country
to do this, yeah.
To use the most powerfully persuasive, addicting social media app for children should be allowed with unrestricted access to just do whatever the fuck it wants, essentially.
Right.
That seems strange to me.
Yeah, I wonder if this Brian Firebaugh knows about the Bin Laden stuff. Because they probably wall people off that are not susceptible to this stuff.
Because I would argue, the whole point here is that we want, there should be enhanced protections against our government, right? Why then should those same protections against our own government not also be levied even more so at foreign governments from fucking with us? That makes no sense to me.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, that makes no sense. I bet they have a score for every user on how susceptible they are to propaganda.
Of course.
They probably have an NPC score. They do, I'm sure.
Right.
And that's the thing that people want to get a hold of. God, our government will probably use it against them. As soon as they get that information, they'll be like, oh my God, these could be voters.
That's interesting. The
And
NPC score, yeah.
And now that we could never do this, but now that this data has already been compiled by our adversary, we should use it.
Right. Well, I mean, that is definitely something to be worried about.
Yeah. Oh God, I guarantee you they have an MPC score.
Of course they do.
I mean, that's the most valuable thing, right?
Yep.
They wall all the people off who are not susceptible to propaganda, and then all the people who are, they're like, ha, 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 ha.
Thank you, counsel. General Prelager.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, the Chinese government's control.
So this is the Solicitor General for the United States arguing in favor of the ban.
Finally, a good guy.
Right.
Of TikTok poses a grave threat to national security. No one disputes that the PRC seeks to undermine U.S. interests by amassing vast quantities of sensitive data about Americans and by engaging in covert influence operations. And no one disputes that the PRC pursues those goals by compelling companies like ByteDance to secretly turn over data and carry out PRC directives. Those realities mean that the Chinese government could weaponize TikTok at any time to harm the United States. TikTok collects unprecedented amounts of personal data, and as Justice Sotomayor noted, it's not just about the 170 million American users, but also about their non-user contacts who might not even be engaging with the platform. That data would be incredibly valuable to the PRC. For years, the Chinese government has sought to build detailed profiles about Americans, where we live and work, who our friends and coworkers are, what our interests are, and what our vices are. TikTok's immense data set would give the PRC a powerful tool for harassment, recruitment, and espionage. On top of that, the Chinese government's control over TikTok gives it a potent weapon for covert influence operations. And my friends are wrong to suggest that Congress was seeking to suppress specific types of content or specific types of viewpoints. Instead, the national security harm arises from the very fact of a foreign adversary's capacity to secretly manipulate the platform to advance its geopolitical goals in whatever form that kind of covert operation might take. The Act addresses the threat of foreign adversary control with laser-like focus. It requires only divestiture of TikTok to prevent Chinese government control. And that divestiture remedy follows a long tradition of barring foreign control of U.S. communications channels and other critical infrastructure. So no matter what level of First Amendment scrutiny applies, this act is valid because it's narrowly tailored to address compelling national security threats. Now, my friend Mr. Fisher just emphasized, and I acknowledge, that millions of Americans enjoy expressing themselves on this platform. But the important thing to recognize is that the act leaves all of that speech unrestricted once TikTok is freed from foreign adversary control. The First Amendment does not bar Congress from taking that critical and targeted step to protect our nation's security.
This is just such a powerful tool of espionage. That's why China doesn't want to use it. Like, they have so much investment in this tool, 10 years of investment.
Mm-hmm.
This is their fucking CIA.
Yep.
Yeah. They're not just, oh, CIA needs to divest. What? Fuck you. That's our main tool.
Right, right.
That's how we fuck with you.
I welcome the court's questions.
Is there any difference between content manipulation by a non-U.S. company as opposed to a U.S. company? I didn't hear Mr. Fisher make a distinction between the two.
Yes, and I think the important thing to recognize is that the act here is targeting covert content manipulation by a foreign adversary nation. Now, I understand my friends to say—
What difference does that make?
The difference is that there is no protected First Amendment right for a foreign adversary to exploit its control over a speech platform.
The difference between covert and non-covert.
So I think that Congress's concern with the covert operation was that a foreign adversary could effectively weaponize this platform behind the scenes in order to achieve any number of geopolitical goals. Here are some of the examples that come to mind. One of the pages out of the playbook here is for a foreign adversary to simply try to get Americans arguing with one another to create chaos and distraction in order to weaken the United States as a general matter and distract from any activities that the foreign adversary might want to conduct on the world stage.
What do you mean by covert, though? I mean, does covert just mean it's hard to figure out how the algorithm works? Because we could say that about every algorithm.
No, the covert nature of it comes from the fact that it's not apparent that the PRC is the one behind the scenes pulling the strings here and deciding exactly what content is going to be made to appear on the site. And another way that the
It's just because we don't know that China's behind it? That's what covert means?
Well, I think that
it doesn't have anything to do with the difficulty of figuring out what the algorithm is doing. It's just because people don't know that China is pulling the strings. That's what covert means?
What it means is that Americans are on this platform thinking that they are speaking to one another, and this recommendation engine that is apparently so valuable is organically directing their speech to each other. And what is covert is that the PRC, a foreign adversary nation, is instead exploiting a vulnerability in the system.
Well, if that's all it means, that like people don't know that China's behind it, like everybody now knows that China is behind it.
No, but it's the specific content that's being manipulated would be unapparent. And so
well,
I think
that's true of every search engine. I mean, you can take any of these algorithms, whether it's X or whether it's, you name it. What are the...
Okay, Kagan has obviously been drinking on the break, or she smuggled a flask in,
right,
or something here. Look, the part that's covert is what the intentions are of China. So,
well,
I mean, that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's the intentions, but it's also that, again, even if you had an American company that had some covert intention to enact some political or ideological change through the algorithmic process, yeah, I don't think that would entail necessarily a blanket ban or divestiture, but they would lose their 230 protection, and they would be susceptible to regulations that they're not susceptible to right now.
Some kind of reprimand would step in. Yeah.
Right. And the covert thing is, even if you say, when you open up TikTok, you say, TikTok is owned by China and thus they're, have an influence on the algorithm. That's not really going to affect people's judgment or their belief when they're cycling through videos, when they're receiving their content. They're not going to perceive it through that lens, regardless of what you put up front.
Right. Yeah. Of course. Alcohol impairs judgment, but once that judgment is impaired, all bets are off.
Exactly. Yeah.
New ones, Blue Sky. I mean, none of these are apparent, right? You get what you get, and you think that's puzzling, and it's all a little bit of a black box. So you can't just mean it's a black box, it's covert. They're all black boxes. And if you just mean what's covert is the fact that there's China behind it, I mean, honestly, really, like everybody does know now that there's China behind it. So I just don't get what this covert word does for you.
I think the problem with just saying as a general matter, China has this capability and might at some point be able to exercise it and manipulate the platform is it doesn't put anyone on notice of when that influence operation is actually happening, and therefore it doesn't guard against the national security harm from the operation itself.
Isn't that a pretty paternalistic point of view? I mean, don't we normally assume that the best remedy for problematic speech is counter speech? And TikTok says it could even live with a disclaimer on its website saying this can be covertly manipulated by China. In case anybody were left in doubt after today about that possibility. So you're saying that won't work because?
That won't work because it is such a generic, generalized disclosure that it wouldn't put anyone reasonably on notice about when it's actually happening. And the example I've been thinking about is—
argument is that the average American won't be able to figure out that the cat feed he's getting on TikTok could be manipulated, even though there's a disclosure saying it could be manipulated.
But imagine if you walked into a store and it had a sign that said, 1 of 1 million products in this store causes cancer. That is not going to put you on notice about what product is actually jeopardizing your health. And I think that's roughly equivalent to the type of disclosure they're contemplating here. They brought up the example of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, FARA. There you have to disclose the actual content.
If that's true, then wouldn't that be true for all social media companies, for all content? I mean, every editor, every newspaper in its editorial room makes decisions about what it's going to run and how it's going to say it, and every algorithm has preferences, whether it's domestic or foreign.
They keep totally throwing 230 under the bus here.
I know, it's crazy.
Constantly.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're all just publishers. Well, wait, I thought they were just publishers. Fuck. Strip them of 230 protection. That's a good way to
Yes.
put them out of business.
Right.
Like send 1,000 lawsuits their way for defamation.
Yep.
Like TikTok has the deep pockets, right?
Yeah. Remember,
Any fucking maniac that posts something bad about you, sue TikTok for defamation.
yes. Remember the city bike lady?
Yes,
who
City
got
Bike
labeled
Karen.
a
Yeah.
Karen, intact, whatever. She should be,
She
I
should
guess,
sue TikTok.
she should be able to 100% sue TikTok because they're just an editorial,
Yeah.
publisher now all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And nobody really knows exactly when those editorial decisions are being made or how, but they're generally aware, and we think that's enough.
I think, though, that there is a real risk that when a foreign adversary has control of that kind of mechanism and a speech platform in the United States, it could weaponize that platform to harm United States interests. And one of the key ways that the PRC flexes this muscle is to suppress speech.
General, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're not arguing about the compelling interest. We're arguing about the tailoring.
Right. And so I guess what I would say, you began by saying the cure for concerning speech is counter speech. Here, I dispute the premise that Congress was specifically concerned about any particular subject or any particular viewpoint. It wanted to close off a capability of a foreign government. But in any event, it's very hard to engage in counter speech when you don't know because someone is secretly manipulating the platform behind the scenes. And in particular, what the PRC has the capability to do is simply silence American voices.
With a newspaper owned by a foreign company and a foreign government, you wouldn't know when it's exercising editorial discretion about this article or that article or how it's doing it. So maybe we just need to shut down the Oxford University Press in America, or you pick it, any other foreign-owned Politico, I was told today, is owned by Germany.
So
that would all be okay on your theory, so long as Congress designates that country a foreign adversary?
We are not asking the court to articulate bright-line rules to govern all kinds of hypothetical situations.
I am testing your argument.
Yes, and what I want to acknowledge is that sometimes the court has recognized that a speaker-based preference might reflect a content-based preference. And in the context of ownership of a newspaper, for example, in part because a newspaper is a one-way channel of communication and is generally understood to represent to some extent its publisher's views, maybe the court would more readily infer that a regulation targeting that is actually aiming to target content. But I don't think the court could draw the same conclusion here.
I'm not talking about the compelling interest or any of that. I'm talking about the tailoring. And you're saying we have no alternative but to stop this speech altogether. We can't rely on disclosure. But you say that wouldn't apply to Politico or to the Oxford University Press because?
In the circumstance where you have a newspaper that is understood to reflect its publisher's views, then you might think that disclosure would be a more adequate remedy there because it's not just holding itself out as a forum for speech between other people. I think social media platforms do raise distinct interests in this regard because what people think when they're engaging with TikTok is that it's organically feeding them videos based on the recommendation engine. And if actually China is behind the scenes engaging in this kind of covert operation, it does prevent a distinct national security risk. Of course, the other big difference with a newspaper is it's not.
I'm glad we finally got to maybe something. It's like, let's stop comparing TikTok to a publisher. They're not a publisher. They haven't claimed to be a publisher. If they want to claim to be a publisher, I mean, that opens a whole can of worms for them if they want to go down that pathway. But then even if they are a publisher, like to me, this doesn't really make sense. If we levy all these sanctions against Russia that says, okay, Russia, because they're at war with Ukraine, and, we don't like that, they can't do business and they can't do specific things, in America. Like the idea, it just seems weird to me, this idea that you can't say, okay, China is a foreign adversary government. There are different restrictions that we're going to be placing on how we interact with the Chinese government and the kind of businesses that Chinese government can own and operate in America. A lot of people, rightfully so, have concerns about why can China just buy up all this land and all this farmland in America? That seems suspect, right? Like, are we going to say that China can suddenly start buying up all the useful infrastructure in America and start buying up all the private companies that have, like electrical companies and, any company, technology companies in America, that we just throw our hands up and say, well, everything's just free market. Let them do whatever the fuck they want, right?
Hell no.
Of course not. Like, it's so absurd that we have to keep trying to conflate that this free speech of American citizens applies to a foreign fucking country.
Yes. Yeah. Don't let them run a CIA-style covert influence app in the United States.
Yes.
It's just common sense,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Right.
Yes. Yeah. What the fuck? We
And
want our CIA to run a covert influence app over there.
There you go.
And
I mean,
fuck with them. That's what we want.
I mean, that's, to me, part of what's so telling is that there's all this concern, all this bending over backwards. Oh my God, we have to protect China's right for speech in America. Meanwhile, China's just like, well, just ban anything in America that's from America that we don't like. X is not allowed in America. Anything, any American company that has social media is not allowed in China. It's absurd.
Isn't it telling, though? Because they think, look, Twitter will be run by the CIA. Fuck, get that shit out of here.
Right.
Facebook? Oh, that'll be run by the CIA. Fuck that. We don't want them influencing our citizens. They could be running a covert influence operation like we are with TikTok.
Exactly.
It's just so stupid. Yeah. It's like, it's completely common sense. Everyone should know this. And look, it's funny because some people seem to be making the argument that, oh yeah, it's a CIA influence operation, so that makes it okay. You're opting in. No, it doesn't. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah, I wonder, the same people be like, is it okay if Facebook puts a little like thing at the top of its page? It's like, any information that you see from Facebook, could be get the A-OK from the CIA, right? Does that mean it's okay for the CIA to do that all of a sudden? To start influencing the Facebook? Why is it okay for a foreign government to have control over a social media company in America, but it's not okay for our government to have control over a social media company to that extent in America? Why is that acceptable?
I think the content guy, he completely laid the argument out. This is the honeypot. Like, they've got their hooks into you because you've built a platform and they've given you influence on that platform. So you're in their pocket. You're going to argue in favor of them because you're like, look, the CIA hooker's hot and I like having sex with her. So I don't care if I have to keep giving my secrets. I like the hot honeypot babe, right? That's basically what's going on. They're like, boo hoo hoo, think of me. Think of my needs.
Right.
I need this app in my life. No, fuck you. Tear the bandage off. I'm done with this. And look, all the people who built platforms on TikTok, okay, you're dumb. You're dumb. Look, and I have a low tolerance for stupidity. We've already talked about this. So anyway.
Not likely to be collecting sensitive personal information about 170 million plus people and then having the capacity to send that back to a foreign adversary.
General Prelogar, can I, go ahead.
I was just going to say, did I understand you to say a few minutes ago that one problem that ByteDance might be through TikTok trying to get Americans to argue with each other?
That it might be just trying to
If they do, I say they're winning.
Or dissent. That might very well be true, Mr. Chief Justice. And I think the point I'm trying to make is that China is a foreign adversary nation that looks for every opportunity it has to weaken the United States and to try to threaten our national security. And if it has control over this key communications channel, it's hard to predict ex ante exactly how it's going to use that as a tool to harm our interests. But we know it's going to try, first and foremost, by seeking to get the data of these American users, which would be of a piece of all of the activity the PRC has already undertaken to breach our laws. Hack OPM, for example, and exfiltrate the background files and security clearances of 20 million government employees. The breach of Equifax to get sensitive financial data, Anthem to get sensitive healthcare data. We know that the PRC has a voracious appetite to get its hands on as much information about Americans as possible, and that creates a potent weapon here because the PRC could command that ByteDance comply with any request it gives to obtain that data that's in the hands of the U.S. subsidiary.
Thank you.
General Prelogar.
Yeah, I think that's so important because I've heard this argument, which I think is a ridiculous argument. They say, well, you can't regulate TikTok until you have 100% evidence that they did something wrong. Okay.
Right.
That China actually used the data in some sort of bad way. And it's like, well, hold on a second. We know factually, as a fact, that the Chinese government has hacked and spied on all these other companies and all these other industries and all these other circumstances. So you're telling me that when they have one of the largest data collection operations in the entire country, that we have to sit there and do nothing until we can prove that in this specific case that China did something bad? No.
Yeah, of course. It should look,
Sorry.
people freak out about their personal information being online. And meanwhile, China is developing the most detailed dossier on every single person in America. It's just, it's crazy. So that Chinese people can go, or higher ups, whatever, in the CCP can go through and basically have access to all your personal data, even including being basically able to rifle through your phone.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane. What the fuck?
Suppose that TikTok had no connection whatsoever with any foreign government. It was owned instead by an immensely, immensely rich multinational corporation, and Congress concluded that this multinational corporation really has it in for the United States and is going to use this extremely popular platform to do everything it can to undermine the United States in all the ways in which you think that TikTok may pursue at the direction of the PRC. Would that be the same case?
I think there would be a first-order question of whether the multinational corporation itself has First Amendment rights.
All right, it's an American corporation.
So if it were an American corporation, I think that, and Congress disagreed with the viewpoints or content the corporation would display, obviously that's a direct regulation of protected speech and it would trigger strict scrutiny. I think that's different in kind from what Congress was worried about here, which was not regulating speech as such, but instead regulating foreign adversary control. And
so your argument depends on the fact that what is at bottom here is the People's Republic of China using TikTok. That's what your argument depends on. If this were an American corporation, it'd be an entirely different thing.
Exactly. And the reason we know the statute is different is because all of the same speech that's happening on TikTok could happen post-divestiture. The Act doesn't regulate that at all. So it's not saying you can't have pro-China speech, you can't have anti-American speech. It's not regulating the algorithm. TikTok, if it were able to do so, could use precisely the same algorithm to display the same content by the same users. All the Act is doing is trying to surgically remove the ability of a foreign adversary nation to get our data and to be able to exercise control over the platform.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted you to respond to Mr. Fisher's argument about the rights of Americans to receive information, say, from the PRC or anyone else, and that even if ByteDance did not itself have First Amendment rights, that Americans would have a First Amendment right to receive that information in the Lamont sense.
Yes, so I think that Lamont reflected a principle that there can be a right of American listeners to receive information, and if Congress is directly regulating that based on disagreement with the speech that's being sent into this country, that's obviously going to trigger heightened scrutiny under the First Amendment. But here, I think the users have to be asserting a different type of interest, because what Congress was safeguarding against was not the ability of TikTok to continue to operate or the users to post content. It was focused only on foreign adversary control. And so the users would have to demonstrate that they have some unqualified First Amendment right to post on a platform that's controlled by a foreign adversary, which could use that access to then threaten our nation's security by gathering data on tens or hundreds of millions of Americans, and also use it for covert influence operations of whatever form. And I don't think there's a First Amendment right to do that.
I was trying to think of whether there's a historical analog here, and this is what I came up with, and you can tell me whether it's fallacious. In the mid-20th century, we were very concerned about the Soviet Union and what the Soviet Union was doing in this country. And the Communist Party of the United States at that time was integrally attached to the Communist International, which was essentially a Soviet operation, right? So if Congress had said, oh, it's very nice, we can have the Communist Party USA, but it has to divest, it has to completely divorce itself from the Comintern and from any international ties that it has, do you think that that would have been absolutely fine? And so if the answer is yes, yes, it would have been.
You're muted.
The answer to that question is yes, they should have done that. And it would have been ultra based, obviously.
I can't tell Kagan and Sotomayor apart.
Yeah. But that seems kind of crazy to me. Yes, they should have to divest.
Been fine, it's just like this case? Or if the answer is no, why is it not like this case?
So I guess I think I would need to know more information about how the international organization is able to exercise control over the American affiliate. And if it had the capacity, for example, to, in an unqualified fashion, gather data from that affiliate in a way that was going to jeopardize our nation's security.
Well, I'm talking more about sort of the content. Let's put the data collection piece of this aside, which seems not very pertinent to my 1950s analog. But, very concerned about the kind of speech that the Communist Party was making in the United States. And it turns out that that content was pretty well scripted someplace else.
I think if it was specifically a concern about the content, then that would trigger heightened scrutiny under the First Amendment. We're not trying to run away from that principle here. Instead, we're making, I think, a narrower argument.
Well, then I think that you're a little bit, I think you've just given your thing away, because content manipulation is a content-based rationale. We think that this foreign government is going to manipulate content in a way that will that concerns us and may very well affect our national security interests. Well, that's exactly what they thought about Communist Party speech in the 1950s, which was being scripted in large part by international organizations or directly by the Soviet Union.
I disagree that the concern with covert content manipulation is itself content-based, or that it looks anything like the kinds of laws this court has previously said are content-based. The court most recently in City of Austin said you only have a content-based law when Congress is setting out to discriminate against particular subject matters or particular viewpoints. So it's not enough that the law is regulating in the space that involves content in some way. You have to have this motive by Congress to actually want to suppress speech on certain topics or certain viewpoints. Here, Congress just wants to cut the PRC out of the equation altogether, and all of the same speech could continue to happen on the platform. It's like patching up a backdoor vulnerability that the PRC has that we can't totally see around all the corners to imagine how it could use it against our interests, but we know the PRC will do whatever it can to try. And I think that is different in kind from imputing to Congress some motive to specifically get more speech on certain topics or with certain viewpoints. This law was passed by broad bipartisan majorities in both houses of Congress, and our legislators don't always agree on everything. I think it's unlikely that all of them had exactly the same views about what's good content on TikTok or what are good viewpoints. They weren't united on that. What they were united around was the idea that it is a grave threat to our nation if the PRC can itself behind the scenes be controlling how this platform operates.
Why doesn't this act classify on the basis of speaker?
I do think that when it comes to the PRC and ByteDance, you could treat this as a speaker-based restriction.
And aren't speaker-based restrictions almost always viewpoint-based restrictions, content-based restrictions?
The court has said it depends. It hasn't applied an inflexible rule that any time you are regulating certain speakers, you are invariably regulating based on content. Instead, the court has said it warrants closer consideration. And here, if you look at the U.S. speakers, TikTok US and the users, none of them are being regulated in a way that suggests it's disagreement with their content. It's all about what our foreign adversary is doing.
It's hard for me to think of situations, maybe they exist, where our classification based on speaker is not viewpoint or content-based restrictions. I mean, somebody says, Joe can't talk anymore. We're going to shut Joe up. And we don't know what he's going to say tomorrow or 2 weeks from now. We don't know what he's going to discuss, but whatever he says is bad because Joe is a bad person. I mean, that's viewpoint and content-based, isn't it?
I think when it comes to a foreign adversary, it's not right to view it that way. And the reason for that, again, is this is a sophisticated adversary nation, and we can't just simplistically say, oh, what the PRC is going to want is to see more pro-China content on this app. As Chief Judge Srinivasan observed, there are various ways that the PRC could try to create some kind of false flag operation and actually promote anti-China content, not to dictate how Americans should think about things, but simply to create some trumped-up justification for a military or economic action that the foreign adversary wants to take against us. And I don't think a concern with trying to ward off that capability.
Why isn't that viewpoint or content still? We don't know what the content's going to be, but we know Joe is bad.
Because I think the better classification is to recognize that what we're trying to prevent is not the specific subject matter, the specific viewpoints, but the technical capability of a foreign adversary nation to use a communications channel against this.
I guess I'm just struggling how covert content manipulation isn't content-based restriction.
So again,
word,
it's because
it's kind of hard to avoid the word content, and it's kind of hard to avoid the word viewpoint here, isn't it?
I don't dispute that it's related to content, but I don't think it reflects Congress seeking to set out in advance what kind of speech we should have reflecting certain views on certain topics. Instead, it's about trying to close off a vulnerability that our foreign adversary nation could exploit. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that even if you thought this was content-based, all that means is that we're in strict scrutiny, and as the DC Circuit recognized here, we think that this law serves compelling national security concerns that sound in some of the same arguments I'm making here, and that have a long-standing correspondence to history and tradition of trying to prevent foreign control.
And then we get to the question.
So briefly on this speaker-based restriction thing, let me talk about this for a second. So Supreme Court has stated that laws favoring some speakers over others can demand strict scrutiny when the legislature's speaker preference reflects a content preference. So what they're saying is, if you have a law that's not explicitly tailored towards content, is tailored towards speakers, but you can, look at the law and you say, well, the specific point of, regulating the speaker is actually a content preference. So if you said, well, we're not, if Congress passed a law that said, you can say whatever you want, but, MSNBC is not allowed to speak, right? The Rachel Maddow is not allowed to speak specifically. And then it's like, oh, and Chris Hayes not allowed to speak specific. You're like, that's interesting. It's very specifically going after, people of a political persuasion, right?
Right.
That would be a content, or seemingly be a content preference. And this actually came up in Citizens United case, where it said, the court specifically said that speaker-based distinctions can all too often be a means to control the content of the speech. I mean, I don't, obviously I don't really know how that applies to the whole super PAC thing, but Citizens United was a sort of a more, a broader case. So that would, if that was the case, if they found that to be the case, that would trigger strict scrutiny. And very often that comes into effect when it aligns with a preference against a certain, political message, or, something race related or something to that effect. But there are also cases where intermediate or even lower scrutiny can come into play when there's a speaker-based restriction. And so there are laws, for example, that recognize different regulatory frameworks for different kinds of speakers for, say, professional example. Like there are laws that say, only professionals in certain licensed fields can give, legal advice or medical advice or things of that nature. And that is not strict scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing is also true for certain regulatory, consumer protection, and professional standard arguments.
Because it's important what they say is actually true in those vocations. Is that the thinking?
It's partially that, and it's partially like you restricting someone's medical advice who's not a doctor. It hits differently, saying, we want to make sure that only licensed doctors and licensed lawyers can give legal and medical advice. versus saying, we don't want someone to give their political opinion, right? Because a big part of free speech at its, heart and soul is to address allow Americans to sort of give these sort of ideological differences, to talk about these sorts of things. And that's different than, say, giving someone medical advice and, claiming you're a doctor, right?
Right. There's a deceptive component in there.
Yes.
If you aren't a doctor and you're giving medical advice, right?
Right.
Question whether there's a less restrictive means. I get that, and whether disclosure might suffice. On the data security point, your friends on the other side make the argument that if that were the concern, Congress could ban TikTok US from sharing data with anyone, and on pains of penalties that would put people in prison and shut the company down in the future, as the government did, for example, with Arthur Andersen. Why isn't that a less restrictive means available?
So I was surprised to hear petitioner offer that up today, because there was a long course of discussion between the executive branch and ByteDance and TikTok leading up to Congress's enactment of this act that spanned over 4 years, an extensive conversation about what limitations could be placed to protect Americans' data. And it was never a suggestion that there would be any way to create a true firewall that would prevent the U.S. subsidiary from sharing data with the corporate parent. And the reason for that sounds in the technological features of this application. I think there can be no reasonable dispute that the source code development and the maintenance of this algorithm rests in China, which is why China has sought to try to control export restrictions with respect to the algorithm. And what that means is you need substantial data flows between the companies in order to continue to modify that algorithm, refine it, and so forth. So I don't think that that was an option ever on the table, including with respect to the proposed national security agreement that was insufficient in protecting our data privacy and security concerns.
That didn't come across enough in the briefs. If we are in the world of data protection as opposed to content control, I think it's hard to get around the post-divestiture provision that says you can't do business with them on the algorithm, because that very much is content-based. It's a content-based restriction. But what you're saying is you can't do it for a data control reason, meaning that you can't really run their algorithm without sharing the very data that we are concerned about as a threat, correct?
That's right, Justice Sotomayor, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can look at the specific terms of the National Security Agreement that ByteDance itself proposed. The relevant definition of the accepted data is at JA 239 to 240, and it references categories of information that would, of necessity, technological necessity and business necessity, have to flow back to China. And the relevant categories are in the sealed appendix, but I would really encourage the court to look this up because it's eye-opening. It is at the Court of Appeals sealed appendix 249 to 252 and 254. If you look at that information, it was a wealth of data about Americans that was going to have to go back to China in order for the platform to just continue its basic operations. And there's a legitimate commercial justification for that, but it creates this gaping vulnerability in the system because once that data is in China, the PRC can demand that ByteDance turn it over and keep that assistance secret. And the one final point on this is that ByteDance was not a trusted partner here. It wasn't a company that the United States could simply expect to comply with any requirements in good faith, and there was actual factual evidence to show that even during a period of time when the company was representing that it had walled off the U.S. data and it was protected, there was a well-publicized incident where ByteDance in China surveilled U.S. journalists using their location data, this is the protected U.S. data, in order to try to figure out who was leaking information from the company to those journalists.
General, you want us to look at that.
So, right.
That's
So there's
pretty
two
suspicious.
Yeah, there's two massive things here that are like really important to understand about the data thing, which is number one, as the Solicitor General for the United States said, that when TikTok was having this conversation with the Biden administration about trying to reach some sort of agreement, they said, okay, what personal information do you have to send back to China that has to go to ByteDance? And apparently Now, unfortunately, we don't get to see it, but the justices get to see it. Well, apparently, whatever the information is that they said they had to send back to China, no matter what, was like, oh my God.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
all your text messages,
Right,
your logs. Yeah.
the amount of personal information that you're going to get. So there is no whole like magical, we're going to keep all the data in the United States. It's totally fine. Right. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is supposedly after China had already claimed in the past that they were, listen, we are keeping all your data safe and secure. We won't let big bad China get to it. After they already claimed they were doing that was when it was found out that TikTok was sending secret information to China so that they could literally spy on American journalists.
Right. Yeah.
So we already know that they were bullshitting us at the time of when they were claiming all the data was there.
Look, they got time codes on your location data in some file somewhere. That's crazy. They're following you around.
Yes.
Look at that, and you get to look at it, but your friends on the other side don't get to look at it. That doesn't seem fair.
That's the sealed appendix, Mr. Chief Justice, so it's their information. They can look at it. It's just under seal to protect their proprietary business information.
General, so
Look, they have to know this. They have to know where you are every moment of the day.
I want to go back to the discussion about content discrimination, and we're going to shut Joe up. Here, it seems to me like we are saying to ByteDance, we want to shut you up. And so let's say that I think that that is content discrimination based on speaker. Tell me if I think that, tell me if I have to conclude that it is also speaker-based discrimination and content-based discrimination for TikTok.
No, it is not. And the reason for that is because it would be an anomalous principle to say that an entity outside the United States that can't assert its own First Amendment rights can somehow manufacture that right through the expediency of forming a U.S. subsidiary, especially one that it wholly controls.
So you don't have to stand on that argument that you were having with Justice Alito and Justice Gorsuch to still have your point about content discrimination.
That's right. And I think if you're focusing in on the relevant U.S. entities here, TikTok U.S. and the users themselves, this act isn't regulating them in any way. It's not trying to dictate the algorithm that TikTok U.S. can use. And in fact, Congress, I think, was doing everything it could to preserve access to TikTok in the United States in recognition that Americans enjoy expressing themselves and building community on the site.
One last quick question. Sorry, just one last quick question. Justice Gorsuch had asked your friends on the other side whether the new administration on January 20th could extend the deadline. What's your position on that?
So I think it tees up a statutory interpretation question of whether there can be an extension after the time period for divestiture has lapsed. I would think the court might start with its decision in the Hawley Frontier case, which did recognize the ability to get an extension after a lapse like that.
So it's your position that they could?
We have not run it to ground, in part because it's simply not presented here, and I'm not prepared to take a position on that statutory interpretation question. I do want to emphasize, though, that my friends have pointed to January 19th, or 9 days from now, as a moment when TikTok might go dark. At the outset, of course, Congress was hoping to prompt a divestiture, but I think the more important thing to focus on now is that even if that were to happen, Congress specifically anticipated it and provided authority to lift these restrictions as soon as there's a qualified divestiture. And the reason for that is because foreign adversaries do not willingly give up their control over this mass communications channel in the United States. And I think Congress expected we might see something like a game of chicken. ByteDance saying, we can't do it, China will never let us do it. But when push comes to shove and these restrictions take effect, I think it will fundamentally change the landscape with respect to what ByteDance is willing to consider. And it might be just the jolt that Congress expected the company would need to actually move forward with the divestiture process. So it's not irrevocable.
That's an interesting point, and I hope Mr. Francisco or Mr. Fisher, whoever's delivering the rebuttal, will address it. So if we were to affirm and TikTok were forced to cease operations on January 19th, you say that there could be divestiture after that point and TikTok could again begin to operate the way, continue to operate.
That's exactly right. There's nothing permanent or irrevocable that happens on January 19th. And I think that Congress might have thought that we get in a situation here where a foreign adversary is doing whatever it can to just not comply. It's hoping the United States is going to blink first through our court system or through the executive branch getting cold feet about enforcing the law. But Congress set a deadline, and I think it thought that deadline would have a forcing function.
Well, let me ask you a question about your effort to draw a distinction between ByteDance's speech and TikTok's speech. So suppose that the People's Republic of China funds a movie, and there is an entity in the United States, a U.S. corporation, that thinks, wow, this is a great movie. And while the PRC would not have a First Amendment right to show it in the United States, would you say that the American company would not have a First Amendment right to do that? Because whatever expression there is in that movie, it's the PRC's expression. It's not their expression.
No, I wouldn't make that argument. And I want to be really careful.
I thought that was the argument that was being made, no?
No. So our argument is that this is not a direct regulation of protected speech in the first place, or at most it would warrant intermediate scrutiny because of the indirect effects that it might have on the American users or on the U.S. subsidiary. We're not suggesting that if Congress sought to directly regulate and prohibit speech in the United States based on concerns about its content or viewpoint, that's somehow immune from First Amendment scrutiny just because it comes from a foreign source. Obviously, that kind of law is going to trigger strict scrutiny, and I imagine it would be a different constitutional analysis because it's hard to imagine the same profound national security harms that would exist in that scenario as compared to what we have here.
Thank you.
This lady's great. That's totally great.
Yeah, no, I think she did mostly a pretty solid job on representing the U.S. interest on this. And why this law should maintain itself.
Yeah, every example that they pull out is just not analogous. Like one movie, the impact of one movie in the United States is just not comparable to 170 million Americans addicted to this fucking app.
Right. Well, yeah, and that's why, I mean, that's why they're arguing that even if you wanted to say this was a content restriction, even if you wanted to throw this up at the strict scrutiny level, it would still be within the U.S.'s interest, and it still would be narrowly tailored enough to uphold, the legal requirements for it to be a valid law.
Yes.
Wasn't the whole point of the divestiture requirement that the content on TikTok would be different if it was owned by a different company? I'm still struggling with your insistence that this is content neutral versus content based when we have that kind of circumstance.
The reason that I am continuing to try to hold the line on that is because there is nothing in the Act that would directly dictate any different mix of content on TikTok. The U.S. subsidiary could use the same algorithm, show the same content by the same users in exactly the same order. It's not about trying to interfere with the U.S. subsidiary's exercise of editorial judgment in any relevant sense. Instead, all Congress was doing was homing in on the problems of having a foreign adversary be able to interject itself and be able to harvest the data.
But your friends on the other side say that the motivation for doing that is because the foreign adversary might influence or change the content. So content matters, doesn't it?
I think that content was relevant to Congress's concern about an adversary having control over the communications channel. I think not, again, because of any particular concern about viewpoints or subjects, but just that this would be
isn't that relevance enough to trigger at least some scrutiny, with a heightened scrutiny from the standpoint of our legal tests?
I certainly understand that intuition, and if the court thought that it were prudent to simply try to rule narrowly here and not dictate broader First Amendment principles, we have no problem with the court assuming that heightened scrutiny applies. We think the law easily satisfies it. We do think that intermediate scrutiny is a more appropriate framework for this kind of law that's not directly targeting protected speech. But in any event, there's a compelling national security interest here, and the law isn't just narrowly tailored, it's precisely tailored. It's trying to fix the thing that's creating the problem, which is the PRC's involvement and the Chinese government's ability to exercise this control over the corporate entities.
How are we supposed to think?
So I'm going to give you a little spoiler here. Okay. I want to read a paragraph from the Supreme Court opinions after this case.
Are we finally getting the strict scrutiny question answered?
A little bit. Because actually, even though I think that she's doing a good job, there is an argument that's a very good argument about why it's not content regulation that the Supreme Court actually grants the government, even though she never made it, at least in the oral arguments. I don't know.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
So interesting.
So they say, the court says, this is in the opinion, The challenged provisions are facially content neutral. They impose, that means that on its face, there's no content in the law, like no content restriction in the law. They impose TikTok-specific prohibitions due to foreign adversaries' control over the platform and make divestiture a prerequisite for the platform's continued operation in the United States. They do not target particular speech based upon its content or regulate speech based on its function or purpose. Nor do they impose a restriction, penalty, or burden by reason of content on TikTok, a conclusion confirmed by the fact that the petitioners cannot avoid or mitigate the effects of the act by altering their speech. Okay.
Ooh, that's a good argument right there.
Right. So the argument is essentially it can't be a content, or it shouldn't be shouldn't be thought of as a content restriction because it doesn't matter what TikTok does with its content. It wouldn't absolve them from the law in any way.
Yeah, they don't mandate a content change as a remedy to this dilemma.
Right.
Yeah, they don't say, look, you got to be able to talk about Tiananmen Square and everything's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Think about the two different rationales here and how they interact. The data collection rationale, which seems to me at least very strong. The covert content manipulation rationale, as the hypotheticals have illustrated, raise much more challenging questions for you about how far that goes. And if that alone, if you didn't have the data collection piece, you only had the covert content manipulation piece, and then Mr. Fisher's point, Mr. Francisco's, that Congress would not have enacted this just based on the data collection rationale alone. Just your understanding of how the two arguments fit together.
Sure, and let me walk through our defense of the data protection rationale and why we think it's a full justification for this law, and the court could stop there and then be responsive to their arguments that somehow the interest in preventing covert manipulation somehow taints it. So just on data protection, I think that it should be beyond dispute that, of course, our nation has an enormous interest in keeping the sensitive data out of the hands of our foreign adversary, and it should also be beyond dispute that our foreign adversary has an existing capability through its laws and through the way that these companies are integrated to get its hands on that data. There is no question that Congress was sincerely motivated by that concern. There's a whole lead up to the statute here where the executive branch across two different presidential administrations was expressing concerns about the data problems. Congress was extensively briefed on those problems. It passed a companion data protection statute at the same time that was intended to prevent selling data to foreign adversary nations. The statute is shot through with protections that I think are key to this concern about closing off the vulnerability of access to the data. So that's a sincere justification for Congress's desire here to act. We think it's a compelling interest and it's narrowly tailored.
Interesting. So they made laws against American companies selling that data to China.
Right.
At the same time. Yeah.
Right. So yeah. Why would China be able to collect it themselves directly?
Yeah.
To the question of what to do about the fact that there's also this interest in covert content manipulation. And in the First Amendment context, this court in cases like Heffron has made clear that once you have a justification that satisfies the First Amendment, you don't need to go further and look at other justifications to decide whether they would independently satisfy First Amendment scrutiny. So I think it's not necessary for the court to go on and probe whether it thinks that covert content manipulation itself independently justifies the law. Now, my friends say that's all fine and good, but they think covert content manipulation is just per se illegitimate. And I honestly don't understand how that argument could carry the day. Because just imagine if Congress passed a law that said the PRC can't covertly manipulate TikTok. Obviously, that law is not going to violate any constitutional principle. It's a laudable goal, I think, for our legislature to protect us from foreign adversary interference like that. And so there's nothing that's inherently impermissible about wanting to guard against that risk. Maybe you.
I think that's just a fantastic argument.
Yeah.
If Congress passed a law that said the Chinese government cannot covertly influence or control TikTok or Facebook or Twitter, people would be like, well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You can't do that. I mean, you can argue it'd be very difficult to enforce, but you're going to argue that really the Chinese government has a First Amendment right to covertly control or manipulate any speech platform it wants in the country?
Yeah, it gets away from the First Amendment argument, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You could say that it sweeps in too much protected speech in the way it's operationalized in the act here, but there's certainly no fundamental taint or anything akin to racial discrimination to call into question whether Congress could seek to vindicate that as one of many interests. So I guess to just kind of bring it all together, what I would say to the court is they have basically acknowledged that data protection is a compelling interest. That was Congress's real interest. It provides a sufficient basis on its own to uphold this law. The court could say just that and affirm.
I don't know how we do that unless we accept your argument that the post-divestiture provision that stops them from conferring on the algorithm is not a speech impediment. Meaning it's very hard for me to say that it's not motivate to decide that question, that it is a speech impediment, and one that on its face itself has to be analyzed separately from the data.
So, Justice Sotomayor, let me begin by saying, again, that we do think that an interest in preventing any operational agreement between the U.S. subsidiary and ByteDance, which is the relevant provision you're talking about, is justified by data protection alone. And that includes with respect to cooperation on a content recommendation algorithm, specifically because of the concern that it necessitates data flows between the companies. So I think that as a factual matter, that could justify Congress enacting. But to the extent that you think that actually the prohibition on coordinating with respect to an algorithm reflects some kind of impermissible content-based problem with the statute has a severability clause, and I certainly don't think that it would give the court a basis to invalidate this law or to stop it from operating with respect to all of the provisions that operate to protect data security. At most, it would suggest that that little piece of the law has to be on its own severed from the rest of how the statute operates.
How does that affect whether we would apply, because assuming it's data protection, then I would think that strict scrutiny wouldn't necessarily apply. I could understand applying intermediate scrutiny. But how do we do that with respect to this part, the algorithm issue? How do we get to intermediate scrutiny with respect to that?
The way you get to intermediate scrutiny there is to recognize that prohibiting foreign adversary control over the operations of the platform, including with respect to the fundamental backbone of the system, is not based on any protected speech or content-based in the relevant sense. I've been thinking of it as akin to something like a piece of software you might have on your phone that would allow the Chinese government to listen in on every American conversation. If Congress wanted to enact a law that patched up that vulnerability and said, you can't use that piece of software or you can't coordinate with Chinese companies with respect to it, clearly we would recognize that closing off that capability of China is a laudable and, in fact, compelling government interest. And I think when it comes to the risks that foreign adversary control pose here, it's similar in kind. It's simply trying to prevent access by the Chinese government to the TikTok system writ large, and that includes through the use of the algorithm.
Thank you.
Could the president say that we're not going to enforce this law?
I think it's a...
Oh, that's a good question now as we enter into that exact question. But before we get to that, again, she did bring up a good point, which is if you thought about this in a slightly different way and you said, okay, what if I don't know, let's say Apple and Google, for whatever reason, they wanted to use some program that was just part of their phone usage. And it was a program that was made by China. And we knew very explicitly that it said, by Google and Apple using this, normal program in your phone, it will capture every piece of data you have and send it to China. Okay. And the government says, whoa, 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 excuse me, Apple, Google, you can't use this Chinese program that's sending all your data to China. That's illegal. You're not allowed to do that.
Bam, you're respecting their speech.
Right. Yeah. It's hard for me to be like, whoa, 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 whoa. First Amendment, speech restrictions, hold on, or even beyond that, just say, how dare you regulate, Google and Apple, from working, having this affiliation, this freedom of affiliation with this Chinese company that we all know is sending all your data to China. That's crazy. Right.
Yeah. It's a compelling interest to protect American citizens. Yeah, you would think.
We would never accept that. But because it gets sucked into TikTok, which is popular, and because they get sucked into a speech issue, it fogs up the issue, I think, in some people's minds. And they're like, oh, well, suddenly, we can't do anything about it, right? We have to suddenly make excuses and say, well, your private data is, out there on the internet from other companies. So therefore, that allows it to expressly go directly to China on the express lane.
It facilitates a lot of motivated reasoning. I would put it that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Could the president say that we're not going to enforce this law?
I think as a general matter, of course, the president has enforcement discretion.
And would that then adequately protect, would that be bond?
Do they have enforcement discretion? Discretion?
To some extent.
That's like crazy.
Not to, he kind of cut her off. I don't believe that if the law says the president has to do X, Y, Z, they have to do it. Now, this law did, and this was some people's complaints about this law when it passed. The law did give the president some amount of leeway in sort of determining, what is a foreign adversary and sort of determining whether companies are complying with foreign adversary, status and doing all the XYZ things. But, if you read this law, it's hard for me to imagine that the court would uphold that Donald Trump could just hand wave away this law just because he fucking feels like it without actually, TikTok going through and satisfying the requirements that we talked about in the beginning of the stream.
Right.
Binding, in other words, protect the regulated community so they could rely on that under due process principles going forward.
That raises a tricky question. So I think there would be
a strong. Be adequate. Right?
Well, I think there is a strong due process argument that the third-party service providers could invoke if there were enforcement action based on a period of time when the president said the law wouldn't be enforced. The kind of
They're not going to take
case,
that risk unless they have the assurance that a presidential statement of non-enforcement is, in fact, something that can be fully relied on because the risk is too severe otherwise, right?
I think that they...
It is kind of hilarious. I don't know. Brett Kavanaugh exactly foresaw this exact situation that these companies are going to be stepping in tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, he knows the ramifications of not abiding by the law. We do have control over the American companies, thankfully. So
right.
Might judge that based on this court's precedent in the due process space and principles of entrapment by estoppel, maybe they have a sufficient safeguard here to allow them to continue to operate. I would think even before a non-enforcement policy were announced, of course, the president-elect would want to review all of the updated national security information that has come in over the last 4 years that undergird Congress's judgment here. But the final thing I would say is that...
Well, if, it's hilarious. So she's basically well, I think if Trump's going to do that, he's going to want to look at all the information that the government has about this, right? It's well, not if Trump does it on day one. He enters the Oval Office after swearing on the Bible and he's like, "Guy, TikTok's unbanned."
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully Elon's pouring over this shit.
I don't really like Elon's. It's better than nothing, but I don't really like Elon's response to the whole, well, TikTok shouldn't be banned, but China should unban X. That's kind of okay, well, that's not going to fucking happen.
Elon is in bed with China as far as, he wants to sell cars over there. So,
right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying it's kind of a soft thing. So I don't really like that.
Well, hopefully he has some semblance of the dangers, though.
Right.
That I'm not certain.
And in somewhat related news, it appears like Vivek is going to pull out of Doge.
Really?
Yeah, because he's running for, part of it is, I don't know, part of it seems like there's maybe some sort of just personality conflict between him and Elon. But part of it's also that he's running for governor of Ohio.
Is he really running for governor?
Yeah. And so people are they're well, he's not really doing anything. He's not involved in any of this stuff. So, he should pull out.
Wow.
Which I think that's a bad move. I think it's a bad move. Vivek had a lot of problems getting any amount of, good polling in the presidential primary season at all. And I think if he was associated with Doge, that, and Doge did well and it was successful under Trump, I think that could definitely rocket him forward in his career in politics. To me, just dropping out of Doge and trying to run as governor when, I don't know, people didn't really seem to like Vivek very much. And then he has the whole H-1B visa dust up.
I was going to say, look, Ohio, you got H-1Bs coming your way.
Yeah, exactly. Like it just seems like a really bad strategy.
Yeah. Like the Doge thing is the better move, the better play than losing the gubernatorial. Well, look, is there some sort of primary? I'm assuming there's some sort of primary beforehand. I don't know that they just.
I assume, yeah.
Yeah. What if he gets destroyed in the primary?
Right. I don't know. I mean, he's a young guy too. He's only he's 39. He's got time to sort of make a name for himself in the Republican Party.
Yeah. Well, maybe Elon is telling him go away.
Well, that's definitely possible. So maybe the governor race thing is sort of an excuse.
Is like Vivek hanging out with Elon and Trump? I mean, are Elon and Trump sitting there going, Elon saying to Trump, why is Vivek involved in all this? I don't need Vivek.
Yes.
Vivek lose.
Get him out of here.
I don't like Vivek.
No.
Working with Vivek is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so maybe that's the case. Maybe this is a saving face move.
Maybe.
Oof.
Maybe.
Oof. Anyway, expected to depart Doge. Yeah, look, this is interesting. I don't like Vivek, so I know a lot of our fans like Vivek, so.
No.
But I'm not one of them.
Even if you think the third-party providers are simply going to choose not to continue to provide these services because it's too much of a risk to take on, again, that's not anything permanent or irrevocable, and that might be just what the PRC and ByteDance need to start taking seriously some of the public reporting about interest in acquiring the company.
At one point, Mr. Francisco suggested that what we might want to do and what he would regard as certainly preferable to a decision affirming on the merits is to issue an injunction pending, I guess, consideration of what we now regard as the cert petition that was filed here. What do you think of that suggestion?
So I think this court doesn't have any basis to enter a temporary injunction unless it thinks petitioners are likely to succeed on the merits of their First Amendment claim. And to be honest,
hold on, let me pause for a second. So someone said that this Vivek departing Doge thing was from some parody account. I don't know I'm unfamiliar with what that account was. I'm looking at this CBS News article that says this.
Yeah, I saw some parody account thing too, but I immediately went to Google and there's a CBS article, Vivek Ramaswamy expected to depart Doge.
Yes. Says people
Vivek
close
plans
to Musk
to announce Ohio gubernatorial run in the Washington Post. Yeah.
Says people close to Elon Musk have privately undercut Ramaswamy for weeks, frustrated with his lack of participation in the heavy lifting, according to sources familiar with internal dynamics.
He's lazy. Holy shit.
There's
these lazy foreigners. Oh my God.
How dare. There has been friction.
He's American, okay? I know that, everyone.
I know, it's a joke.
It's a joke, okay?
There has been friction between this incoming rank and file Doge staff and Ramaswamy, the sources said. Ramaswamy has been subtly encouraged to exit. Vivek has worn out his welcome, one person close to Trump
said. Okay. Oh my God. It's got to be Elon.
Probably, yeah. Ramaswamy recently met with the Ohio Sitting Governor Mike DeWine about the state's Senate seat left vacant by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. But on Friday, DeWine announced he is appointing his lieutenant governor to that post.
Oh my God, it's a tweet. That tweet completely ended his fucking career. That's hilarious.
The H-1B?
Yeah. That tweet completely destroyed him. Now he's he's radioactive. Nobody wants him. Everyone's like, get Vivek out of here.
Right. Now, to be fair, all these sources that are talking to CBS News and talking to Politico are
Anonymous?
all anonymous sources. Okay,
Are
so
they?
this could turn out to be not
But
true.
Sitch, I want to believe it.
I know. So this could turn out to be not true, or it could turn out to be, those people could be telling what they think is true, but things could change. But it is a story that is being reported by an actual publication, not just a parody account. So
Vivek, call us when you can land one of these rocket ships, okay?
there you go.
We don't need your wisdom on Twitter any longer, okay?
Right. It says, according to this person.
Oh my God. He basically sucked off Trump all through the fucking primary.
Elon
Oh
or
my God.
Ramaswamy?
Ramaswamy, what are you talking
Right.
about? That he
Yeah,
basically entered the primary so he could fillet Donald Trump on stage on every debate.
Right.
And in every interview. Oh my God. Oh my God, the dick sucking.
Says the breakdown of labor between Musk and Ramaswamy, according to one person familiar, was that Musk focused on the big picture while Ramaswamy was focused on deregulation. The rest of the staff will focus on implementation. So apparently there's some sort of dispute on the focus of what those should be doing.
Ramaswamy basically just wants to defund the entire government. He's like a drown him in the bathtub type. So
Right.
And Elon's like a pragmatist. He's like, but there's so much money to be made from an efficient government.
One hopes.
I think that there is no argument to be made that you should find that likely success. This is an act of Congress. This isn't some unilateral action by the executive branch, but it actually was action in parallel between the executive and Congress, where Congress took action to close up a loophole in some of our laws. The executive had tried to force divestiture of TikTok under the Trump administration, but that had gotten tied up in litigation about those authorities. So Congress came in and provided additional authority based on a substantial record, including with respect to the data harm. And I don't see any basis for this court to displace the deadline that Congress set without finding that actually there is a potential First Amendment problem here.
Do you think we have the authority to issue an administrative stay as we have done in other cases, or do you think that the January 20 deadline prohibits us from doing that?
I don't think this court has a formal basis to not issue an administrative stay if it believed that that was necessary to assist in the court's own consideration of the case. And I would obviously defer to the court in whether it has a sufficient time to resolve the case. But we are here ready to submit the case today, and I think it is in the interest of Congress's work and our national security to resolve the case and allow the statute to take effect.
Can I just test to see whether your recollection of what Mr. Francisco said about a warning is consistent with mine? I did not hear him say, he can address this in rebuttal, that it would be acceptable to his client if Congress had said there has to be a stark warning on every TikTok, such as, warning, the Communist China is using TikTok to manipulate your thinking and to gather potential blackmail material. Did you hear him say that that would be okay?
I don't think he's made that concession, but even if he had, I don't think that would address the government's national security concerns. And one of the points here is that it's not just data privacy. So even if you could somehow put users on notice that the PRC could obtain their data and they choose to disregard that, it's not a data privacy interest, it's a national security interest. There's a distinct sovereign harm to the United States if our foreign adversary can collect this massive data set about 170 million Americans. And as Justice Kavanaugh touched on, there are a lot of teenagers using TikTok today who might ignore a warning like that and not really care, but they're going to grow up and they might become members of our military. They might become senior government officials. And for the Chinese government to have this vast trove of incredibly sensitive data about them, I think obviously exposes our nation as a whole to a risk of espionage and blackmail.
Thank you.
I did want to touch briefly on the questions about history and tradition here, because my friends have said several times that the communication.
That is something that is also not, I feel like a lot of people are not addressing, which is, yeah, if you as an individual say, okay, I waive my rights to have China totally fucking spy on me, whatever. When you're a teenager, right? So we have an entire, which I mean, like imagine if each TikTok said, warning, TikTok, the Communist government of China is using all of your data to spy on you and to manipulate you, right? And that said that on every TikTok. All these, and we know this, all these retarded, young Zoomer, younger TikTok people would just look at that. They'd all screenshot it and laugh and say, ha ha ha, good meme, right? Not a single one of them would ever consider taking it seriously. And it's like, okay, well, if that, they're an individual person, and they want to go do that, that's their right, right? Well, there's a problem with that because all those people are going to grow up and they're going to have jobs. And maybe some of those people have a job in the military. Maybe some of those people have a job in the government. Maybe some of those people will have jobs in, private enterprise somewhere. And now we've created an entire generation of people, of Americans, who are all just completely open to blackmail and coercion by China because when they were fucking young adults and when they were teenagers, they signed away their right to allow China to spy on them.
Yeah.
And so now we have an entire, so now I, as an American, and every other American who doesn't go on TikTok, didn't give China the right, is now under the influence of all these individual people in America who are all being blackmailed, coerced by China to do whatever they're doing in positions of power across the country.
Yeah, this kind of makes them exempt from these roles, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can only hire someone that has a TikTok account, or knew anyone that had a TikTok account.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just, and this is all just so people can protect, also just to give China the right, a foreign adversary country, the right to run a large social media platform. I, as an American citizen, and the country itself has to bend over backwards and essentially screw itself over for some bizarre reason because we have to give a foreign country the right to do this.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's like China saying,
yes.
Look, we want to knife you in the back, and us saying, oh, let us help you sharpen the knife.
Yeah.
So stupid. Yeah.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people will realize that. So
Nations
look, people are saying that Vivek, so there's this tweet from January 17th. I think that's like a couple days ago, right? He's retweeting the parody account. He says, note, the below is a parody account. Not a bad idea, though. So,
oh, interesting.
So the media could totally be pushing him, which would be interesting. Because I didn't read any of these articles, but it might say in the article, this is the tweet. He said, not a bad idea, though, which is him contemplating announcing a gubernatorial run in Ohio. So
the articles that I read, none of them cited this.
They didn't cite
this
the tweet?
No.
Oh, they cited anonymous sources, right?
They cited anonymous sources.
Right. Okay.
So,
maybe the parody account knows something.
Maybe it does. Or maybe it was just a coincidence. I don't know. Or maybe Vivek literally was like, hey, that is a good idea.
And then he started talking to the anonymous sources?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Vivek is the anonymous sources.
Maybe.
Or maybe right.
Yeah, he's leaking it because he wants to know what kind of polling he's going to get, right?
Right. Or maybe
everyone's like, fuck you.
Right. Yeah. Or maybe it's, what you said, which is that maybe Elon and Trump are annoyed with Vivek and they wanted to kick him out anyway. And he's using this as some excuse like, oh, listen, I could use this to sort of gracefully exit the situation.
Right. But I'm wondering all of a sudden there's all these stories.
Right.
Well, I guess maybe Trump and Elon are the ones leaking.
Maybe
they're the anonymous sources.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that could be it. Maybe Elon doesn't like Vivek and he's leaking it to try to pressure Vivek to leave or give him the opportunity to retreat. Right. So, I mean, presumably he did fly out and have that conversation with the governor of Ohio.
Oh,
is it
did?
like that happened? I mean, that's not a questioned thing. So we don't know the content of the conversation, I guess, but
yeah.
Communications Act of 1934, which we think is roughly analogous to the type of restriction that Congress was seeking to enact here, is justified entirely by concerns about scarcity, how you can't have sufficient bandwidth. And I, of course, recognize that scarcity is what created the need for a licensing regime in the first place. But I think it's important to clarify the historical record here that in choosing to limit foreign control of radio stations, of broadcast stations, Congress specifically cited a concern about national security. That is written into the statute. National defense was one of the listed purposes of having that kind of restriction. And so I don't think my friends can succeed in being dismissive of that concern about history and tradition and what it shows about the national security judgments that undergird this law. The one other factual point I wanted to make, to be responsive to a few points that my friends have touched on, relates to whether TikTok US has the ability to alter this algorithm, whether divestiture is feasible, how ByteDance has manipulated the platform in the past. With respect to the algorithm, I think we're simply talking past each other. We don't dispute that TikTok US might engage in some functions in the United States to customize the algorithm for a US audience. The thing we're worried about is happening long before that over in China, where ByteDance is developing the source code, creating the basic backbone and functioning of the system, and is then blasting out the algorithm for use by the various subsidiaries in their home country. So we're not seeking to regulate any activity that TikTok US is engaged in here. Instead, what Congress is doing is trying to close off the vulnerability of PRC access abroad. With respect to the feasibility of divestiture, my friends have said it would have been impossible to do this within 270 days. You know, at the outset, obviously, there's no inherent impediment to divesting a social media company. We just saw Elon Musk buy X, or Twitter, in about 6 months from offer to completion. And even with respect to this particular company, I think my friends are not well positioned to complain about the timeline, because they've been on notice since 2020 that unless they could satisfy the federal government's national security concerns, divestiture might be required. But in any event, I don't think that the court should fault Congress for trying to balance competing interests here in making sure that there was a period for compliance and trying to preserve access to the platform for Americans while taking steps to safeguard against the risk to national security. Finally, with respect to the question of whether ByteDance has taken action on the PRC's demands, there is evidence in the record that Congress consulted to demonstrate that outside of China, ByteDance has taken action to misappropriate data at the PRC's request. That included efforts to track dissidents in Hong Kong, protesters there, to track Uyghurs in China itself. We know that ByteDance has misappropriated U.S. data with respect to surveilling of U.S. journalists, and there was evidence in the record reinforcing the conclusion that ByteDance has been asked by the PRC to undertake efforts to censor content and manipulate the platform at the behest of the Chinese government. So I don't think there is a factual basis to dispute the record that Congress had before it. If the court has no further questions.
Thomas? I have a question. General, if I understood correctly, under President-elect's first term, he passed an executive order requiring divestiture, correct?
That's right.
And this, that was challenged in court and stayed as a result of him exceeding his executive power to do that. But this bill followed a bipartisan investigation, correct?
Yes, that's right.
I am a little concerned that a suggestion that a president-elect or anyone else should not enforce the law when a law is in effect and has prohibited a certain action, that a company would choose to ignore enforcement on any assurance other than the change in that law. But putting that aside, on the 19th, if it doesn't shut down.
So Sotomayor's like, listen, I don't care what Donald Trump says. Okay, that doesn't give companies magic, tool to ignore the law. Which, I mean, I understand what she's saying, but I think what the Solicitor General said earlier is probably a good defense, a due process defense, to say, hey, if the president told us, that we weren't going to be prosecuted, I mean, I think it's reasonable for, even though I don't like it, I think it's reasonable for private businesses to go along with that, at least until it's adjudicated.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's obviously throwing some shade at Trump here, saying Trump
Right.
needs to enforce the law. So, but she was probably totally gung-ho when Biden wasn't enforcing any of the immigration law.
Yeah, I would imagine.
There is a violation of law, correct?
Yes.
And whatever the new president does doesn't change that reality for these companies.
That's right.
How long is the statute of limitations in effect, assuming that they violated it that day and later continue to violate it? But how long does the statute of limitations exist for a civil violation of this sort?
It would be a 5-year statute of limitations.
Thank you.
Ooh, okay. That makes this very, very risky, because that means, like, if Donald Trump, says on day one, don't, every private company ignore the TikTok ban, just go along with it, I'm going to work it out, right? And then somebody sues the, Trump or the government, says the president can't do that. He has to follow the law. He hasn't,
And it takes 5 years.
done the requirements, right? That's going to be adjudicated. And now if it was a short statute of limitations, it was only like a year, you could say, well, that's probably going to take a long time to go through the courts. It's going to go back and forth. They can run out the clock. So even if a year goes by and the courts say that not only does the president not have the authority to do that, but that private businesses are still liable for breaking the law, right? If it was only a 1-year statute of limitations, well,
you're screwed. Yeah. 5
yeah,
years is some time.
Right. Yeah. Like maybe they'd have some wiggle room. Right. But if it's 5 years, there's no way this would take 5 years to go through the court system. Okay. So this definitely puts a lot more pressure on private businesses.
And you're looking at another president, obviously, because you're outside
Yes.
Trump's term.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Who could say, oh, I'm 100% going to enforce this, and fuck the company.
Yeah, totally.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. A rebuttal?
I guess I missed it. There was one point I thought she said earlier where, she kind of said it at the end there, but I thought she said it more in depth somewhere earlier, where she was talking about how, TikTok really just dragged their feet on this. They 100% dragged their feet on this. They've been trying to get this done for years, and that this law, was really by Congress a way to try to force them into action. And so that, I think, does need to be taken into account, that ByteDance has really not wanted to help, alleviate any of the government's concerns, and the concerns I would agree with regarding data privacy and content manipulation at all.
Do you see advertising on TikTok? I don't even know if they sell advertising.
I mean, I assume they do. They got to make money somehow.
Do they?
I don't go on TikTok, so I can't answer that question.
It's China.
Right.
What do you mean they have to make money?
Well,
they build entire cities that nobody lives in.
I guess that's a good point.
What the fuck? If the point is just to trick stupid Americans into doing weird shit.
Yeah, TikTok has ads, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
They had 270 days?
Yeah, which is an extension, because the original was like 180 or something, and then they extended to 270.
It's like 9 months.
Yeah, they had a lot of time.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Justice, for points, all of which go to why we think this law would fail, whether you applied intermediate scrutiny or strict
So we've gone back to the lawyer for TikTok for his rebuttal.
scrutiny. I'd like to begin with the least restrictive alternative of simply prohibiting TikTok Incorporated from disseminating any of the sensitive user data to anyone, including ByteDance, under the threat of massive penalties. That is definitely a less restrictive alternative. Now, my friend pointed to the NSA negotiations. Well, the sensitive user data that we're talking about and that were of concern in the NSA negotiations were not the type of technical data that she's talking about. The NSA did allow certain types of non-sensitive technical data to go back and forth, but that wasn't anybody's concern. And as we say in page 23 of our briefs, they simply cut off the negotiations without ever raising those concerns. But to be clear, if that's a concern, sweep that into the ban. 2, put in that non-sensitive technical data into the ban. 2, we'll deal with that. It's a lot better than simply being forced to shut down. So that is most definitely a less restrictive alternative that would address data security. We talked about the under-inclusiveness and Temu and Shein, the 2 large e-commerce sites. Justice Kagan, you might have seen Temu during the Super Bowl. It was heavily advertised. It's one of the most popular e-commerce applications in the United States. It's got 70 million users. Justice Sotomayor, you were asking what they collect. This is from Joint Appendix 339 to 343, the U.S.-China Economic and Security Commission Review Report. Shein relies on tracking and analyzing user data, draws on customer data and search history with the assistance of artificial intelligence algorithms. It requests users share their data and activity from other apps, including social media. So they apparently go into your social media apps and suck up all of the information. Because they're e-commerce apps, they take names, addresses, and credit card information. If you look at the privacy policies on their website, they collect location data. It looks like they might even collect, at some level, GPS location data. So they collect massive amounts of data. Point 3. Their mere covertness argument makes no sense for the reasons that the court explored. If mere covertness were the issue, a disclosure would make perfect sense. Yet they're not concerned about mere covertness. They're concerned, as my friend suggested, with getting Americans to argue with each other. Well, you know, as far as I can tell, that's what news organizations do in this country every single day. That's what we call editorial content. That's what we call content itself. And so it's trained directly on the content. But even if you thought somehow that the mere covertness were the issue, that definitely could be addressed through a risk disclosure. So the data sharing ban, the risk disclosure, those are obvious, less restrictive alternatives. And had the government considered them and rejected them, we would be in a different position. But if you look at this record, those are 2 less restrictive alternatives that the government did not address at all. Whether you apply strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny, that is fatal, because under both standards, restricting speech has to be the last resort, not the first one. And when you fail to consider less restrictive alternatives, you fail under either standard. My final substantive point is we absolutely think this court has the authority to enter an administrative stay. I didn't understand my friend to disagree with that. We think that given the enormity of this decision, given the complexity of this case, it would make perfect sense for this court to enter an administrative stay. I also think you could enter a preliminary injunction. Yes, likelihood of success is one standard, but you don't have to determine ultimate success. And as you do in other related contexts, like with respect to stays, you often make clear that you are not addressing the merits of the case. I think you could do that here. The bottom line, Your Honor, is this case ultimately boils down to speech. What we're talking about is ideas. And my friends on the other side, when you cut through everything else, are ultimately worried that the ideas that appear on the TikTok platform could in the future somehow manipulate Americans, could somehow persuade them, could somehow get them to think that they ought not be thinking. Well, that whole notion is at war with the First Amendment. If the First Amendment means anything, it means that the government cannot restrict speech in order to protect us from speech. That's precisely what this law does from beginning to end, whether you look at its text, whether you look at the government's justifications in its brief, where they talk about being worried about speech criticizing our leaders or undermining democracy. It's what you see in the House report, which drains specifically on the dangers of misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. And it's what you see in this legislative record writ large, which is saturated with objections to TikTok's existing content. We ask that you reverse the court below. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until Monday next at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. So
what?
Okay.
So what?
So what happens, right, is
it strict scrutiny? Come on, I just want to know.
The court said it is not strict scrutiny.
Intermediate scrutiny.
Intermediate scrutiny. Yes.
Intermediate scrutiny. So the quasi suspect classification, some First Amendment cases, important.
Yes.
Likelihood of the law being upheld, medium.
Yes.
Government's
Now,
interest important.
right. Now,
Hmm.
the government says that they did not view this law as a content restriction or content regulation. And that's why it fails strict scrutiny.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
They said that they viewed, and I read that part. They said they challenge provisions are facially content neutral and are content neutral because there's no content change that TikTok could engage in to mitigate the issue.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So the court does agree. This is a content neutral ban. And so it's intermediate scrutiny. Okay.
Scrutiny.
Scrutiny, yes. Then they talk about there's one part that's interesting. They kind of talk about the data collection. They say, if, for example, a user allows TikTok access to a user's phone contact list to connect with others on the platform, TikTok can access, quote, any data stored in the user's contact list, including names, contact information, contact photos, job titles, and notes. Access to such detailed information about U.S. users, the government worries, may enable China to track the locations of federal employees and contractors, build dossiers of personal information for blackmail, and conduct corporate espionage.
I mean, my contacts is where I put all my notes for blackmail information.
There you
So
go.
they would just be getting that stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow.
And Chinese law enables China to require companies to surrender data to the government.
Yeah, we all know that.
Right. Making companies headquartered there an espionage tool for China. They also say in one of their the government says in one of their briefings that basically everyone acknowledges, it says that the petitioners seem to acknowledge that if TikTok, like they keep saying, oh, why can't the government just pass a law that says TikTok's not allowed to share data with China? Okay.
Because it goes against Chinese law. It's against their constitution.
Exactly. It goes against Chinese law. And so the question is, there isn't really, you have to be some massive level of naive to assume that TikTok would announce to anyone if China, the government, did request this data that was like they weren't allowed to do, right? If they did request this data, that number one, TikTok would say no, and number two, that TikTok would inform the U.S. government or anyone that this was going on.
Yeah, they're like, look, America is going to be very mad at me. They may find me. Chinese government is going to disappear me in the middle of the night and my entire family with me.
Exactly. Right.
What am I going to do here?
They continue. Rather than meaningfully dispute the scope of data TikTok collects or the ends to which it may be used, petitioners contest probability, asserting that it is unlikely that China would compel TikTok to turn over user data for intelligence gathering purposes, since China has more effective and efficient means of obtaining relevant information.
Who wrote this bullshit?
This is the Supreme Court saying what the defense's argument was.
Oh, okay, good.
They're like, well, it's unlikely China would do this. Right?
They're laying out how dumb the argument is.
Yes, right.
We on the Supreme Court 9-0 think you're full of shit.
Essentially, yeah. In reviewing the constitutionality of the act, however, we must accord substantial deference to the predictive judgments of Congress. Sound policymaking often requires legislatures to forecast future events and to anticipate the likely impact of these events based on deductions and inferences with complete empirical support when complete empirical support may be unavailable. Here, the government's TikTok-related data collection concerns do not exist in isolation. The record reflects that China has engaged in extensive and years-long efforts to accumulate structured data sets, in particular on U.S. persons, to support its intelligence and counterintelligence operations.
Obvious.
Okay.
So obvious.
Right. And so then they continue saying, even if China has not yet theoretically leveraged its relationship with ByteDance, there's still a legitimate and reasonable concern for that in the future.
That they will, yeah.
That they will in the future. And so the Supreme Court says, eat shit, TikTok. We're upholding the law, pound sand.
It might be too late because they might want the data for AI development. And they already have like a massive data set. So
I'm sure that was probably part of it as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was part of it as well.
So crazy.
So now we get to see, I guess, tomorrow, which will be very fascinating, and we'll talk about it on Tuesday, we'll get to see, will Donald Trump put out that executive order that he's claiming and promising he's going to put out tomorrow? And will, like Apple and Google already took it down from the store. It's not, I don't believe it's back up yet. Will they have some reply, some reaction to Trump's executive order or not?
Well, I want your feedback on what is the smart political play here, because I do think like you're going to get a lot of hate. A lot of hate is going to come your way over this decision because there are 170 million NPC TikTok users that could potentially vote in the next election and are going to be mad as hell and take it out on whoever takes the blame for this. So how does Trump make this happen but blame it all on Joe Biden? Like what is the political move here? And the problem that I see immediately is Trump, part of his brand is that I can do anything. I can get anything done. Anything I want to do, I can do. So that kind of stands in the way here because, I mean, the good political move I can see is like, oh, I couldn't do anything about it, right? Biden did it. It's already the law. We're a constitutional republic.
That would be the normal.
My hands are tied, right?
Yes. The normal political move would be to say, my hands are tied. I can't do anything about it. It's not my fault. Blame Joe Biden.
But that's incredibly off brand for Donald Trump.
Well, he's not going to do that. I mean, he's already said he's not going to do it.
Right. So, yeah, we're in a bad situation when he's saying, I'm going to do it. And then, like, that kind of takes that maneuver off the table, right?
Yes. Yeah. And if we remove morality from this, if we remove what's good for the American people and all that
I
stuff,
did that long ago.
Yes. If we remove all those things, then like from a purely political standpoint, it does make perfect sense for Donald Trump to be like, I'm going to save TikTok,
Yeah, because he wants those votes.
Exactly.
But is he going to do the same thing that the Democrats are always doing, saying, oh, the Republicans stood in our way. We couldn't give you universal health care because those damn Republicans stopped us again.
Well, it is weird because there is definitely a situation that could very well play out where Trump tries to save TikTok. The government gets sued. The president gets sued for not enforcing the law. And the courts say, yes, Donald Trump has to uphold this law. And then, maybe then he has to go back on it. And then the law is upheld and all the private, or even if they say, all these burdensome fines will be in place regardless of what Donald Trump says. And he has a 5-year statute of limitations. So even if Donald Trump doesn't go after you, you better sure as shit hope that the next person that wins the race doesn't go after it. And at that point, I doubt any private company would, roll the dice on that risk at that point. So, is there like a way for Donald Trump to extract himself from the situation if it blows up in his face? If he says, oh, I tried to come, make a deal with TikTok, but we just couldn't do it because they suck. I mean, I think a lot of Trump supporters would accept that because I think they accept most things Trump would say. I don't know if like all the TikTok frenzied people who probably don't even really like Trump, I don't think they would accept that.
Yeah, Trump is not making the right moves to do any of that. Like, how much political capital is he going to expend on this fucking TikTok thing, which just seems like a side quest?
Right.
I mean, he wants to do big things with immigration. Now, all of a sudden, he's going to be like, oh, I got to save TikTok. I'm on it.
I don't know. It would be interesting because we talked a lot about, is Trump going to expend a lot of political capital and end up bogging down his first 100 days or his first year of his presidency trying to throw Democrats in jail, essentially.
Right.
And now, I mean, I didn't have on the board there. I didn't have the board. He's going to spend the first 100 days trying to save TikTok and expend his political capital on that. So it is interesting. We could have a situation where he's trying to go in way too many directions at once with his political capital spending very quickly.
Yeah. The right move is to be like, oh, I'll look at it, right? I need to know what kind of national security threat it is. You know, he could even be taking credit for the ban, saying it was his idea, but he's just like, oh, that 170 million voters. Like he's not going to be in another election. What does he care?
Well, I think he does. I mean, this is like the whole, seeing free money on the table situation.
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. Why does he really care? He's not going to be in another election. Maybe it's just a status thing, or maybe it's just the very cynical. He's literally being paid off because he has this billionaire donator to his campaign who's heavily involved in TikTok.
That he owes a favor to.
That he owes, that he owes this to.
Yeah.
It could be just a complete, selfish quid pro quo situation. I do think, Trump does have a very strong point in his favor, which is that because he's viewed by his supporters as being trustworthy and kind of detached from the government and the quote deep state and all those, bad, evil government actors, that if Trump says, I'm going to save TikTok, and then has a conversation with TikTok and it goes on for some period of time, and then says, okay, I did everything I could to save TikTok, but China is being super shitty and we're not going to be weak and they're not going to play with us. So fuck them. We're banning them. I do think that, 95, 99% of Trump supporters would trust that he did all this in good faith, and he wouldn't incur a political penalty from his supporters for attempting to do this action.
Yeah. So that would be good. And
right.
A lot of those TikTok people are not really going to vote for Republicans anyway, because they've been brainwashed by TikTok.
Yes. So from a purely political standpoint, I do think that Trump is making all the right moves here from this very pure political standpoint.
Right. Well, I hope it's banned. I hope it stays banned. The end.
100%. 100%. Yeah, I really hope so.
This horrible thing. So we're going to read some super chats now?
Yeah, we'll read some super chats.
Are you sure? You want me to read some?
If you want.
Let me see if I know how. No, not working.
Bloviating Beluga, thanks so much for the 1 year. Being a Free Will Seeker says, we already know you all are going to be late. There you go.
We were almost on time.
Oh
I think we should get credit for that, right?
That's true. The Wooster for $5 says, first, Mark Andreessen names drops Yarvin. Now the New York Times releases a full hour interview. We are winning, boys. The Overton window is shattering. Yeah,
this is not my take at all, Wooster.
No. It's pretty funny. So, the New York Times interviewed Curtis Yarvin. I would say it was not a friendly interview. It was definitely not a positive interview. It is interesting that they're interviewing him at all. And
it did not move the Overton window. Like,
no.
Come on. What are you talking about?
No, it definitely, I'm kind of surprised because when I sent you that video, you had an intuition, which was also my intuition. I think was very smart, but I don't think they actually did it really as much as I would have expected, which is that I thought that they were going to try to pin Yarvin to JD Vance and say, look at what Trump wants. This is all what Trump wants to do. He wants the evil corporate monarchy situation that you want. They didn't really do that so much in the interview that I was kind of surprised.
They did it enough. They did it enough. They totally did it enough. And they're concerned about their reputation with the Trump is a fascist, JD Vance is a fascist. So they got to kind of do it on the DL here.
Maybe.
But my intuition was, okay, they're going to use Yarvin the same way that they've used Richard Spencer and David Duke. That's basically where they're going. And they did that. Like, he brought up quotes of Yarvin advocating for slavery. Oh my God.
I think that's what's going on. And I agree. I think they are possibly setting up Yarvin to be the Richard Spencer. Because there was, I remember, I don't know if it was before the thing that really got Richard Spencer on everyone's radar. There was that video, of him
doing the Roman salute.
He's holding up his cup, and then all the people in the crowd do the Roman salute. And I think it was like an interview with some big publication. I can't remember who it was. It wasn't New York Times, it was someone else. And so I kind of got Richard Spencer on everyone's radar. And so you could be right that they could be positioning Yarvin to be the new fall guy for the second Trump term. So
They are, yeah. They just got to do it not as explicitly because they're trying to save their reputation at the same time. You need to make the jump to fascist in your mind. They're not going to explicitly lay it out for you.
Right. Well,
but I think you watch this interview and like it's impossible not to make that association. So
they don't say the word fascist, if I recall correctly, in that interview.
They don't. Yeah.
Yeah. But we will be watching that interview on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think Dev's coming on
with
too. With
a friend of the channel and Curtis Yarvin Lovard, short fatted talker. So,
yes, yeah.
A Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says this makes Trump look so dumb. As I said, I think it's politically smart. I just think it's immoral. It's bad for the country.
Well,
and
how is it
horribly
immoral?
So,
like if his ultimate goal is to keep TikTok banned, but he's just playing it up for his
because I don't think that is his goal. I think his goal is to try to. I think his goal is to try to save TikTok. I could very well. I don't think it's going to work. I think TikTok is just engaged in a stalling technique. I think Trump is engaged in some stalling technique or just trying to say, hey, you know, I did my favor to the TikTok billionaire, but I don't think it's going to work.
If in reality, Trump is fake trying, like he reads the report and he's like, oh God, this is horrible. They're like the CIA, our CIA doing horrible things. And there's no way I'm going to let them survive, but I have to at least pretend to make an effort so I don't lose any political capital. But in the end, they stay banned. Like you're going to still think that he legitimately tried.
Well, it depends what he says. If Trump becomes president and he says, whoa, I read the government's security reports about TikTok and TikTok is crazy and evil and, you know, we're not going to do it, right? You know, go fuck yourself. Then I'll say, oh, okay, well, then he just kind of fired from the hip there. But then I'd give him a lot of credit for retroactively, you know, saying, okay, that, you know, he changed his mind when he received new information, right?
Right.
If that occurs. I'm skeptical that that's going to happen, but I guess we'll find out.
It's going to be interesting to see how it goes if he forces a divestiture to an American company.
Right. Ryan Uhl for $20 says, as a TikTok user, I saw no difference to it than any other app. Like other apps that allowed people to get trapped in political bubbles, only real difference being it was a Chinese app. I've seen Chinese propaganda spread on X or YouTube just as much as TikTok. If it was sold to a U.S. company but say exactly the same as it would you still want it shut down? So in terms of like what you see, the problem is, again, I guess, I mean, I don't really trust you or anyone else to make that adjudication and be able to be like, oh, I don't see what it's actually doing. I don't see any difference to it. We don't actually know. We don't know that's the case. And it seems highly unlikely that it would be the case. Why would we think that China, who we know is trying to fuck with us, would not use its most powerful weapon to fuck with us? It makes absolutely no sense at all.
And like making it seem like just a normal app is part of the how to fuck with people.
Exactly.
Like, it's not going to be obvious.
Yes. It's not going to be exactly.
A big tipping point for a lot of people was the bin Laden thing. When the bin Laden thing started going viral, a lot of people were like, what?
Yes, this is weird. The bin Laden thing going viral was super fucking weird.
Right.
And you're completely correct. The whole point is China is smart enough, sophisticated enough. The whole point is, to make it not so apparent, not so obvious that they're doing this manipulation. That's the whole point of it. So,
yeah.
Because if it was, then, you know, you say, oh, okay. As for if it stayed exact, like, I wouldn't like it if it was sold to a U.S. company. Well, first of all, my concern with it would be if it was sold to a U.S. company but used the same algorithm. My concern would be there's so much probably deep in the algorithm that they wouldn't know about or be able to abstract maybe for years or ever find out about. And I wouldn't feel comfortable unless someone like Elon, when he first bought Twitter, bought TikTok and actually was super publicly going through everything and you had some level of trust or faith in them and talking about this stuff, I would be very not confident if TikTok was sold to a U.S. individual and the algorithm was exactly the same. If TikTok was sold to a U.S. individual, U.S. company, and they had their own algorithm, then I'd say, okay, whatever, that's free speech. Go for it.
Yep.
100%. So. Metalworks 41190 for $5 says you should watch Moist Critical's take on it. He has such a basic bitch normie take on it. LOL. Oh, really? That's
Interesting.
That is unfortunate. I feel like a lot of people.
Well, what
probably
is
have
it? What does that even mean? A normie basic bitch take on it? Like they should keep it? Remember how everyone lost their minds because the Russians were manipulating the election via Facebook? Like, think if the Russians owned Facebook.
Right.
It's just so crazy to me that people don't think TikTok is. I mean, that didn't even come up in these elections. Is TikTok manipulating the election?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I see this 3 different Moist Critical videos on it. I don't know which one you're talking about. If you know which one, send it to me on Twitter and maybe if it's, like 10 minutes or so, we'll watch it right now.
Sure.
Because I am curious as to what the take is.
It's not our
PC.
super enlightened take. Well,
No,
I kind of
probably
think of myself as like a normie, though.
Right.
Am I not a normie?
I think the normie take is like, there was this girl. I'm assuming it's what you mean when you say normie take. There was some TikTok girl that's like, oh my God, if America bans TikTok, then America is just as bad as China. This is fascism. Banning speech is fascism.
Yeah, I
like,
saw
oh my
that
God.
going all over the place.
Right.
But I don't think of that person as a normie. I think of that person as like an NPC, a social media addict.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So
Can you even imagine that person having a job?
no.
Can you imagine working with that person? Oh my God. Fucking
Right.
hell on earth.
Okay, thanks. Melwork sent it to me, so maybe we'll check it out after I read some supers. I see on Twitter Jake Shields is calling Tim Pool a secret Jew because Tim Pool is in favor of the TikTok ban.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Everyone's saying that the Israel lobby was instrumental in getting TikTok banned because TikTok hates Israel and promotes pro-Palestine stuff.
Right,
So,
right.
So that's hilarious.
PC for $5 says, I saw a report that Perplexity AI is interested in purchasing TikTok. Look forward to AI trained on the same content that's in Dev's TikTok Tuesdays. Oh, God. It's terrible.
Yeah. Bad news.
Oshie for $5 says, yes, Sitch, it is true. Here's your we are a republic, not a democracy badge. The meetings are on Monday morning. Listen, nothing is more convincing than when you actually are up against the people that you thought were straw men or just actual NPC retards shrieking in mass that somehow the Supreme Court adjudicating on a law passed by Congress means that we don't live in a democracy. It's a very black pilling moment.
I only brought it up to call people who say that hypocrites if they're going to say, well, Trump doesn't need to enforce the law because he doesn't feel like it. Like, how the fuck are we a nation of laws if that's the case, right?
Yeah.
We're neither a democracy nor a republic at that point.
Right. Hypnotoad for $5 says, what's going on with the Biden 28th Amendment? I did not have time to look into it. Also, I don't like TikTok, but I don't think it should be banned. Well, that's fine. I disagree. But with the 28th Amendment thing, that's so weird. Yeah,
I know. This is fucking
such a
the most bizarre story.
Story of like, them trying to get this 28th Equal Rights Amendment passed, it not, lapsing the time, it not really passing. And then Biden just declaring it so. I actually don't know. I can't wrap my mind around this. It seems like this really weird, pathetic attempt by Biden to try to give some sort of credence to his legacy as he's like leaving the White House.
Right.
But it just seems like really pathetic to me.
I know what it was. It was on TikTok. China was acting like Hunter Biden, posing as Hunter Biden.
Oh, okay.
And hit Biden up with what a great idea this would be.
Right.
Just to make him look like an idiot.
I wonder if somehow Joe Biden like rustled away his phone from whatever young staffer has it. And he's like, the Equal Rights Amendment is law of the land. And they're like, whoa, shit. And now it's just a bunch of scrambling around to just defend, what
Well,
he
he
just
did.
randomly dementiaed out.
He did like a speech. There's a video of him.
Yes.
Which is super weird and
It's
cringy.
very bizarre.
Yeah.
The whole thing is so strange.
Look, I learned something though about the official archivist of the Constitution, who I guess writes it in cursive.
Right.
Once it actually meets all the legal challenges, he gets to write down the 20th Amendment. They have an extra sheet that they've been saving for 150 years.
Right.
Amendment paper from the original Constitution, Sitch. Are you getting this?
I'm getting it.
Yeah.
I'm getting it. That is crazy. I didn't know that either. Yeah. So
sometimes they use silver ink now because it's special.
Exciting. Okay. Mike Cassandra for $5 says A-Team Reigns sue prep onomatopoeia S-Class is the best class.
Oh my God, it's perfect.
Echo Supreme. Look at that.
That's beautiful. God,
Right.
I love that we're doing beat poetry on the show now.
I know. Look at that. And look at that. Hypnotoad just sent us $2. Says, y'all changed my mind on the ban. Ban it now. Well, thank you.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Glad.
That's great.
That's good.
You got
Steven,
an authentic American perspective.
That's right.
Sitch
I'm crying and
sleep
saluting while an American eagle is flying around my shoulders. Okay.
Sitch is not currently being bribed because he slept with the Chinese honeypot. Okay.
That's true. That's true. Stephen Biggs for $5 says, from what I've heard, TikTok is already thanking Trump and is working again. And earlier their servers were shut down. Yes. Though their servers were shut down on their own end. They self-shut them down.
Yeah, as a ploy to get
ploy.
Americans, because they so know how Americans work, to get them to call their congressmen and go, I hate you. I'm never going to vote for you again, even though I haven't voted in the last 25 elections. Even though I've never voted my entire life. Next time I'm not voting for you.
Right. Alex Wright for $10 says, if service or internet providers know that Trump will grant an extension or not enforce Division H, why does this one-day investigation matter? Are they going to bring civil cases the same day too? I would not be surprised if there's already a civil case written up somewhere by someone who tomorrow is going to sue the government or sue Trump if he does a day one executive order. I mean, he's going to have to if he doesn't.
I'm sure there probably already is.
Yeah.
I'm sure people, it's not like people don't want to sue Trump.
Of course. Of course.
Alvin Bragg.
Though I was disturbed to see some, I thought it was gross that I was seeing Democrat and Republican politicians finally joining together to defend TikTok. I was like, oh my God, really? Like, we finally have some level of unity in this country between the two political parties, and it's to defend Chinese spyware.
The original bill was supposedly bipartisan.
Right.
Yeah. What's going on? Everyone's having a change of heart.
Through the wormhole for 2 hours says, isn't it great that rule of law doesn't matter? It's sad.
It's horrible. I thought we lived in a constitutional republic.
Yeah. Alex Wright for $5 says, it just doesn't seem practical for Garland to attempt a one-day enforcement on the last day of a transition. Wouldn't that just be a virtue signal? No, it wouldn't be. Because number one, it signals to the private companies, especially that there's a 5-year statute of limitations, that, you have to be aware to not just necessarily take whatever Trump is going to try to do as gospel. That's number one. Number two, it would actually put the companies in a weird situation where if they say, okay, we're enforcing this on day one, you have to do it on day one. So be prepared to do it, so that they actually do it today on Sunday. And so then if they want to undo it, they actually have to go through steps to undo whatever the procedures are. And I think
that would be a good move.
Yeah. So I think that Biden just kind of waving, throwing his hands up in the air and saying, we're not going to do shit. It is sending a very weak signal to just say, roll over and do whatever Trump wants, essentially. So I do think that the Biden administration is completely culpable and responsible for this reaction. It's massively feckless.
Yeah, but maybe they perceive it as a political hand grenade, and they're like,
They do.
they just want to toss it to Trump. They're like,
That's
here you
why.
go.
But see, it's so obviously pathetic because that's what it seems like. It seems like Biden did something. This is how everyone's perceiving it. Biden did something and he doesn't want to take credit responsibility for it. Like the Afghanistan pullout, he wants to blame Trump. So yes, he's taking the political hand grenade and throwing it at Trump. I don't think anyone's going to buy it. I saw a lot of the like pro-Biden left-wing political commentators who are not leftists were trying to push this narrative, and the people that want to believe it, who already hate Trump and already love Biden, they will believe it. I don't think anyone that has a mixed opinion about this or is in the middle on this is going to be swayed on that. I think it's a completely ridiculous, weak, pathetic position to take.
But Garland is a co-conspirator if he doesn't do anything.
And I mean, if I was Garland, I'd say, I don't give a shit what Biden says. I'm going to go ahead.
Yeah, totally.
You know, it's his last day. What's he going to do? Right.
For the good of the country, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Supposedly everyone cares about the good of the country, but maybe not.
And I think this behavior is, again, part of why people look at Trump and they see strength, and they look at Biden and they see weakness. And just not even just Biden and Trump, but just the Democrats as a whole that do, like, it's always a weak strategy for a politician to be like, oh, my hands are tied. It's not my responsibility. Right. And that's why when you were saying is so important in terms of the political perception, we say that's not Trump's brand. Trump's brand is that he is strong and he is going to grab something and bend reality, bend the law to his will to make something happen.
Right. Yeah, that's why I think it is such a political hand grenade for him, because if he doesn't do that, then it destroys his brand. And if he does do that, it plays into this whole Trump thinks he's above the law narrative.
Right.
This is such like a lose-lose.
Adam Gadbaugh for 29 months says, never assume someone isn't this dumb. Another W for Constitutional Republic gang. Another common democracy L.
What?
I mean, that's the Constitutional Republic gang. That's true.
Well, let's talk about it when they actually enforce the law. The constitutional, like obviously every branch of government has weighed in on this law. And if we're just going to say, fuck it, we're not going to enforce it, I don't think we are a nation of laws.
Right. Malik for 10 months says, Citizens United must go. Corporations should not have civil rights. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact specifics for Citizens United, but to me, it doesn't make sense that corporations would have the same, an entity, a corporation has the same free speech rights as an individual, when the entire point of a corporation is to separate itself from an individual to limit its liability. That just never made sense to me. But Adam Unfriended for $50, thanks so much, says, I oppose this ban as it sets a precedent for restricting non-American platforms, risking broader government control online. It also undermines free speech, as the First Amendment should protect expression on the internet worldwide. False. I'm sorry, but you are incorrect. So if you read the actual Supreme Court opinion, they specifically say that this does not create broader precedent for any company, and that every sort of situation needs to be adjudicated on a case-by-case basis. Specifically. Wow. So I do not agree that this ban sets a sort of slippery slope or precedent for non-American platforms. Now, I mean, I guess to grant the argument, if the Supreme Court said you can't do it at all, then yes, then that would send a negative precedent that says you can't do it. But simply saying, you can do it if the circumstances are right, if the situation is right, that doesn't mean that any non-American platform is going to be censored by the government whatsoever. That is not what this ruling says or implies. And I don't think, to me, it doesn't make sense to say, okay, if we know with factual certainty, just hypothetically, we know with factual certainty that there's a country that wants to destroy us and is literally doing everything in its power to destroy us, that we just have to sit there and bend over and take it because we're afraid that in the future, maybe our government will maybe somehow try to warp and twist that interpretation, that law, to restrict another foreign country that's doing something good or neutral from, having a platform in America. If our courts, if our government is in a position so twisted that it would twist this ruling around in a dishonest way to grant protection to the government to limit some foreign country from doing something nowhere near in the realms of China, I don't think this precedent makes a difference. If our government's that twisted at that point, they're going to do it regardless of whatever the fuck this ruling said. So.
Well, all right.
I just don't like these. I understand the importance of precedent. I understand the importance of law and legal precedent. I just do not like these sort of arguments where everything is sort of built upon a slippery slope-esque fallacy where we can never adjudicate something on an individual case-by-case basis because of the potential of the future that maybe somewhere down the road, the government will try to do something bad and we can't deal with it then. We can't try to stop it then. So we have to allow some bad actor to basically rape us right now. I just don't support that sort of line of reasoning here.
We should defend ourselves. We should kill the rapist.
We should. And I don't like the idea that I think there's like this inherent flawed bias in a lot of Americans where we're like, okay, there's a completely legitimate concern that we should be afraid of government overreach. But I think the flawed part of it is to say, okay, we're only worried about our own government overreach. We're not really worried about any other government fucking with us or overreaching or doing something bad against us. And I don't see why we have this weird idea that we only have to be afraid of our government. We don't have to be afraid of the government that literally wants to fuck us. That doesn't make any sense to me. And that we shouldn't adjudicate and stop that.
The government that wants to destroy our government so that they can come in and subjugate us.
Yes.
So that we have zero protection from their assault.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me at all whatsoever. That we just have to throw our hands up and say, well, we have no protection whatsoever.
Yeah.
From bad actors.
I like protection.
Yes. Stacy Pastry for $20 says Adam may be a psychopath. Notice the lavish of laugh lines and forehead wrinkles, which is why A-Team reigns supremalizimia.
That's great. Go. Thank you, Stacy. It's true. I am a psychopath, just so you know. God, I'm so far. I am so far from a psychopath.
Right.
I lose sleep over what other people are feeling.
There you go. Look at that.
I have too much empathy for people sometimes. Okay, but these people on TikTok who founded their whole business on TikTok, no empathy for them.
Let them burn.
Fuck those idiots. Yeah. Look, 170 million Americans want to come over here and watch our show. No skin off my nose, right?
Exactly. There you go. I didn't even think about that. Completely within YouTube's interest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's watch a little bit of this Moist Critical video here.
Let's do it.
Is TikTok actually fully banned right now? Oh, you're right.
Oh my God, he's a TikTok user. Holy shit.
Of course
they have a dossier on him.
Of course they do,
yeah.
Yeah, opening TikTok gives you a notice saying, sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. Oh, wow. They went a little early. Man, the music is so fitting. It sounds like a funeral. Near soundtrack really hitting.
Is that on TikTok? That soundtrack coming in?
I'm assuming not. I think that was just him playing it on his own. So.
Playing TikTok on the way out. Holy. I'm sure the app won't stay gone forever. I already saw that thing about giving it like another 90 days or something. I don't think it'll be bought. I'm pretty confident it's not going to be bought, mainly because I don't think ByteDance is going to sell it. CapCut has also shut down. The fuck is CapCut? Sounds like old editing software I would have used.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. I don't think ByteDance is going to sell it.
Yeah, I agree too.
There was this weird thing where apparently there's some sort of Marvel gotcha card game that was also owned by ByteDance, and I guess people didn't realize it was owned by ByteDance, called Marvel Snap, that went dark the other day, and people were like, "Holy crap!" They're really mad. And I mean, I would be really mad too if you spend a bunch of money on one of these gotcha games, and all of a sudden it's like just shut down and you don't get your money back. That definitely sucks.
ByteDance controls some game.
Yeah, some Marvel game.
Well, so it's expensive to buy the game?
It's one of those games I think that's free to play, but there's all these like micro payments.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like a card game.
Right.
So it's like you have to buy packs and all that other crap.
Right. Okay. So you've
you know,
got a lot
people-
invested in this game just to play.
Yeah. Right. People can drop, hundreds and thousands of dollars on this game.
You can tell I play these games all the time, right?
You can tell. You can tell.
The game that I like to play is stock market.
Okay. That's true.
I would have used back when I was a kid with Dazzle Platinum in the Pinnacle Studio. Oh, it is video editing software. CapCut, all-in-one video editing graphic design tool driven by AI. It was a Chinese video app from ByteDance. Does that make sense that that's down too? They also banned Lemon 8 too. Jesus, they cleaned house.
Are these banned by the U.S. law?
No, see, ByteDance just took all of its things offline, I guess, the day,
right.
Yesterday. So I don't know if all these other things are back up now either, but
they're all gone. It's in ruins. I mean, I don't think they can throw you in the slammer for using a VPN to access TikTok. VPNs aren't working for it. What? Holy! Can't tell if you actually care about this or not. With all of these apps being banned, I do care. Even though I'm not a TikTok fan, I hate giving the government the green light to just start taking shit away. Relinquishing freedoms is nothing to celebrate. At least, I don't think so. Do you think the shutdown has any effect on the economy or cultural impact? Economy, no. Cultural...
It's so strange to me because, again, it's like people are looking at this like it's a situation of the U.S. government versus the U.S. citizen, or the U.S. government versus a private company. And it's not. It's literally the U.S. government against the Chinese government. And people are just not intuiting it that way on an emotional level. Because if they were, only the communists would be defending this action because they trust the communist Chinese government more than they trust the U.S. government.
Right. Which that's what you get when you have 10 years of conditioning.
Right.
Yeah. Fear this might happen in Australia. Maybe. Couldn't tell you. I know nothing about your government. Are you gonna start posting on RedNote? Brother, I never even used TikTok. Why would I go to RedNote? I have a TikTok, or had a TikTok account, but it wasn't even run by me. That was Aaron. So no, you won't see me.
Look, there you go. He's free. He's free from the data. He didn't even have a TikTok account. Okay.
It's on his phone, so I'm sure they download all his text messages and shit.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
You won't see me making the switch over to Red.
Moist Critical is a big find, obviously.
Right.
They want to blackmail the shit out of him, right? He's probably got DMs with Dr. Disrespect, right?
Terrible.
Note. How much do you think your TikTok account made? Oh, I can tell you. $0. I opted into that creator program one time, made $0 across the entire history of the TikTok account.
What was this about TikTok making creators a bunch of money?
Yeah.
You think this makes a big surge in YouTube? I think so. I feel like people will go to RedNote for a while in like a honeymoon phase, but most people end up settling on YouTube Shorts. That's my guess. Yeah, no, I saw TikTok's gone. I'm gonna wait to see what happens on Sunday, though, because this might be like a TikTok play as like a Hail Mary. Like, hey, this is what it's going to look like when TikTok goes away. Learn more. I still think...
I mean, he called that. That is...
He did, yeah. That's
exactly what they did, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Yep.
I still think come Sunday it's going to get that 90-day extension. Okay. I think there's confusion right now. TikTok is not officially banned right now. TikTok themselves are the ones that took it down at the moment, from what I can see. On Sunday is when the decision will be reached on whether or not it's fully banned. So I think what TikTok's doing is they did it preemptively to get more people open to it. It's not on the App Store anymore. Is it not? Let me see. And was it on... Isn't that crazy? Temu is just fine. Did you see the Certo article suggesting people could face punishment and penalties if they use a VPN to access TikTok? Didn't see that, but I've also been told VPNs are not working to access TikTok. Would you say there's a gap in the market now that TikTok's gone? Nah. YouTube Shorts is there, Instagram Reels is there. And there's gonna be 1,000 others that spawn.
Twitter as well is getting pretty good at this.
Yes, TikTok is gone. It is gone. A new chapter in humanity begins, and I guess we'll see what that looks like. And I wonder how many other apps are going to be taken away. Because right now it's that, CapCut, and Eliminate, right?
I'm gonna jump ahead. You're randomly see if something's interesting here is going on.
Lobbying for other apps to be taken down that maybe aren't commie apps. Maybe VPNs. We recently just implemented this system in...
Oh, wait, hold on. Back for a second. I sense something.
That you can get away with just
disturbance
on another commie app instead. Taken away. You're silly if you think it's only going to be used for something you don't like. It was a commie app. Sad thing is people want another commie app instead. How about when they decide to start dipping their toes into non-commie apps? You set a precedent that you can get away with just banning things because you... Hey, they take your data. So do we, but they do it. And it's bad.
Because it's controlled by a rival government, obviously. I mean, come on. That should be a precedent.
It threatens our national security. And you can just keep...
First of all, praise my ability to hone in right the perfect part of the video. Okay. By random chance. Secondly, this is why I listened. We both listened to the Supreme Court arguments and I read the Supreme Court opinion. I really despise this sort of basic bitch reaction to these sorts of complicated legal cases, because this is a complicated legal case. It's definitely a complicated legal case. For someone to just shrug and say, well, this is going to create precedent and the government, the deep state, the evil government's going to come, it's going to take all my rights away because I didn't defend a foreign fucking government from spying on me and propagandizing me. No one,
it just sounds ridiculous.
It's like, yeah, it's the whole like, I did not speak when the government came and banned Chinese spying operations, so no one spoke for me when the government came to throw me into the Holocaust. It's like, it's completely ridiculous. If you
when
actually
they came
listen
for the murderers,
right?
I did not speak. When they came for the rapists, I did not speak.
Yes, it's like
I said goodbye, rapists. Fuck you.
Right. It's like, well, if someone could take someone who murdered someone and put them in jail, how do I know they're not going to take me and put me in jail? Even though I
because you don't murder anyone.
Right.
You fucking idiot.
It's like, oh my God, please. Okay, this is a very uninformed, and I can see why you're talking about mental works. It's a very uninformed opinion. Okay,
right?
Because if you actually read it and or listen to the arguments, as we just spent the last few hours doing, they had this whole conversation, this whole debate about strict scrutiny versus intermediate scrutiny, and is content ban, is it not a content ban? This is not going to apply to a U.S. company, okay, at all. It couldn't. This argumentation in this ruling could not apply to a U.S. company. The entire basis of this opinion is that it's not going to apply to a U.S. company. Even the government's lawyers said that if this was a U.S. company, it would change everything. Okay. It applies to a foreign government because a foreign government does not have free speech rights in America. And the foreign government, and not only just a foreign government, but specifically a foreign government that we have mountains of evidence is using our data, is doing a bunch of illegal shit, and is continually fucking with us. Okay.
Mhm.
So they have a very, very heightened sense of requirements that we have to reach here before we can start saying, oh my God, we're going to start banning every, private company from doing anything because we're not allowing the Chinese government to spy on us is just such an incorrect, inappropriate, wrong-headed way to look at this decision. It's just a very uninformed way to look at this decision.
Right. Yeah. We need a public square, a digital public square controlled by China.
Right.
It's like, fuck off.
Right.
No, we don't. We need it controlled by Americans.
Yes. As
Because it's our public square.
As evidence of the fact that this is not, again, even the courts agreed, this is not a content restriction. If China changed any of the content, it wouldn't matter. Okay. And if a US company ran TikTok and it had all the same content, the government wouldn't be able to regulate it. Or it'd have to go through an entirely new case and make entirely different arguments, blah, 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 blah.
It's so funny about the Chinese public square where a bunch of Americans stumble in and start talking about LGBT rights. And they're like, you can't talk about that.
I know.
This is a Chinese public square.
Well, and then also like the data privacy argument is a weird one. Okay. Because I'm of the position that I do think we need new laws in America that
against
does
American
protect
companies.
us
Yes,
against American companies stealing all our fucking data. I'm 100% in favor of that. I thought most people were in favor of that. So it's weird to me that some people are like, well, if American companies do this action that I don't think should be legal or should be a lot more restricted than it is, that some reason a foreign government that wants to destroy me or fuck me over or ruin my society should be able to do it too. That, like, I don't understand the logic of that at all.
Yeah. Yeah. We should ban them all from doing that.
Right. I don't know. It's weird.
You can just keep
personal data.
Yes. Yeah.
You can keep spinning that excuse for a ton of things. Push out all your competition. Start lobbying for other apps to be taken down that maybe aren't commie apps. Maybe VPNs.
So the argument is that a private company like X or Google is going to lobby the government to get rid of its competitors, and not only is our Congress so massively corrupt that they'd go along with this, but our Supreme Court is so retarded they'd be like, oh yeah, that's totally fine. I don't know. I guess I just have even a modicum level of faith in our government that it's not that retarded.
How dare you?
Yeah.
We recently just implemented this system in Florida where you now need ID verification to access porn, and people are getting around it with VPNs. Well, how about we start banning VPNs, because you're going against something that we've done. Let's start taking away VPNs. You can just keep going down this slope.
I think VPNs are restricted in China, if not fully banned.
Yeah, people use them somehow, but I'm assuming.
Yeah,
they're not
but they probably are illegal.
VPNs are unconstitutional.
First of all, the legal argument, you couldn't really make a legal argument to say, well, if Florida says that you have to have an ID to access pornography or whatever, which on one hand, I agree with the concept that you should be trying to prevent kids from looking at porn. On the other hand, I understand that people don't necessarily want to give their personal information to a porn site, right? So I'm kind of iffy on that law as it stands. I don't know whether I agree with that law or not. I don't know how to solve that conundrum currently. I haven't really thought about it that much, but I don't know how to solve it. But if Florida passes this law and it says, okay, you do this, and VPNs essentially just circumvent it, Florida wouldn't be able to just say, or the federal government wouldn't be able to just say, well, we're automatically banning VPNs. They'd say, well, VPNs need to figure out some way to address this concern. If they have some sort of technical way of doing so, which if people were trying to use VPNs to act as, well, I guess if TikTok shut itself down, that wouldn't work.
It's not going to be like 170 million people. It's hardly worth Look, and it's gonna suck if 10,000 people are using VPNs to access it. I mean, the
Right.
content it's just not going to be as dynamic as it
Of
once
course.
was. Yeah.
Well,
So
and you are adding some, restriction, and it's going to make the gatekeeping is going to make things harder, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
yeah,
So
I just
but
know a lot of maybe all American content is blocked in China. So the only way that you can access it is through a VPN.
yes.
But the content itself is illegal. So
Right.
yeah.
You're cheating. Spoken like a conspiracy nut job. How is that a conspiracy nut job, brother? The second you start getting rid of some freedoms, you give an inch, they take a mile. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? You're delusional. No, surely they're only going to use this for things that I don't like. How do you feel about all this? Oh, I hate TikTok. I fucking hate it. But, as I've said from the beginning, I hate censorship even more, and I hate just giving up freedoms. You, as an American citizen, should be able to make your own decisions on what you download on your devices from the App Store. Why invite Big Brother in there to tell you what you can and cannot download on your fucking phone from the App Store? There's nothing to celebrate with it all being taken away. No matter how much you hate the platform. Spyware. Yeah, definitely is. TikTok, big, yucky, stinky spyware. I agree. But I don't think the government needs to come in and take it away from you. You know what else is bad for you? Alcohol.
Crack. Oh, alcohol.
Do you want the government to come take alcohol away again?
Well, we do take it away from people who are under 21 years old, so.
Well, yeah, and we do put restrictions on in terms of drinking and driving and who can sell it as well.
Oh, yeah.
License to sell it and other stuff.
All sorts of restrictions. Average TikTok user, 13.
I don't think people understand what the point of a principle is. At all. I'm not sure people really thought about it. They just say, like, I have a principle for X. I have a principle for free speech. I have a principle for, freedom. I have a principle for free expression. And they don't really understand, like, what is the point of having a principle at all in the first place? Because I think the way that I think about this is that there's 2 points to having a principle. Number one, you believe that the principle is going to lead to a good outcome for yourself or society as a whole, if followed generally, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the second aspect is, well, humans are biased creatures, we're infallible creatures. And so the principle kind of works as a bulwark against our bias instincts, right? So if we say, I'm for freedom of speech, the principle is useful because our bias instincts say, I want to regulate the speech of my political enemy. Okay. So if I'm a Democrat or if I'm on the left, I say, I want to regulate the speech of Republicans. If I'm on the right or if I'm Republican, I want to regulate the speech of Democrats. And the principle sort of stands as a bulwark against that instinct, right? To behave in that fashion. Right. And so,
yeah, sure.
And so that's true and that's useful. And that's sort of the way that I conceptualize a lot of the point of the principles. But I feel like people don't really think about the reason for it. Because if I were to say to you or to someone who just says, I'm a free speech absolutist, I don't give a fuck what China's doing or any country's doing, everyone should have a right to download Chinese spyware and, Chinese propaganda, right? I say, okay, theoretically, if you had a crystal ball that you knew had the perfect ability to see the future, and that by allowing you look in the crystal ball and it shows you that by allowing TikTok to continue to exist as it does under Chinese government, this will lead to America becoming, getting destroyed and getting taken over by communists in the CCP in the future, right?
And all our freedoms taken away.
And all our freedoms taken away. Yeah, and all our freedoms taken away, right? You still say, well, I don't actually care about the outcome because I have to stand by a principle. The principle is more important than whatever the actual physical outcome is. Is that like a rational answer to that question?
I think they're misaligned on what the principle is, because I think the principle is maximize individual freedom until it interferes with other people's individual freedom. And obviously what you laid out is the problem, right?
Right.
Because that freedom for them to download the app that destroys society and takes away everybody's freedom all of a sudden impinges on other people's freedoms.
Right.
So they're not really even adhering to their own principle.
Well, yeah, on that level, right? If they were to say that even knowing the future, they would still stand by the principle, right? I'm assuming most rational people would say, no, if that was the case, I wouldn't stand by this sort of blanket principle, right? But then the counter response is like, yes, but we don't know the future. The whole part of the point of the principle is that we believe that it's going to lead to better outcomes, right? But then I say, okay, well, then you just can't blanketly hand wave away this sort of blanket argument. You say, I don't care, any restriction is bad automatically. It's like, well, no, you acknowledge that that's not the case. Okay. You're just saying, so you have to actually look and adjudicate these things on a case by case basis, which most people don't want to do when it comes to these situations. They just want to hand wave it away. And you come to the situation that you're talking about, Adam, where it's like, well, this principle, your principle that you're claiming of individual freedom actually could fuck over a bunch of other people, essentially.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. A
And
lot of
then
people don't care about that, though. They're
I know.
like, my individual freedom is the important freedom. And if it
Right.
fucks other people over, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Like, that's part of their mentality.
Right. And also I do think it is a form of laziness to not actually look at the arguments, the legal arguments, to try to understand the legal arguments to see could this actually legally be applied to other American companies or other companies that I'm afraid of under this legal framework in this court case? And the answer is no. It doesn't seem to me, read the opinion, listen to the court cases. I don't see how it is at all.
Mm-hmm.
And none of these people made an argument at all. They just blanketly hand wave it away. They haven't actually made some kind of, legal argument about what is the danger here. Exactly.
They admitted the danger. They fully said, oh, yeah, that's a huge risk.
Right.
But look, freedom of speech. Wave the flag.
Right, I guess. Yeah.
Prohibition era shit. If you want to download spyware, you're your own fucking person. You can download your TikTok spyware. I don't want the government to tell me what I can and cannot download on the fucking app store. Point is simple, we do not want American data.
Oh, I guess he wants people to be able to download child pornography. The government can't tell you what to do.
I don't know. Well, I mean, at least with that, you argue that you're harming, the children by making it, right?
Sure.
So that's that adds other elements to it. So
Data to even have the chance to be accessed by foreign entities, that's literally it. Your name is Switch Dota 2, and you're on Twitch. In just your name and the platform you're on right now, your data is being accessed by foreign entities out the wazoo. They are bukkakeing your data, and you're willingly giving it to them. Every single thing that you have in your name and you are using right now is harvesting your.
Yeah, like we said, we would like to fix that too. That's a problem, right?
Right. Yeah. Number one, I don't think that's actually true. Number two, even if it is true, so what? Like, we can't fix, and the court even addresses, we can't fix one thing because you say there's other holes, your ship is sinking. And you're like,
Right.
well, we can't fix the big hole first because there's all these little holes. And you're like, well, can we fix the big hole first and then address the other little holes? Like, we can do,
Right.
sometimes you have to do things in, step by step order.
You didn't catch that other murderer, so you gotta let me go.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Data and selling it to China. The League of Legends.
Look, they had a law saying that they couldn't do that. A separate law.
Mm-hmm.
Mobile game got taken down. I didn't even know they had a mobile game. Did ByteDance own a piece of that? I figured Tencent would own all that. Oh, this mobile game looks like shit. Oh wait, this is the wrong mobile game. I just looked at a bootleg mobile game. Wild Rift is the official one. What? Yeah, that one's the knockoff. I always thought it looked terrible. I don't know what the fuck that is. Lark. Can I see new verse games? Yep, here's mobile games. Oh yeah, let me see all the new verse games.
Okay, well, I think we got to
Yeah,
the actual argument. So no, that's depressing, because that is probably, like, I can tell that is just a very basic reaction to all this stuff. Is I don't care, don't regulate anything. How
The
dare you?
government, how dare they do something?
Right.
How dare they try to protect me and my privacy?
I know, but that's what's weird too, is because, like, I'm wondering, under Charlie's sort of worldview here, if the government said, okay, we want to pass a law that says that no private company can collect, your personal data.
How dare you restrict the private companies?
Right. Like, is that acceptable? Like, or is that a restriction that he just doesn't want any restriction? It seems strange to me. Seems like a strange argument.
Government did a thing. Wah.
Yeah.
Government saved our homes from fire. Oh my God, I want to be like California. Let the homes burn.
Sure. Or, government regulated, microplastics in my food. Wah. Right. It's like,
I should have the God-given right to eat microplastics without my knowledge. How dare you?
even if it's like, even with, like, the knowledge elements, like, okay, if we had a situation where, like, some food company was putting a highly addictive, like meth into some kind of food, and everyone was eating it because it has meth in it. And they say, well, listen, we put after they've been doing it, they're like, well, listen, we put some highly addictive drug in this. Like, we're letting you know, right? Do people just throw their hands up and say, well, listen, they're telling you that it's, literally going to fucking murder you. So I guess you can just go do it.
We're all
despite the fact
addicted
that's
to it.
highly addictive.
We're already addicted to it.
I know. Sorry.
I like Charlie, though.
I do, but not on this take.
That's too bad, yeah. That's okay. Everyone gets it wrong sometimes.
That's true. Fondue for Jura says, the good old graphic design I came here for.
Nice. Where
What
was that?
I don't know. What'd you do, Adam?
Nothing. It wasn't me. I'm innocent.
I don't know. Fate and Morality, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Lives in Dev's Wall, specifically for $5, says, I remember the great Tumblr migration and its consequences, bracing for the problematic side effects of the TikTok ban. Yes, I know. Listen, it's funny because Sammy says the same thing. She thinks that and that's funny because wasn't that actually China? No, it was Saudi Arabia's fault, I think.
What happened with Tumblr? They bought Tumblr or something?
Tumblr used to allow pornography.
Oh, wow.
And they banned pornography at some point. I think it has something to do with Saudi Arabia or some Middle Eastern country didn't want it, and it wouldn't be allowed on, like, Google or Apple or some kind of app store or something. And so Tumblr banned all its pornography, and that caused apparently there was just a tsunami of pornography on Tumblr and pornographic artists, and they all left Tumblr and they all came to X and all these other platforms. And the theory is that basically wokeified and ruined all the other platforms because they all had been contained on Tumblr, and now they all spread their degeneracy to the rest of the internet.
Wow.
So I guess it'd be the same argument with TikTok.
Yeah, they've already been infected with the woke mind virus.
Right.
That's okay.
Fondue for $5 says, quote, you can't hit a guy with glasses. Adult bookstore, probably. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Lives in Des Wall, for $2 says, bookstore brothel sounds base, not going to lie.
Yeah,
There
look, you get an education and some fun.
Right. Bob and Go for $5 says, would a little baby angel panda ever undermine your democracy? Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
Exactly.
Get your pandas out of here.
I don't trust these little baby panda Aladdins. Okay. I don't trust them. Anonymous Cat for $5 says, I didn't get to watch new middle ground video yet, but it looks good. Woke versus moderate Democrats arguing over which side cost them the election.
What was that? What middle ground video? I don't know who that is. Woke
Oh,
versus.
I guess it's the Jubilee video. There's a new Jubilee video.
Oh, okay. We can't
Oh.
watch those on stream because they copyright strike us.
Yeah, you have to watch like very, very tiny segments of it. So, but I mean, I'm curious to see it just on my own. So
I watched part of the one on abortion.
Mhm.
And the woman was arguing that abortions make women crazy. And I swear the pro-abortion activists were just like, they all seemed crazy. So it was just
You're like, oh, it's playing directly into the
not a good vibe. Yeah, and they kept stepping up and being like, I got an abortion.
You're like, you're kind of proving their point.
Yeah. I'm like, you might want to get some women that are like successful to be on this.
Right.
But obviously, like some woman who's like, yes, I had an abortion, but now I'm a successful attorney with 3 kids. Like, she's not going to go on Jubilee, right?
Right. Fondue Fried Eye says, oh God, a bunch of TikTokers will be coming over to the rest of the internet. It'll be Tumblr all over again.
Look, everyone remembers the Tumblr thing. Did people call him out? Oh, you Tumblr refugee, go away.
Right. It's true. Water's not wet. Say it or else for $5. First of all, that's disgusting. Water is clearly wet. Okay. So obviously I'm highly suspect of anything you say because water is obviously wet. And it's delusional to say otherwise. I heard Sam say boo in the background. I forgot. What is your take on the water is wet conversation, Adam?
What are the arguments for and against? How is this a controversy? I mean, obviously, it feels like a trick question.
It's not a trick question. Is water wet? Or is the argument against it is that water itself isn't wet. Something having a lot of water in it is what makes it wet.
Right. So if water spills on your pants are wet, but the water is not wet.
The water itself is not
seems
wet,
like a linguistic game here.
It is a linguistic game, yes.
Okay. Well, I don't like linguistic games. I opt out.
Here's what I think about it. Is the ocean wet? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is the pool wet?
Wet. Yes.
Yes. If you jump into the ocean, will you get wet? Yes. Okay. So obviously water is wet.
Right.
Is water agua? Exactly. Anyway, water's not wet. Say it else for $5 says American universities also want to burn down America. Let's ban Harvard. Well, I would say this is my take on this. If you have colleges that are doing this sort of explicit anti-American thing, people do have a First Amendment right to say that and all that stuff. And I'm fine with that. I don't think it should be banned. But I do think it's an argument that it doesn't serve the public interest to be given public funding to basically advocate for the country to be destroyed. Now, obviously, things are going to have to be adjudicated on what that specifically means, but I think we can do that.
It's just like defund Harvard at least. You don't have to ban it. Just stop giving it my tax dollars.
Harvard has this massive, a lot of these big Ivy League, colleges have these massive endowments. It's like kind of ridiculous that we give them any public funding anyway.
It is. We give money to the students that want to go there in the form of student loans, and then we forgive those loans.
Right. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $10 says, did the one ruling only ban hooker bookstores? What about research libraries? I got name ideas. Citations in libations. JSTOR and more whores. Impact her factory. Or simply transactions.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Even given the Chasers one.
Fate of Morality for $5 says, watching the Village People perform YMCA at Trump's pre-inauguration rally was crazy. A man dancing in assless chaps with Trump feels like a fever dream.
Wow. Did that really happen?
That does feel like a fever dream, yeah.
I heard the Village People were going to play, and I thought, wow, okay. Yep. People can't call Trump anti-LGBT anymore.
Right, yeah. That is pretty funny. Libertarian Sasquatch for George says, some of the chat really likes being spied on, shaking my head. True. Disgusting. Terrible.
They're voyeurs. That's what's going on.
There you go.
They get
Getting
off on it.
Yeah, exactly.
The app watching their every move. They keep checking in. TikTok, are you spying on me still? Are you still there, TikTok?
Yeah, it is very strange that if this was a situation where it was like, should the U.S. government be allowed to spy on you and collect all your data? And the same people be like, no, fuck
How
no.
dare
And
they?
Yeah, how dare they? Like, okay, should the Chinese government be allowed to spy on you?
Yes.
Maybe. Maybe. Right. It's kind of like the whole, I think what's going on here too, I think it's entirely emotionally intuitive. I think it's a lot of the whole, and I think, and actually I'm glad we watched the Charlie video. I think a lot of it is just this innate reaction or instinctual reaction to, I don't necessarily want Chinese government spying on me. I just don't like the government telling me that they can't. Right. It just seems like very reactive on that sort of level. So. Stooge McDuck for $5 says, anyone against the ban needs to remember, said Far East nation is an asshole. Screw censorship. I mean, they are. That is true. Nathaniel for $5 says, my FYP of goth baddies and anime titties are saved. Thank you, Trump.
Is that true?
There you go. We'll see. We'll see.
Someone on Twitter is claiming to be the anonymous source. Jennifer Jacobs.
For the Vivek comment?
Yeah. And two other people.
Oh, what did they say?
He intends to announce a campaign for Ohio governor as soon as the end of January. Sources told her and two other people.
Oh, okay. So she's not the source.
She's not the source. Gotcha. Yeah. That makes more sense. I thought she was saying, he told me I'm the source. He likes me.
Right.
Anyway. Oh my God, Ohio. You're so lucky. So lucky. You're going to get all the H-1Bs. No more for us.
There you go. Joey Mick for $5 says, using TikTok a felony offense for Chinese espionage. Problem solved. There you go.
I like it.
Water's Not Wet, say it else for $2 says, ADL wanted the banned. ADL president TikTok message. Well, I'm going to try to decipher from that, whatever that was. That you're saying that ADL wanted TikTok banned, right? So I guess the implication is that because you don't like the ADL, that just because the ADL wants it banned, automatically you should become an NPC, lose all free will, all ability to make any discernment for yourself, allow the ADL to control your mind, allow the Jews to control your mind. And because the ADL wants it banned, you have to automatically take the exact opposite stance. I assume that's the argument. So fortunately, I don't believe in being an NPC. I believe that people can use free will to say, listen, just because someone I don't like the ADL either, just because someone I don't like, whether it be the ADL, whether it be a Nazi, whether it be a racist, just because someone supports something that I don't like doesn't mean I automatically become an NPC and reject it. I have to actually do the work to look into something myself to try to make a determination.
Right.
Majin for $5 says, what's the likelihood that the back end reveals TikTok is like Twitter, where it's not profitable and it's just Temu funneling and cognitive hazards? I mean, if we ever got into the back end, which I'm highly skeptical we ever would, I think that would be 95% likely. I think there's a super high chance that that's going to be the situation.
I think they're running a bunch of psychological experiments, and it's just people are going to be floored.
Yes.
Actually,
I'm going to change it.
If they literally are transing the kids,
I'm going to say 100%. There is no chance in my mind that TikTok is just some sort of innocent baby angel Aladdin panda that's just, just giving the kids the content they want, right? To see and not engage in psychological warfare and trying to fuck with people. No fucking way that's going on. It's literally impossible.
Right. How many kids have they transed?
Yeah.
We want to know.
RBJ's fan for $10 says the U.S. government allows legislators to have dual citizenship, but not some dumb app not displaying illegal content is a threat to national security. 1984 censorship disguised as patriotism. Well, all right, hold on a second. First of all, I 100% disagree with allowing legislatures to have dual citizenship. First of all, I'm not even really comfortable. I don't think I'm really comfortable with any American having dual citizenship. I don't know. I don't really like that concept of that at all.
Can't serve two masters.
Yeah, I don't like the concept of dual citizenship. I think I'd be completely fine getting rid of dual citizenship in America. 100,000% should be gotten rid of for government officials and legislators. That's kind of batshit crazy to me that you can have a legislator that can have dual citizenship in America. I do think that's fucking crazy. Okay. That being said, just because there's some element, we have this giant, massive legal apparatus and massive system of laws. Just because there's something in there that you go, I don't like this, I think this is a bad idea. I think it is a complete fallacy to suddenly point something else and say, well, we can't regulate something else because there's some other thing I don't like. Right. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And again, to claim, I don't even know how you could say, how is this 1984 style censorship when you have, it's not a content restriction. They can put whatever fucking content they want. It's literally saying a foreign country cannot use this to spy on American citizens. If we as a country cannot say that a foreign government cannot spy on us, its citizens, you cannot function as a country, period. That's the end of statement. That's it. You cannot function as a country.
Okay. What if we just deported all the dual citizenship people and revoke their American citizenship?
I mean, you give them a choice. You say, listen, you got to choose one. Okay. No, just deport them.
You say, look, you've done a horrible thing with this dual citizenship thing.
Listen,
we're throwing you back.
If it was the law says they could do it, I'll give them a chance. Right? They thought they could do it. They have to choose. Okay.
Weak.
That's my position. They get to choose, but they better choose. I mean, whatever they choose, if they don't choose America, get out. Luke W for 19 months says, I would support banning TikTok even if there wasn't a connection to China. We must purge the world of short man content. There you go. That's the true crime here. Aussie ODST for 5 Aussie bucks says Samsung phones allow you to download apps from the internet and not just apps from the store. Good work, guys. AS team is a special boy. There you go.
I don't know if that's an insult or what.
I don't know either, but I'm assuming they're not going to be allowed to do that, even if they have to remove it from. It's not just like, oh, well, you can just download it on your phone. So,
well, you can download it from the internet. I mean, you can go to the TikTok website, right? Which is hosted in China.
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know all the technical details that go into place when you go to a website and click to download something. Who's on the hook for that? Because it could be like they could say, well, it could be that like the internet providers are not should not be allowing you to even access that in the first place. I'm not sure.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know the answer to the question.
You got to go to the dark web.
Right.
Get your Tor browser out.
Equal Shit Ox for $5 says, my stance is if you use social media, your data is inevitably going to someone. Preventing the CCP from getting it is the lesser of two evils. I mean, yeah, that's one way definitely to look at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Just how much data are they taking in?
IY6904 for 6 months says, would it be funny if all this ended up with a constitutional amendment to clarify how the first regulates to algorithms and AI and foreign powers? I mean, I think it is. I think it's something that we are going to have to figure out. I don't think it's going to happen. Because no legislature wants to even bother to untangle that fucking mess. And I don't even know. I don't even have really a clear answer on it myself. But I do think it's going to have to happen at some point. But the courts are going to have to definitely adjudicate it. Magor for 23 months says, I think everyone is subjected to propaganda, regardless of how smart or disagreeable. Maybe not the obvious pushes, but the subtle and tribal ones will. That's definitely true. That's definitely true.
Yeah, the thing is, there's like a feedback loop on how well that propaganda is working, though. So
Right.
that's where you get the experimentation, the scientific experimentation, right? Because you're
Mm-hmm.
basically perfecting your propaganda.
Right.
Yeah.
Sotos for 25 months. Thanks so much. Says, let's be honest here. Trump wants to keep TikTok so he can use it to promote Melania coin. And Adam probably already owns multiple Melania coins. Is this true?
Not true at all. I can't
Okay.
stand crypto, obviously. So,
Right. Grendelvat for $10 says, even granting a higher scrutiny, I don't see how compelling government interest doesn't win out, especially given the regulations are lifted up divestiture of ByteDance to meet narrow tailoring criteria. I would agree.
totally.
I would
Yeah.
agree. Yeah, I think even under strict scrutiny, this would totally be upheld. The Mongolian Leprechaun Swordman for Santa for $10 says, hey, Sitch, have you guys tried Marvel Rivals yet? It's actually very good. I highly recommend playing as Penny Parker. She's the best and my main. I haven't played it yet. No.
No.
I am
haven't
interested.
had time to play games.
I am interested in playing at some point in some time, but I've just never gotten around to it, which is probably for the best, honestly. So. Lives and
A
Does Wall
good
Street for.
game.
Huh?
A good game could be very addictive.
Could be addictive. Lives and Does Wall Street for $2 says, warning, using TikTok makes you a cuck, no cap.
Yes, I hearted that too.
There you go.
Seemed like a good super chat.
Yes. A Crafty Hergok for $2 says, happy Trump Day tomorrow, everyone.
You're going to be watching, right? The inauguration?
I am. It does seem a little weird to me that before all this TikTok stuff, like Trump's inauguration would just be Trump's inauguration, right? That's all you would think about. It's like Trump is becoming president. Now I feel like it's sort of Trump's becoming president, and now this like TikTok thing's over, like hanging over his head. It's gonna sort of like taking some of the energy,
his
or
mojo.
That like
TikTok stole his mojo.
Like it's taking some of the concept of it. It's not just about Trump anymore. Now it's also about this stupid TikTok ban. So it's kind of weird.
It is. Yeah, look. Should be his day.
There you go.
It's his big day.
It's
but
his
no.
big day.
It's now Xi Jinping's big day.
Another big day for Michelle Obama to miss.
Right.
Because she's not going to show up.
Oh. You think this is helping her? You think she's running for president now? Is that what's going on?
That's exactly what's going on. Yeah.
She said she didn't want to be president.
Right.
She said they go low and we go high. Yep. What a fucking lie that was.
Apparently. Gentleman Damon. Oh, my thing just crashed. One day, I'll fix that. Gentleman Damon for $5 says, everyone was talking about trans kid visibility, but something you never see is transparency.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty It's pretty good. Like it.
Yeah.
Links, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yes, welcome.
Adam Unfriended for $20. Thank you. Says, I've missed the streams lately because of my job in LA. TikTok shouldn't be banned based on principle alone. Do you have any recommendations, Adam, for non-Tor stuff that's still great? S-Class is best class.
You got to go to Dr. Hoggly Woggly's Texas Barbecue, obviously. So if you want to taste the greatest barbecue in America, check it out. Look it up. Maybe don't go at night. It's kind of in a rough neighborhood, but it's delicious. Or get it to go.
Harrison Dell for 2 hours says the government should ban TikTok and X. Listen, as much as I don't like Elon, I don't support banning X or any justification or think there's any legal justification for it whatsoever. So, Val Van Gogh for $5 says 2 minutes into this New York Times Yarvin interview, and the interviewer called the U.S. Articles of Confederation the dawn of man. He seems like a winner.
The interviewer did? Oh,
I don't remember that.
I don't either. We're going to listen to it, and Dev's coming on, so it should be fun.
Yep.
Fun
Sotos
and
for
interesting.
Sotos for $5 says, so I feel like the easier solution would be that U.S. websites do what University of Japan did, and they put Tiananmen Square into the website's code. Oh, really? That's hilarious.
Did they really? Oh, so it's like a hard ban.
Right. Metalworks 41190 for $2 says, I see people comparing it to prohibition of alcohol. I don't see how people are comparing a person imbibing essentially a toxic substance to saying, well, that means a foreign government can spy on you and everyone else in your contacts list just because you're okay with it.
Yeah.
RBGH fan for $5 says, should we ban imported foods and med from China?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
All of it.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Probably, yeah.
Decoupling from China is a good idea.
Sodos for $5 says, just because you went after my boy Zero Fucks in your poll, I will now take the principled stance of opposing you. I am creating the Sitch and Adam Red Note page right now.
Yeah, what is the poll? What's going on with the poll?
Wait, I didn't even see the poll. Do you support the TikTok ban? 1,600 people voted. 64% said yes. So the majority of people said yes, TikTok should be banned. Only 23% said no, TikTok should not be banned. So that's good. I'm glad to see it, guys. I'm glad to see it. 13% said yes, and Zero Fucks is crazy. Wow, what is this, Adam? What is this shot at Zero Fucks in the poll here?
Well, Zero Fucks was in favor of TikTok not being banned.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
And he was publishing some crazy shit on X.
Wow.
Formerly known as Twitter. So
look at you.
I saw him in the chat and I thought, oh, this will be fun. Give people a chance to voice their concerns about Zero Fucks. Insane arguments.
Okay.
In favor of TikTok taking over the world.
I'm going to say that 77% of our audience is in favor of banning TikTok.
Yeah. That would be, yes. The poll still works. It's only 23% against.
Right.
Against the ban. All Moist Critical fans.
TX for 500 yen says, where is CT? Is clip of CT still a thing? By the way, people do indeed make the where democracy, therefore we agree direct democracy is good argument.
Oof. Terrible.
Right. Well, first of all, I didn't even know. Like, I thought that was just ridiculous strawman. Now I have to reconsider everything because I'm actually seeing literal fucking retards make this argument. So, as I said, you constitutional republic people, you've got a point in your book. But no, guys, we're not clipping anything anymore. So that's why there's no clip at CT anymore. So,
yes, we've gotten lazy in our old age.
Right. Soldos for 2 hours says, Adam's running from the water question, so show him the dress.
What's the dress? It's like some wet dress?
No, I'm assuming he means the dress where everyone argued about the color of the dress.
Oh, no.
Right. I know we've talked about it.
It was like blue and gold, wasn't it?
Blue and black, and people saw it as white and gold. Yeah.
Right. I think I saw the white and gold. Yes.
I don't know. It's so weird.
I saw it both ways.
Yeah, I could very clearly see it both ways in the same picture. I could see, depending on the lighting, I could see half the dress or part of dress will look blue and black, and another part of it looked white and gold. And I could see why people would see it as white and gold. But
yeah, I saw some animated GIF on it that made it click in your brain that it was black and blue too.
Really interesting.
Yeah, because it did this weird thing where it changed the lighting. I was like, oh, now I can totally see it. Yeah.
Interesting. You had to see the light change before you could see it.
Let me see if I
wonder
can
what
find that
causes
GIF.
that. I wonder what causes that.
It's your brain.
I don't know, because when I first, but I mean, like, what in the brain? Because when I first saw the dress, I looked at it and I said, well, I do know what it was. I do. I know, actually, now looking at it, I know exactly what it was. Okay. It's from my background in filming shit. I looked at that picture, and the context clue, if you look at the picture of the dress, is the background is like hyper overexposed.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at it, it's like blindingly bright. So I look at the picture, my brain instantly knows that the lighting is off and overexposed in the picture. My brain must make that calculation before I even like have a conscious thought to like adjudicate it. So it puts that information in my brain and I go, oh, I have to now look at this through the filter that the colors are off because of this, the lighting is all fucked up. And then it automatically starts to see it as like blue and black, but I understand why people see it as white and gold.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what I think probably happened.
Yeah, it's that blown out light.
Yeah, because you can see the background
But
is so bright.
It is gold though, just because it's doing this weird light thing, and it should register as black.
You know, what I'm saying is I can see like parts of it of why people think it's gold, but I think my mind automatically inserts the overexposure information into its perception
Mm-hmm.
and says, okay, don't look at this as if it's white and gold. That's my guess anyway. I could just be wrong. Could be some unidentified magical brain process, or maybe I'm just a super genius. But I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. All right, this one's a pretty good. I think this one's a pretty good GIF. This isn't the one I saw. This is different, but it still does like a thing
Mm-hmm.
where you can see takes part of the blue and black one and moves it over to the yellow and white one and shows, look, it's the same.
There's a picture I need to take. I have a jacket and I wonder if it will have the same effect. Okay. I have a jacket. I'm not going to tell anyone what side I'm on. I have a jacket that I say is one color and Sammy says is a different color.
Okay.
And we have a strong disagreement on the color of this jacket. All right. I do have to post a picture and I have to see how chat responds to this.
Do it up.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do it right today, but I will do it at some point in the future. I think chat's going to be on my side here. Solid for 2 hours says you forgot to read Streamlabs last Thursday. What?
Really?
No, I read yours. I agree with the word incel, but I have feminist friends who hate them not because they're virgins, but because they feel entitled to sex. If they do make fun of them not getting laid, it's because the incels don't care about it. No, I remember reading that one. Dr. Diller for $2 says another example of why populism is stupid. I don't care if 170 million people use the security risk app. Most of them are Zoomers. Zoomers don't vote. Fuck them. They'll get over it just like they did. Fine. There you go.
That's good reasoning right there.
Fuck them.
Solid.
Solid for $2 says it's funny how old people say the Constitution is when it was last amended in the 1990s. You should look up the story on the 27th Amendment. It was written by James Madison and brought back to life by a college student. Oh, that's
really?
I didn't know
Wow.
that. Wow.
Maybe that's what they were. I'm sure that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to bring the Equal Rights Amendment back to life.
Well, that was the 28th Amendment. 27th Amendment was forbids any changes to the salary of Congress members from taking effect until the next election concludes.
But the Equal Rights Amendment never got ratified in time to actually be added to the Constitution, right? So the 27th Amendment is the last one officially in there?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So, but maybe they were trying to get someone to pick up the mantle like the college student did.
Yeah, probably. But they didn't, so, you know.
No, they got a bunch of people to laugh and point at them.
Right. Sulfur says, Charlie also said in another video that the American companies give your data to China too. Yeah, so guys, just so be against that. Say that make that illegal. They can't do that. Sulfur says, how do you respond to the argument that no teacher is transing kids? They're just telling kids not to bully other kids that are different and that those kids don't need to kill themselves. My response to that is that's not true. If teachers were just saying, listen, kids, there's some kids that are different from you, you know, and that's fine. We should accept that, not bully them. I would have zero problem with that. That's not what's going on. What's going on, and we have direct evidence of this, we have definitely pictures of this in curriculum that shows that they're specifically teaching children that you are not born a gender or a sex. You are assigned your gender by a doctor, and that doctors can be wrong, quote, wrong about assigning your gender. and that, you can have a different gender brain, and here's the transgender gingerbread man. And, you could show them, I guess what you do, the person making this argument is you'd show them and say, okay, look, I'm going to pull up on my phone. Here's a picture of like the trans gingerbread man. Here's a picture of some trans book, that they're teaching the children. Do you agree that you're wrong? They are actually teaching the concept of transitioning to children. They're actually teaching the concept. They're not just saying it's okay if people are different. They're specifically teaching them this concept, and that you could be experiencing this concept as a child. That's how I guess I would react to it.
Yeah, it's insane. They might as well do gender reveal day, where everyone reveals what their inner gender is.
Right.
Like, what do you think would happen on gender reveal day? Half the kids would be like, oh, I'm the opposite gender.
I'm a dinosaur.
I didn't know I had the choice. Really?
Yeah, exactly.
I just get to pick I get to pick whatever sex I am? Oh, I'm a girl. I'm a boy.
Right.
It's insane. It's totally insane. Teachers should be saying, you don't get to fucking pick sex assigned at birth. No, sex observed at birth. That's the way you were born. Get used to it. Suck it up. Learn to love it. Ain't no one going to come and change your fucking sex. Sit down. Oh, it's so weird because even saying that, everyone is like, oh my God, that's totally transphobic. Like, can you imagine if you were a teacher and you said, I don't believe any of this shit. I think it's horse shit. I think there's no scientific basis for any of this shit. And I think we should shut the fuck up and not talk about any of it. Oh my God, you'd be fired instantly. You'd be fired, shunned. What kind of world do we live in, Sitch? People cannot even speak out against the truth.
We live in a society.
I'm getting blackpilled. Well, actually, didn't they already pass a law saying no women in sports? Or no trans women in sports? I think they did.
Like, where?
I thought they did.
Federally?
Just passed a law. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Kyle Petty, thanks so much for the $20. Says TikTok also has a pay to boost option where you pay like $1 to $5 to almost immediately gain likes and views, but not comments. It is so clearly a built-in buying fake views and likes. The whole platform is inflated/fake.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
I had no idea. That's crazy.
Hilarious. They're like, why are all these people? Oh, that is totally China too. China's like, dumb foreigner, fucking sell them garbage.
That's pretty hilarious. And now it's gonna be even crazier because with AI, they could have that feature and you get a bunch of bot comments, right?
Yeah.
How would you know if they're
You want? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They got to perfect the comments. Well, look, the fact that they don't have comments makes me think they're kind of behind in the AI race. So
that's good. Okay. Anyways.
That's it?
That's it.
Oh my God. Well, let me get ready.
You get ready.
Tell me about your isekai protagonist.
You get ready, babe.
Oh, I'm getting ready here. Oh shit, I was working out earlier.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the stream, you are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists, but only the isekais of the Japanese variety, never ever ever the untrustworthy Chinese isekais, where the evil Chinese goddesses will steal all your information and sell it to the Communist Party of China. And you who made it to the stream, you are the true free individuals who would never support or surrender your privacy, your rights to the evil, despicable communist government of China. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye!
Okay.
All right.